Welcome in, welcome back, and congratulations to the back-to-back NFC North champions, your 1 seed, the Detroit Lions. A groovy Victory Monday starts right now. Burn, baby, burn. Double-digit disco and a statement win,
it's
John.
It's alive. It is certainly alive. I'm not sure I could take either of us seriously wearing this garb. So if you want to see it, you got to go to Twitch. Enjoy not just the audio that we are going to hear from Dan Miller, Dan Campbell, almost the entire roster of the Detroit Lions throughout the course of today, but you want to be able to see it on Twitch as well. It's 97.1, twitch.tv, 97.1 the ticket. We went full disco, at least our version of it.
I was going to say, I have a sequined button up if you'd like me to add that to the mix as well. But I think this does the trick. The glasses, the chain, the disco. Yeah, we're here, guys. And you guys are welcome all morning long. 248-539-9797. John, as they say, belt to ass.
Yeah.
I mean, a dominant win for the Lions.
How about that secondary? How about that defense? That to me was the absolute story yesterday. And yeah, Gibbs, that's part of the story. There's so many different things. Anzalone being back, how impactful he was, and how much better the defense played. I don't know if it was scheme, if it was Aaron Glenn, or it was Amik Robertson and his familiarity with Justin Jefferson. But that defense, especially in the red zone, inside the 5-yard line, was you say belt to ass. That is exact foot to ass.
Sam Darnold, 1 of 8 passing in the red zone in the first half. Some of that is he was missing. Some of that is the Lions had sped him up. They threw his timing off, and that was a theme all day, and it's a masterclass by Aaron Glenn. I mean, think about it. We spent the weeks talking about you're going to have to win shootouts. You're going to have to win shootouts. It's 10-6 at the half, and the Lions have Aaron Glenn, Amik Robertson, who's not intimidated by Justin Jefferson, Alex Anzalone, Zadarius Smith with a sack early in the game. The defense absolutely put him in position to win the game, and it was only a matter of time before the offense started to get going. And they did. And it's Jahmyr Gibbs' a 4-touchdown day. Like, John, we have a million ways to go with this football game, but the big takeaway is now the path to the Super Bowl goes through Detroit.
It's hard to believe from where this team began with Dan Campbell at 1-6 and the amount of crap that this staff and Sheila took at that time. And I always go back to, and I know that they've played it on some of the natural broadcasts the last couple of weeks, or really the last half of this season, from her talking about at 1-6, how they're going to stay the course, and the entire thing that she said about sticking with Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, and believing in them to where the Lions, the franchise is now. And for those, I know that there were those that were at the stadium last night. If you're just waking up, you're probably still sleeping. But if you're just waking up, I want to hear what that was like. TJ was texting me just before the game. It was about, 6 o'clock. He said the place was absolutely packed. And I want to know how you welcomed those 2,000 extra Vikings fans that the Vikings bought $2 million worth of tickets, sold them at cheap so that they could have a little bit bigger voice. Their staff could have a better seat. Welcome to Ford Field. And what was that environment like? And I mean, the season ticket holders that I've known for a long time were texting me last night. This is amazing. This is unbelievable. 2-time defending NFC North champs. The number 1 seed. This is where they have come from. 1-6 to now the number 1 seed, the bye week, which is so desperately needed. But the Lions, for the foreseeable future, until the Super Bowl, will be playing at Ford Field.
John, I don't think those 2,000 fans made it into the game. Because I don't know if you read some of the details on that. By the way, Vikings trying to do a nice thing, get their fans in there, give themselves a chance. Those fans, some of which resold the tickets because they got such a good deal they could sell them for a profit. And it's so pathetic that Minnesota didn't even use all the tickets. I could see little specks of purple. They had very little presence at that football game.
Okay, so you're buying 2,000 tickets. They're not all going to be in one section.
Well, that was their thought. They were going to be road, like bench area. They were going to try to create a little bit of a bubble for their football team. John,
no,
it didn't go very far, the point, $2 million.
Yeah.
And then not all the Viking fans even bought in, which is a stark contrast to Lions fans who don't need the team to buy them tickets to go on the road and take over venues. Yeah. I mean, it's the team, it's this fan base, it's everything at the same time right now. And I said the path goes through Detroit. Let's talk about what that practically means for people. It means you get a week to rest up, and they could use it.
Yep, Levi Onwuzurike, Terrion Arnold,
Zeitler.
Among those that are a part of the wounded Warriors, and now all of a sudden they've got a little extra time to heal up.
You get a week to heal. You'll then play the worst team remaining in the NFC playoffs. If you win that game, you will host the NFC title game. 8-2 the last 10 years, the home side in the NFC Championship. You are then in the Super Bowl. Like, understand what last night really meant. Now, Minnesota's got to get up off the mat, go on the road. John, I'm not sure that they do. I was very unimpressed with their performance. And if that's Sam Darnold, they're not making a run in the postseason.
I mean, that was, I think you just saw the Vikings team that just ran out of gas. They ran out of magic. And whether it was, Justin Jefferson, can you just imagine? We have said this, and I know I've said it, and I still believe it. Justin Jefferson is the best receiver in the NFL. Now, you could argue Chase, Jamar Chase, but what's amazing is both those guys came from the same national championship team, and you look back at that, and it's just you're in awe of how much talent was on that team. But Justin Jefferson, the best receiver in the NFL, 3 catches, 54 yards on 9 targets. Hello, Amik Robertson, awesome job. And no touchdowns.
They were held out of the end zone for the entire game. A top 10 offense against what was left of the Lions defense held out of the end zone. I saw a great video, and it was from the window of a plane, and it said this was the only touchdown the Vikings had in Detroit. 248-539-9797. We're having a good time today on a groovy Victory Monday, a double-digit disco. And John, the other storyline, the 15-2 Express has arrived. They won 15 games.
I know.
It's absurd.
It's to think that at 14-3, when Tom and I said that when the schedule came out, and we were, Tom, how much were we slandered for thinking that they could win 14 games? And we underestimated them.
Well, nobody does that in the NFL anymore.
Right, no,
they don't win
you can't
14
do that.
games.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
No.
And how could you possibly have 2 14-win teams at the end of the season? It's never happened in NFL history. I get that.
Right. They fulfilled the prophecy. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And my feeling going into the game that there was a significant difference at quarterback, and you lost a turnover battle 2-0. Your quarterback didn't play all that well either. It was probably bad Goff night, and you're going to get one of those every 4 or 5 games, and they got away with it. They outgained them by over 130 yards, first downs by 10. It probably should have been more than it was in some ways if the Lions' passing game was clicking a little bit more.
The game could have been over by halftime.
But the Vikings defense showed up in the first half, and it was just a demolition, a disco demolition.
But I want to be very careful. I don't think it was bad Goff. Because there was a tip there. The one he threw that overthrew J-Mo, I don't know what was going on there. And I don't know if we heard last night, did they ask Dan Campbell, was that...
it was odd because there were 2 defenders, and even if he ran the wrong
route... Was it a J-Mo issue?
Yeah, I don't know.
Was it a Goff issue? Like, I don't know what happened in that play, but for the other moments, Goff was still throwing laser beams. He was amazing, and he was throwing laser beams when he knew he was going to get hit right under the chin.
Just bad Goff, relatively speaking.
Right, yeah, it's not perfect QBR Goff.
Right, exactly. And I thought the play he made, the pass he made on 4th down and 4th and 5, when he was about ready to get killed, and he hit him in stride, and they got the first down there. That was huge. So it's not like he played a horrible game.
I think that play illustrates where Goff has grown since coming to Detroit. At the end of his time with the Rams, that play creates happy feet. The ball doesn't come out clean. Yeah. They don't convert. In Detroit, he's confident. He's composed. It's the unblocked guy. It's the quarterback's guy, and he knows he's going to take a hit. You got to be a tough SOB. You got to stand in, and you got to deliver. One play later, they score a touchdown. John, I thought that was the other story. 4th downs. That led to one touchdown. They scored another on a fourth down, and I thought Dan Campbell intimidated. His presence intimidated Kevin O'Connell. He stuffed him into a locker. They're trying to go for it early, even though they're not a team that does it. Then they're chasing later. Then they're kicking. They were inconsistent on fourth down, where the Lions have a clear identity and they put the pressure on you.
And here's the thing about going for it on fourth down so many times. You create an awareness. J-Mo, the first fourth down conversion, first of all, his speed to be able to get across the field and Jared Goff to be able to deliver it. But you have to have a sense of how many times have we seen receivers not looking for a ball. I'm not talking about here in Detroit, but in football, not looking for a ball when the quarterback knows he's going to take a hit. He holds on to it as long as he has, delivers the ball, and then the receiver is not ready for it. The awareness of whether it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, Gibbs, Laporta, J-Mo, to be able to understand the pre-snap look, read it, know that Goff is going to take a hit, that they've got to get to a certain spot as quickly as possible, but their eyes have to be on Goff. They have to be ready for the football. It takes all of that, whether it's coaching, it's awareness, it's hey, in the huddle, Jared Goff saying, you got to look quick because I know I'm going to take a hit.
There's so much to talk about after this game. We're partying all show long. Victory Monday for the division, for the 1 seed, for the path to the Super Bowl. 248-539-9797. Taylor Decker was spouting off a little bit after the game. We'll play that audio next. And don't worry, Dan Campbell locker room speech on tap today. It's 97.1.
It's time to celebrate our football team, our football season, and just football in general. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall, high-definition screen. It's located at Circus Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
How about that Lions defense? Dan Miller's call.
Story of the game.
It was.
Had no idea. So many people text me throughout the course of last week, can the Lions do it? And I even text TJ. I was telling you, I was texting him before the game. At like 6 o'clock, I'm like, hey, what do you think, man? And both of us were like, you know what, the closer we get, I think this is not only going to be a win, it's going to be a let's say blowout, but it's going to be well in the Lions' control. And it was basically if the Lions could get a stop or maybe a couple of stops. They got 4 in the red zone.
Early in the game, Detroit converts a 4th and 5, leads to a touchdown. Kevin O'Connell gets in the red zone. What does he got to do? He's got to keep up with Dan Campbell. It's the Dan Campbell effect. They don't get it. They don't get it, John, and then they settle for a field goal, and then you just heard another 4th down, and that was 4th and 2, I think.
Yeah.
They go for it. They don't get it, and the Lions' defense,
to your point on Twitch,
won them the game.
Kevin O'Connell is going to be checking under his bed for Dan Campbell for the next couple of weeks before going to sleep. The monsters that he is going to be seeing in his sleep, in his nightmares, is definitely going to be something to do with Dan Campbell.
The coach of the year is Dan Campbell. 6-0 in the best division in football. Kings in the North. 2-0 head-to-head against Kevin O'Connell, who had a really good season. But coach of the year is Dan Campbell, who overcame 20-plus injuries to navigate this team to the best season in franchise history and the 1 seed in the NFC. He's the best coach in football.
Doesn't it feel like he just, like his will, sometimes you run into people where their will, it just, everybody breaks up against it. And his will in this division with the injuries and how hard, I mean, he was a little bit prophetic. Like, it's going to be really hard to get back here. Now, they're not to the NFC Championship game. There's still work to be done. There's one game to win before they get there because they got the home seed. But to be able to just pull this team along, no matter the circumstances, no matter the obstacles, you lose your best defensive player, maybe your best player on the entire team in week 5, and you still end up winning 15 games and securing the 1 seed. I mean, what Dan Campbell has done for this team, he is certainly, I think hands down, should be unanimous coach of the year.
Texters, 248-539-9797, and we have open phone lines all day to celebrate this football team and what's ahead. Texter says the defense is the storyline. All week they heard they weren't good enough. They took it personal. That's Glenn in Macomb. Yeah, I think Alex Anzalone coming back was a huge part of that too.
Oh, it sure was.
Texter says, guys, there's a real chance we go into the playoffs 100% healthy on offense. Talk about how injured the defense is, but that makes up for it. And another one says, we broke Minnesota. We played a C game on offense and won by 22. Let it sink in, people.
Yeah. How about this from Twitch? I got a couple to share with you. FBG25. Vikings coach is 14-1 versus the rest of the NFL, but he's 0-2 versus Dan Campbell. And here's another one about somebody that might have been at the game last night or just watching it like we were. Mm-hmm. And I kept watching it thinking, could they just run away with this so I could go to bed? Or I was just going to stay up and celebrate the moment. Here's one from Stingray 1222. I got 3 hours of sleep. Have to drive a truck to Fort Wayne and back today. Probably going to be a 14-hour workday. The lack of sleep is worth it. Where the Detroit Lions gave a can of whoop ass to the Minnesota Vikings. What an impressive win. So many people woke up weary-eyed this morning because they were either up late watching it and then you couldn't go to sleep because you were so excited about it. 15-2, 1 seed, or you were at the stadium and you just couldn't leave.
See, I'm on like maybe 4 hours, and it doesn't feel that way.
No.
It's euphoric. I mean, once you wake up and you're reminded, yes, this really happened. This team's 15-2. It's euphoric. 248-539-9797. Taylor Decker, we said we'd play some audio. He's been here from the beginning, the old guard. He knew they would win this game.
I heard that audio, but I didn't hear the beginning of it. I almost spit my coffee out. That's amazing. There's so many questions that we could ask our listeners, but maybe that's later in the week.
Maybe. And just a snippet. We're going to play Dan Campbell's full locker room speech later in the show, but just a snippet of how he spoke to the team after the game. Yeah, it's going to be one for the ages.
Yes!
You remember who the bleep you are! You're the champs. Back-to-back NFC North champs. All right, let's get to Heather's news.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So it didn't matter whatsoever that the Vikings spent millions of dollars on tickets for last night's game. The almost 2,000 tickets that they were able to purchase didn't even make a dent in the sea of Lions fans. You couldn't even tell they were there. Obviously, the news leading up to the game was that the Vikings spent $2 million on tickets on the secondary market so that their fans could buy them at a very low price, as little as $200, right? So I didn't hear the story that Jim mentioned that they were all selling them.
Some
That's
did.
Most likely
amazing.
to Lions fans, which is incredible.
Oh my goodness. They got a deal from their team and decided that it was a better offer to pay to sell them again for more money.
Listen, Minnesota as an organization, I think that's like a creative move. Bad form by their fans to not even take advantage of it.
Amazing.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Exactly. You might have seen this trending as well. The home bakery in Rochester is getting lots of love for their showcase, basically showcasing their love for the Lions. So they created a Lions-themed window display. It's right downtown Rochester, if you don't know what I'm talking about. So you can see the big window display from the sidewalk. And it featured a life-size cake of Amon-Ra St. Brown doing the headstand.
Oh, yeah.
And it's absolutely incredible. The bakery's owner says that the display will remain up until after the Lions win the Super Bowl. The cake was finished on Friday night after 160 hours of work, and the owner says everything in the display that you see is edible. So, they've created everything. And they say this time of the year is typically a slow time for the bakery, right? The holidays are over. Everyone's kind of slowing down. So they're hoping that this Lions theme window will really kind of get people inside the bakery.
Amazing to me what true artists can do in their different fields, but obviously in baking cakes, to be able to put this together. If you haven't seen it, you got to find it. It is unbelievable. And the fact that, I don't know what they have to do to preserve it for, because it's going to be up for 5 weeks? 6 weeks?
Yeah, I don't know what goes into it, but it's super impressive.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really cool. Go check it out, or at least check out the photos for sure. Detroit police are mourning after a fellow officer was killed in an off-duty car crash over the weekend. 32-year-old officer Cameron Richardson had actually just finished a shift. It was really late Sunday night, early Sunday morning. He was driving home when this crash occurred. The suspect and the driver of this other vehicle that hit him fled the scene. Several others who were in this van during the crash were taken into custody. Police do believe the driver, they know his identity, will turn himself in. But Richardson had been on the force for just over a year after serving in the military, leaving behind 2 young daughters. Parents were there for a press conference, described him as quiet, loving, and a funny individual. So very sad news for sure. United Airlines recently had to ban a man from flying on their airline after he allegedly peed on another customer or passenger. This culprit, the suspect, was flying from San Francisco to the Philippines on December 27th. So a long flight, right? When he allegedly got out of his seat about 4 hours in, stood up and just started peeing all over another man. And the guy that he was peeing on was actually asleep at the time. He says when he woke up, he thought he was still dreaming, this.
Or nightmare.
What is happening? Turned out it wasn't a real life. I guess the airline actually told this guy, hey, don't confront the peer. We don't want any confrontation going on. Here's some new pajamas. Go get changed and we'll
How do you not confront the guy you woke up that was peeing on you?
I don't know. It's the first thing you would want to do, but they didn't want any confrontation.
Probably
going
to blame it on
Ambien.
Ambien. I had no idea. I thought it was the bathroom.
Sure.
Yeah.
For sure. That's exactly what happened, right? Took some Ambien or some sleeping aid, drank some drink, and whoops, look at that. Yikes, for sure. Finally, if you need an excuse to go donate blood this month, How about a chance to win 2 tickets to the Super Bowl? This is pretty cool. There are several blood drives over the next few weeks featuring a chance to win the tickets. You're also going to get travel to the game, hotel. You're going to get a gift card and other perks as well. Pretty cool. This is if you donate through the American Red Cross, you're automatically entered in the giveaway. There are some around here. Farmington Hills is going to host an event this Wednesday, January 8th from 8 to 8. You can go and, like I said, one time you donate blood once. You only get to donate it once. You're entered in this big drawing, which is pretty cool.
It's awesome. And if you're a Lions fan, you woke up today, you go, I want to be in New Orleans. All right.
Yes, you do.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, your biggest takeaway from that game. Open phone lines talking about the Lions. Got it done. It's 97.1. Zadarius Smith, first sack in 4 games, and we are boogieing.
Little debate on Twitch right now. And you can watch and see inside the studio. You want to know what's going on? We got the double-digit disco garb going on. They asked me to put my shades back on because when Heather was talking, I like to be able to make eye contact, and she can't see our eyes. So I took mine off and put them on my hat. This one says, John, put your shades back on. Want to see if Costa looks better or you. And so there's a little debate going on Twitch is who rocks the garb better. We'll have to make sure Heather, when she's in studio tomorrow, she has hers as well so that we can make a true comparison.
Well, I've set it down right in her spot. Maybe TJ will wear it later today.
We'll sanitize them for you, Heather. Don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, the big fella. He might stretch out those glasses a little bit. I'm not sure they're going to fit his fat head.
What is your biggest takeaway? And in open lines, 248-539-9797. There's so much to talk about.
To me, it's the defense, the red zone defense, to be able to make that type of stand repeatedly. Because the offense, it took some time to get going. I was a little bit disappointed in the offensive line and the protection of Goff early on. We knew that Flores was going to be bringing the house at times. He was going to have exotic blitzes, which he did. And Jared Goff knew there were times where he was going to take a hit. But the amount of pressure that he was feeling, the push from inside, to me was a little bit disappointing. But for the defense to stand up, that's why this is the greatest team sport, because you have 11 different individuals playing defense, 11 different individuals playing offense, and generally 11 different individuals playing special teams as well. And so there's no carryover. And you had a defense that has been absolutely ravaged by injuries. We've talked about it since week 5 when Aiden went down. To be able to stand up at those times against the best receiver. Amik Robertson was the highlight, I thought. The way that he was able to limit Justin Jefferson. That's the story of the game.
I didn't realize he had known him since high school. These guys are both in Louisiana.
Oh, yeah.
He's played against him even in high school and college, and he wasn't going to back down. There's a lot of guys that look at Justin Jefferson, whether they want to admit it or not, they know they can't hang with him. Amik's confident. He's a dog, and he was great in the red zone. He dropped a near pick in the red zone, but he was all over Jefferson. They took him out of the game like nobody does in football. And then there's Alex Anzalone, who was all over the football, emotional leader for this football team. How big a difference can he make? I think we saw, John, and I think the fact that Minnesota felt they had to keep up with Detroit, they went for it a couple times in the red zone. They left points on the table, and they gave their offense a chance to rev up. See, I wasn't panicking. I saw what you saw. I wasn't happy with up front, but I knew they'd get going, and they had them right where they wanted them when they had the lead at the half. I knew the offense would find the end zone a couple times, and the defense gave them a chance. Yeah,
and there's a lot on Twitch about Darnold choked. I think that's maybe part of it. I think he just was who he really is against the Lions defense. And then there's another one here that says, let's put that to rest. The Darnold is on Goff's level. I agree.
Yeah,
he's not on Goff's level.
That drive drove me nuts, man. And I talked about it. That's why I thought the Lions would win this game and win it at least comfortably. There's such a difference in the quarterbacks. I thought there was a glaring stat nobody wanted to talk about going into the game. Darnold's QBR was way down with Aaron Rodgers, like around 20. Usually, if you're winning at the rate the Vikings are, your QB almost has like an inflated QBR, but it wasn't there because of his propensity to turn the ball over. I don't think he choked last night. I think he showed what he really is.
Well, they gave a bunch of good stats. He would hold the ball all season long.
Yep.
And I think that opened the door for him to get pressured. And then he was seeing ghosts again, and he's sailing balls. And while you could say he wasn't sharp and it was his fault, you got to give the Lions defense credit for speeding him up. Aaron Glenn had a great game plan where they were throwing pressures at him, trying to throw him off his spot. And then once they sped him up, they didn't even have to blitz the whole way. I thought it was a great job. Give him all the flowers today, Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, there's no question. There's another comment about the shades.
Yeah.
They look like hangover shades.
A little bit.
Yeah. Are you saying you're a little bit hungover?
It's not what I said.
Okay.
You know what? One thing I thought when I looked at myself with these ridiculous things on, and I'm bald, that there weren't many bald people in the disco era. And it almost looks like I'm trying to be Pitbull instead.
A little bit. No, you look more like Telly Savalas.
I need a wig if I'm going to do this next time.
And it doesn't have to be the last time. That's kind of the beauty of this, is when this team kicks ass like this and wins by double digits, the disco's open.
So what do you guys make? I love Campbell's initial, and we'll play the whole locker room, but when he said, it looks like we remember who the F we are. And I guess that speaks to the confidence that I have in this team, the trust. Every time you seem to doubt them, that to me, that's what the kneecap mentality is all about. You see Gibbs get completely popped, and then he plays a game like that. That could have rattled a young player. I mean, Collinsworth pointed it out on the broadcast.
Yeah.
It's just the will, and they spoke also of after the game about the 3-year build up to this, the 3-4 year with Campbell. Last night, everything was on the line that they have tried to get to for that amount of time. And to not trust this team thinking that going in with home field, I feel like we almost overreacted to the Buffalo game a little bit. The MVP came in here and played at an MVP caliber level. They knocked the Lions on, kicked them in the teeth, right?
Mm-hmm. And
then the Lions tried to fight their way back in that game, but they didn't have many answers. But now you just see, like, we all know what Alex Anzalone is. He's just a good, solid football player. But they needed him. He made some really big plays early in that game last night that you just showed they didn't have that.
Well, it goes back to, the moment that Dan came on and dropped the 2 F-bombs, right? It was you remember where you came from, eating moldy bread. And now all of a sudden, hey, I think this team absolutely remembered what that was like, and they've responded. And you saw that response in full force yesterday against the Vikings.
I mean, I think like last night, you're going against a guy like Darnold, who the first Jefferson red zone touchdown attempt, Jefferson could have caught that. It still wasn't a very good throw. The other one was horrendous. You can't count on that. So maybe when you're playing a better QB in the playoffs, game's going to be a little bit tighter, right? Because they get the touchdown. And I just thought everything that this team has dug in for, Decker referred to it, it's just, it almost was a self-fulfilling prophecy for me this year. Does that mean they're going to the Super Bowl? No.
Sure feels like it, though.
Yes, it does.
You know what I mean? Sure feels like it.
I mean, the stats are now in their favor. Percentages over history. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it's about sitting at 80% right now.
It feels like greater than 50% they will play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's Allen. I don't know if it's Mahomes. I don't know if it's Lamar. It feels like they're going to be there in New Orleans, Bourbon Street, ready to play for the Super Bowl. The path goes through Detroit.
And as good as Gibbs was last night, early on, I thought they missed Montgomery a little bit.
Sure, and he should be back, and he could be back for their first playoff game.
And I do want to make this note. There's a high likelihood, this is not a guarantee yet, the schedule is not out, but that they're going to play the 19th, the Sunday, because all the NFC games are the last 3 games this coming weekend. And the fact that they could play the Vikings or Rams, they play Monday night. They are not giving a team short rest.
Monday to Saturday, no.
Monday to Saturday, there's no way. So I would expect the Lions to play on that Sunday for sure, barring some wild stadium scheduling conflict that's going on somewhere else.
Let's get to the phones. You guys have a lot to say, and there's a lot to celebrate, and there's a lot to feel good about with this football team. Kyle in Farmington, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to share a little special moment from the game yesterday. Yesterday in, maybe the late fourth quarter, they panned to Aiden Hutchinson on the sideline, and he was plugging his ears, and then he looks at the Jumbotron, and I've never heard a louder stadium in my entire life. It was absolutely electric last night.
Having him down on the sideline is great.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So what I took from that, sure, for the team, it's great, but you're not allowed to be on the sideline unless you can get out of the way and defend yourself. He's obviously well enough to be able to move out of the way if something happens on the sidelines. I took that as an indicator. Again, I'm not sitting there, and he didn't say, hey, I predict to be back at the Super Bowl. He's willing himself to be back by the Super Bowl. But it was a great sign to me that, hey, if he's good enough to be on the sidelines, it's a great step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's great to have him on the sidelines. It'll be even better to have him in uniform.
Oh, yeah.
248-539-9797. We have Overreactions coming up at 7:02. Some of the biggest storylines from the weekend, both NFL and some local Detroit teams that need some love as well. Open lines if you want to talk about our football team. 15-2, 6-0 in the toughest division in football. Back-to-back division champs. And the Super Bowl goes through Detroit. It's 97-1. We all start the new year off with resolutions, a better diet. You want to start working out more, but don't forget about your teeth. That's part of your health too. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist in 2024, make a plan to get back and get to a dentist and see them. 1-800-PAINLESS, that's brightsidedental.com. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton, and that's the same thing they've been doing, personalized care, free of judgment. They're accepting new patients, $35 new patient special. And the big thing, if you have a dental emergency, you know how painful that can be. Brightside Dental offers same-day appointments. That's 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. How about them Lions? Truly something special happening here.
Something in every phase of that game. We're talking a lot about the defense, and especially the secondary, because of Hockenson, Addison, Jefferson, the way that they were able to stand up, especially in the red zone, where Minnesota had been so good. They were 60% touchdown conversion rate inside the red zone, and last night 0 for 4.
They showed a stat that the Vikings had only gone for it on fourth down, 10 times all season. They felt like they had to keep up with Dan Campbell. I think his presence, this team, they intimidated Kevin O'Connell into getting away from what they do. They didn't take points early, and then they kind of had to chase, and they're going back and forth, and I thought they lacked a spine. I thought Dan Campbell shoved him in a metaphorical locker, and I thought Ben Johnson got the offense going in the second half. Jared Goff, they did what they do against Brian Flores. They scored 30 points, and they got there. It wasn't there early, but the defense gave them a chance, and the offense did what they do. They poured on. And this team has done this to a bunch of teams this season, but to do it to a 14-win team with everything on the line, I mean, that's as good as it gets, guys. Many of you were at that game, and I loved seeing Lions fans mocking the Skol chant late in the game. I love Lions fans going, wait, where are these Vikings fans? Well, where's $2 million doesn't get very far, apparently.
Well, no, I mean, if you're talking about 2,000 tickets in what
is a 65,000-person stadium.
It's a small amount, but it's when you look at how both teams got to 14-2, they got there in different ways. The Lions played a first-place schedule. And I think you could see that last night. They were a much better 14-2 team, now 15-2, number one seed, versus how the Vikings got there. How many one-score games did the Vikings win? How many times did we come away going, they just won't go away? But it was a last-place schedule that the Vikings were playing.
Yeah.
And
it's
so
true.
When you are tested, and I talked about this the last couple of weeks, when you are being pushed by the Eagles for that one seed, they eventually fell by the wayside. When you are being pushed by the Vikings and they just simply won't go away, you are forced to play really good football every single week. You are forced to continue to get better. That pressure is always there, and they stood up and they were counted every time they had to be.
It's remarkable. And again, not to belabor it, we want to get to your phone calls. The path to the Super Bowl goes through Detroit. I don't think it's at all should be minimized what that means. This team gets a much-needed breather. They had a Week 5 bye. They have a bunch of guys banged up. They get a bye. Then they'll face the worst team remaining in the NFC playoffs. And then they'll be in the NFC title game, hosting it for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. They don't have to go on the road in the NFC playoffs. They don't have to play 3 games to get to the Super Bowl. And it feels like this team's going to New Orleans. Feels like this team's going to play for a Super Bowl. You got to go out and earn it, John. I know, cart before the horse, but you have been on this from the beginning. You had them winning 14 games. And only did we get to November when I said, you know what, I think, Eric, they're a 15-win team. But the point has remained all year. This team has exceeded all expectations, and the goal is the Super Bowl, and they've done everything in their power to give them the best chance to do it.
And you mentioned it, the fact that Kevin O'Connell is probably having nightmares about Dan Campbell. And that game, the way that game went, Dan Campbell forced Kevin O'Connell to do certain things that are uncharacteristic. How about Ben Johnson against Brian Flores? He is undefeated against them. The fact that they were able to operate and continue to change things, and then you get down to a 4th down, and you're thinking at this point, hey, Dan, just kick the field goal. Go up 3 scores. They get to the line of scrimmage, and a hard count, and the defense jumps. 1st down, and you go in and score. Like that, to me, it's a mentality that forces the defense, whether it's coaching, it's Brian Flores, or it's just the defense out there thinking, we've got to get a stop right now. They're going for it on 4th down. They've sold us on that all year long. And then all of a sudden, it's simply just a hard count, and we'll take the 1st down.
And St. Brown's dance on that was spectacular.
Think about it, though. The fourth downs are a huge part of why this team wins. They had a 4th and 5 on their first touchdown drive that Goff stood in and made a big throw. Gibbs touchdown the next play. Their second touchdown was on 4th down, Gibbs catching the football. And then you're right, another touchdown later in the game was because of the anticipation of them going for it on 4th down. They capitalized on the extra down, whereas Minnesota wilted. Red zone, 4th down, critical plays. Team's built for it. 248-539-9797. We're going to play Dan Campbell's full locker room speech, 7:18 this morning. Let's get to the phones. Marcus in East Point. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Man, you guys stole like all my points.
Sorry.
Right there, especially the 4th down. That was classic Dan Campbell sticking O'Connor in the locker, whatever his name is, in the locker for real, and that's gonna pay dividends the next time we play him. I mean, it's a whole season's worth of that dude just making perfect decisions, and so many people doubting him. I don't hear that anymore. Everybody's riding the wave, and this dude is got his team playing so well. And I was really proud of the way Big Robinson. He was in Jefferson's hip pocket the whole game.
Mm-hmm. He definitely. Go ahead.
That was an awesome performance. I want to say, because you guys talked about losing sleep. I'm in Grand Rapids already, so you know how much sleep I got.
Oh, man. Jeez.
Yeah, but you know what? It doesn't feel like it, right? It'll hit you later today, but right now you're feeling jazzed up, right? Aren't you?
I'm so excited. I look forward. You guys know I look forward to being able to call and talk to y'all. It makes my drive up here so much easier. And I got season tickets coming for next year. I turned them down this year, so we're really gonna have fun next year.
All right,
Marcus, love it. Love seeing you on hold when you call in the mornings. Love being part of this.
I appreciate you guys. I feel like I know a bunch of celebrities, and I'm part of this too.
You are, and that's every Lions fan, everybody that was there last night, everybody that was watching on TV. Everybody really feels like this team, like they're all a part of it. And the way that the Ford Field crowd last night was a part of that game, affected that game. It was palpable, and I was just watching on TV, but you could feel it coming through the TV.
Justin in Clarkston, good morning. You're part of this. You're on 97.1.
How you doing this morning, guys?
Good.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. One thing I wanted to add on to your guys' ideas about Sam Darnold and his bad efforts in the red zone is let's not forget they were inside the 10-yard line for 2 different drives, 10 different plays. Technically 9 because they kicked a field goal in play number 10. And they passed all 9 of those plays. Overthrow. At some point, you have to just feed Aaron Jones the ball. Now, I'm a diehard Lions fan. I love to see it, but, you know, Sam Darnold, he wasn't ready. I don't think the offensive coordinator was ready as well.
Yeah, I was a little shocked that they weren't more balanced and close, especially the Lions got the stop, Terry and Arnold on a 4th down. It was like a 4th and 2. I don't understand why they didn't run it on the 3rd and 2 because you might gain a yard and put the Lions in a 4th and 1, and then you don't know. But they were insistent that Sam Darnold was going to find someone, and he couldn't deliver, and he couldn't hit plays accurately.
Well, that's the difference of when you are used to going forward on 4th down, your players are used to it. It's a different play call that you call on 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 4, knowing that, hey, if we get to 4th and 2, we get to 4th and 1, we're going for it. Like it's a completely different mindset and different call sheet that you're using versus, hey, 3rd and 5, if we don't pick it up, we're punting. So you're trying to call something that gets you 6 yards versus something that just gets you close to converting, and then you convert on 4th.
The Lions had a 3rd and 8 early in the game. They ran it, and they lost yards. And I got a text from someone, what are they doing? You don't understand. 3rd and 8, they could pick it up as is.
Yeah.
That's how good they are in the ground. And they're also setting up potentially a 3rd and 3. Now, it didn't work, but that's the thought all season long is they know they've got the 4th down in their back pocket, that they will go for it. And where other teams are playing with 3 downs, the Lions have said, hold on, I read the rule book.
Yeah, we get 4. Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, we got some overreactions from the weekend, including a note from the Pistons and the Red Wings, storylines across the NFL, and more. It's 97.1. all across the NFL, and a note on our hockey team and basketball team. Let's start in the NFL. The Vikings are one and done. They will be eliminated in LA next Monday. Not impressed with Sam Darnold. I think that's a big emotional football game they just lost, and now they're reeling.
I think it's a bit of an overreaction. I do believe that Kevin O'Connell is a really good coach. I think he'll have them ready to go. It's a tough trip to go out there and try and rebound after this game. And how about all of the looks that we saw from Justin Jefferson, from Sam Darnold, from that defense, from everybody about midway through the third quarter. In fact, Justin Jefferson looked very defeated with as many red zone trips as they had in the first half before halftime even got there. But the look of defeat in the middle of the fourth quarter from every Vikings player, that's hard to overcome. I think they can, so I think it's a bit of an overreaction at this point.
I do too, because first off, the Rams don't really have a home field, so I think there will be a Viking contingent there. I think that O'Connell is a McVay protege. That means O'Connell's familiar with what McVay likes to do offensively. And while I would think the Rams and I would pick them to win straight up, at least right now, I think this thing's a toss-up. Too much respect still for what the Vikings have done. And just because the best team in the NFL beat them bad last night doesn't mean the Rams will do the same.
The biggest fraud in the NFL is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's amazing. I
still can't believe I did that.
I forgot that's the last time you and I talked. You dropped the Mew on the Christmas present.
I think we have
that
to explain what the Mew is.
For people who weren't listening, John was so gracious and kind and got me a Christmas gift, and it was a stocking with a cat on it, and it said MEOW. But the O had like a
cat face in it.
And my stupid brain read it as MEW. Live on the air, just total idiot.
Mew,
yes, and it was the Bronner's t-shirt. Yeah.
Anyway, the Pittsburgh Steelers are the biggest fraud in the NFL. They've lost 4 straight games, haven't scored more than 17 points. They are the biggest frauds. John, is that an overreaction? If not, who is? Who's a bigger fraud than them?
Gosh, it's I think there are a bunch of frauds in the playoffs. The Vikings might be one of them.
Packers.
Packers. I think we're going to truly see when the Packers go to Philly what Jordan Love is. I mean, think about what we've been talking about, what the Lions have done in division, what the Vikings, even though they're playing a last place schedule, have done in division. How about Green Bay in division? 1-5? Yikes. Bears were 1-5. They split. And Packers lost both to the Vikings and both obviously to the Lions. I think the Packers are the biggest frauds.
Yeah, I think there's 3 candidates here, so there's no reaction. I think the Steelers, the Broncos, and the Packers all kind of belong together. You know, the Steelers beat the Broncos very early in the year. I think that was in Mile High, by the way. I would pick the Steelers probably to beat the Broncos at home, I guess. Listen, I'll admit I was wrong. I thought the Steelers were for real. I thought they had something going, and they've just kind of regressed back to, I think, what most people thought they were. I still like Mike Tomlin as a coach.
I think it's the regression isn't necessarily the Steelers. It's Russell Wilson.
Yeah. I'm willing to jump the gun. Michael Penix, add him to the list of rookie quarterbacks better than Caleb Williams. That list is 3. Daniels, Nix, and Penix. Some of the throws he's made have been super impressive.
They have been. I'm not okay. It's a small sample size. And he was given the benefit of sitting, learning, watching versus Caleb Williams being thrown into the fire with a staff that was not prepared to operate with the offensive weapons that they had. I mean, they did it to Justin Fields. They've started out doing it to Caleb Williams. I think it's a bit of an overreaction just because it's a rookie season. Caleb Williams had it stacked against him. I think he's still going to be good. I'm not ready to say that Bo Nix. I'm ready to say, and I said it before, I think Daniels is the best of the bunch. I thought he should have been the number 1 overall pick, but he's gone out and proven it, and I'm glad he's with my guys.
Yeah, overreaction too soon. I don't know if there's just enough tape yet on Penix that for defense is the plan for him. However, you're dead on with his accuracy. I would project that this would potentially happen, but I just think I haven't seen enough of them yet. I think Nix, so we put it in the Thursday touchdown a few weeks ago, I think Nix and Daniels are going to have better careers than Caleb Williams.
Tyreek Hill, his time as a star is officially over. 3 100-yard games all season, the first of his career under 1,000 yards since 2019 when he missed some time. John, he's just not that player, and if you listen to him, he's out.
Yeah, he's out, and I think those comments, he still is fast. He's still a good receiver, but you want a guy on your team, like we heard from Terrion Arnold, that felt like I was letting my team down because he got hurt. Like that this is the first time he hasn't been in the playoffs. As soon as he's not in the playoffs, I'm out. I'm going to explore because I need to feed my family. That's what he said. I need to do what's best for my family. Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, he is looking like a front runner here big time with those comments. Maybe he walks it back. Maybe it was a little raw emotion yesterday. If he walks it back, I think I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But look, when he doesn't have a great option in the receiving game, which I thought Waddle took a step back this year, and there were injuries, and there's a lot going on in Miami. But when he had Kelsey previously, the other thing right now, too, is the NFL is just taking away the deep plays. That's what most teams are doing right now. We've seen his best days, but I still think he's going to show us a little something.
Calling my shot now. Titans have the first pick. Cam Ward will be the number 1 pick.
It's way too early to be talking about who the first overall pick is. I think there's some good options. I think Shedeur will be in that. I think Travis Hunter will be in that discussion. We've seen so many guys, whether it's Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, like all of a sudden jettison up to the number 1 overall pick. Here's the beautiful thing about where we are with the Lions. We haven't talked about mock drafts at all. The only thing we've talked about is, are they picking 31 or 32?
Right. And I mean, usually something we do on this show also is talk about the Lions' opponents next year. We haven't mentioned them yet, although they are out. John, who would be the Mayfield guy that would jettison up? Who's that guy sitting out there maybe in this draft right now? Because I think this is an overreaction for now. I love that you're calling your shot because you get to say, you get that receipt. But I just think it's a little premature. I mean, the Titans right now, I think there's questions about the coach and the GM down there, a complete and total blow up. So way too soon. But John, who would be the guy that would
Well, that's a tough question. I'm not sure. I haven't done the deep dive. I obviously cover college football, but
scouting's different though.
I'm not even sure. I think when you're looking at that individual, you've got to look at other positions other than the quarterback position. And I don't know where the Titans are going to go. Is there somebody there that still believes in Will Levis?
Oh, gosh, I would hope not.
I would hope not, but is it a coaching issue? Is it a play calling issue versus a player issue?
Right. And how about this? It's just so soon to do this that what about a Shedeur and Dion package to Tennessee? You want to talk about altering and changing your franchise and getting an identity? Wow.
Well, yeah, you'd have an identity. I'm not sure it'd be a winning identity.
Well, at least, but I'm telling you what right now, I've been on this a few times this year. That franchise is a joke right now.
Are they just simply trying to sell tickets? If that's the case, I certainly could see Dion and Shedeur.
I mean, you had the coach they just fired after last year. They went against Mike Vrabel, and they're getting what they deserve. And he's going to get hired in New England, and New England fired Mayo after 1 year because he's such a good coaching candidate.
Unless he goes to the Jets.
Nah.
Firing Derek Lalonde saved the Red Wings season, and the playoffs are on the table. They've won 4 straight. There's offense. There's puck possession. They're out shooting the other team. There's a real buzz, and it's more than a coaching bump.
I'm not going to say it saved their season because the players are still, who they are. There's certainly. I mean, what did he say? I mean, I think Lalonde, even before he left, said, or Yzerman was it that said, "Hey, we're a 3-game win streak away from being back in the hunt." They're only 3 back of that last wild card spot at this point. There's still so much of the season. I'm not sure it saved their season, but you know what? No, I think it did.
Does saving mean make the playoffs?
Yeah.
Man,
Listen,
you rat bastard on this one. Seriously.
Winning in Winnipeg is a statement win.
Yes, no.
No question.
That opened my eyes because I thought they were getting a coaching bump. But, I mean, to hold the Jets to just 2 goals means a defensive effort was in place that hasn't been there all year. Not an overreaction. Your Wings are coming back. You're going to love going to these games. Heck, I don't think there is not a Wings game the day of the NFC Championship. So you won't be there.
Oh, jeez.
Last one. Cade Cunningham is an all-star, and the Pistons will be in the play-in. If you didn't watch on Saturday night, that's all right, but he went toe-to-toe with Ant Edwards, and Cade had a 40-point game with 9 assists, minimal turnovers, and they beat them handily on a back-to-back. Things are happening with this basketball team. I think 5 of the last 6 are wins. They are 8-3 in the last 30 days.
Losing Jaden Ivey is going to hurt down the stretch, but I do think Cade Cunningham is an all-star. I do think he is a guy that is showing that he can carry this team at moments. And, I mean, he did go head-to-head with the Ant-Man. Ant-Man outscored him, but Cade got the last laugh because they won.
He's an all-star. The only thing that would trump that, or he wouldn't make it at this point, is if he got hurt very soon. That might be kind of like the Lions lost some Pro Bowlers.
Track record. I mean, he's been hurt.
And that's why I'm going to say for now overreaction, because the only thing with Cade is he's got to stay healthy. Can he endure this? And will this team, if he stays healthy, they will be in the play-in round.
And those are your weekend Overreact Gyms. 97.1.
Hey, it's National Weigh-In Day, and your New Year's resolution may be to lose weight. And if it is, you can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us right now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100, Ideal You works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds overall in the 40 days. And since then, I am down 70 pounds, and I got to eat real whole food, no shakes or bars. Ideal You's weight loss coaches work with you every step of the way. They want you to be successful. Your coach is going to help you lose weight, and they're going to help you keep it off. I think I'm a great example of that. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company that have helped thousands of people just like you and me to lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal You customers, 9 out of 10, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start the new year right, lose weight, and get a $200 Visa gift card along with it. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
Victory Monday is here. A 15-2 football team. John?
Yes, sir.
We've been playing Dan Campbell audio on Mondays. That locker room speech is the stuff of legends. Let's let people hear it.
Let's do it.
Campbell's drop on my board. Oh, is it? Every time it hits.
Amazing.
Every time. You remember who the F you are.
I mean, the way that team played, especially defensively, with the aggression that they played with, the confidence that they played with all game long. Justin Jefferson, 3 catches on 9 targets. I mean, it just – and Amik Robertson dropped an interception in the end zone that just would have been unbelievable. It was right after the Goff pick, this first pick. Could have got the ball right back. And they did by forcing them to go for it on 4th down and stopping them.
He wasn't intimidated. He's a dog. Amik Robertson stepping up. Hell of a game by him. Anzalone. Those guys deserve game balls. This Lions defense was tattered and bruised and beat up and just not very good leading into that game. And they needed to be because the offense, John, I know you were hitting on this earlier, the offensive line was not good to start that football game. They did not sustain drives. They were not scoring points. But the defense gave them a chance. They hung in enough to where that offense perked up and ended up winning the game handily. And it's part of why we had the disco music today. I mean, it's the double-digit disco. It's an emphatic win. It's a home win. It's the game we've been waiting for. It cements. You know what cements, John? It cements this team's winning the Super Bowl. Right? The path has been laid out for them now.
Well, and when Montgomery went down, it was great to see him there yesterday and hear the news of his workout on Saturday that, you know, it feels like he's going to be back in 2 weeks. That's what the bye week does. It allows another week so you don't have to force something too early. And maybe Anzalone was forced a little bit early, but he showed up and he played out, and he was a difference maker. But Jahmyr Gibbs, 42% of the offensive plays went through Jahmyr Gibbs. He had 28 touches on 66 plays. 23 runs, 5 catches. He was an absolute animal all day long. And the question was, first of all, why take a running back at 12? Answered that question. And he's answered that question since he's stepped on the field.
But that was the best game he's played, probably, right? 4 touchdowns in that matchup against one of the best run defenses in the NFL.
The best players play their best games in the biggest moments. He definitely put his stamp on that.
Do you know who led the NFL in touchdowns this season?
Well, it's Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah. I mean, it's Yep.
Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, boys, fans packed Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum over the weekend, all hoping to really experience this vintage arcade one last time before it moves to a new location. So this arcade museum, it's been open at the current location at this Hunter Square shopping center on Orchard Lake and 14 Mile Road since 1990. The building where it currently sits is about to be demolished. It's going to be, redeveloped. And the manager at the arcade said the past few days went from crazy to pandemonium with so many people showing up. And like I said, it's not closing for good. It is moving. It's going to reopen at a new location in West Bloomfield. They say hopefully sometime this summer, but they just say, they're going to try their best to create the same type of feel and environment, but it's going to be different because it is going to be a new location. So I know it was a beloved spot for lots of people. East Point police took a man into custody after he shot his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. And police say this suspect disguised himself as a woman. He wore like a wig, pink tight pants, a pink shirt, and like a black jacket. And it all happened on Friday. Approached the suspect, had a brief conversation with him, then pulled out a gun and shot him in the chest. He then fled on foot, but police were able to find him at his home. The suspect also shot at officers, but was taken into custody, as well as his girlfriend as well, for further investigation. And it does sound like the new boyfriend is going to be okay, the man who was shot. So just what?
It's crazy.
What?
It's
You're jealous? It's all jealousy? You
Yes.
don't want...
shoot him in the chest.
But you have a new girl. I mean, he has a new girlfriend.
Right.
Because she was taken into custody as well for questioning. So it's like, what? Move on, people.
Were they
like,
her
what is
pants
this?
that he was wearing?
Probably.
You got boyfriend jeans, right? Now you got girlfriend pants?
Girlfriend pants. Could be. Detroit police are mourning the loss of a fellow officer who was killed in an off-duty car crash over the weekend. 32-year-old officer Cameron Richardson actually just finished his shift. He was driving home. This was right around midnight on Saturday when he was hit by a van, which caused then a rollover accident. The suspect, a 28-year-old man, fled the scene, but there was other people in the van who were taken into custody. And Richardson had been on the force for just over a year after serving in the military, and he leaves behind 2 daughters. Very sad. So nobody wants to finish in last place in a fantasy football league, right? Like,
No.
you don't want to be the biggest loser among all your friends or your, whoever you're playing in this league with. And most leagues have some sort of, awful punishment planned for the last place finisher. We've heard about some, the Waffle House one. I hadn't heard about this one. There was a 32-year-old guy who had to take the ACTs.
Oh, no.
Pretty funny. I like that.
Oh, no.
But anyway, there's one league in Philadelphia that came up with a new, unique punishment. The last place finisher had to bowl a perfect game. And because it is nearly impossible to do unless you are, an elite bowler, there were some other rules. So the bowler can have 10 pins removed off of their score for each beer or hot dog they consume at the bowling alley.
Oh, boy.
So
the ending sounds awful.
It really does, doesn't it?
Oh, my goodness.
Sounds awful. And I guess the guy who actually had to do this was an awful bowler. It took him 9 games, 19 beers, only 3 hot dogs.
What? Only 3 hot dogs?
Yeah. He drank most of his calories and
oh, wow.
finally completed the task.
See, but the more beers you have, I imagine the worse bowler you are, so it's
Yes.
really not helping you.
No.
It's not at all. No.
No.
Sounds awful.
Must have been
to me.
bad hot dogs.
No
I would have
kidding.
chose the hot dog.
Yeah, put down 5 or 6 real quick. Give yourself a little cushion.
I don't know.
Joey Chestnut would have no issue with this.
No.
None.
No.
I don't know what kind of bowler he is, but he doesn't need to be a good
Doesn't
bowler.
need to be a good
At that
bowler,
point,
yeah.
he doesn't have
Wouldn't
to.
matter.
Heather with the news. All right, we got more Lions thoughts coming up next. Open phone lines as we celebrate the team that wins the North, wins the 1 seed, and has the path paved to the Super Bowl. It's 97-1.
Hey, we're in the middle of a beautiful cold snap. Don't let the cold creep into your house. If you need your furnace service today, do what I did. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. So if you woke up, it's cold in the house, give Mastercraft a call. Plus, they've got a 5-year warranty, so you know that you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details or visit mastercraftheating.com.
I believe your reaction was, what a tool.
What a tool, and you're a dork. There's no way around it. But I love the fact that you were right.
The one-upsmanship way back in November, and we both arrived.
Way back. Yes.
Way back.
Yeah, about 45 days ago.
But it was clear when they didn't lose to Minnesota the first time without Aiden, when they didn't lose to Green Bay outdoors in the elements, it was clear this team was destined for this 1 seed, that they were on a collision course with home field.
Well, I mean, let's just talk about that first Minnesota game where they spotted them 10 points. Dan Campbell with the fake punt in their own side of the field, doesn't convert. In fact, it wasn't even close. And they spotted them 10 points, and they said, no, Aiden Hutchinson, we'll give you 10 points. We're still going to beat you in your place. Like, that's where, and okay, it was Dallas, and it was the ability to right some wrongs. That's where you really started to feel excited about this team. It was the trip to Minnesota. It was Thursday night in Green Bay. It was the weather. And there were just so many different opportunities. And, yeah, there was a bump along the way with the loss to Buffalo. But they've always responded. They have not lost back-to-back games since that first season.
We've got open phone lines. This is a fun show to do. We can bask in it a little bit, right? Job's not done, but the Lions got themselves a really good draw now. They don't have to play this week. They can rest guys. Terrion Arnold was in a boot, says he plans on being back for the playoffs. David Montgomery, the thought is, will be back for the first game they play in the postseason. Alex Anzalone's already back and should only get better now that he's got his feet under him. This team will host the worst remaining NFC playoff team, and if they win, they will host the NFC title game to go to the Super Bowl, and we know home field has been a huge indicator of who advances in these conference championship games. 8 of the last 10 have gone to the home side in the NFC. The Lions have paved their path to go to the Super Bowl. It may have cemented it for you. What is your takeaway? 248-539-9797. I think you could look at Dan Campbell and highlight that he stuffed Kevin O'Connell in a locker. Mm-hmm. I think his mere presence was intimidating for Minnesota. They felt they had to go for it on some fourth downs, and then they had to chase some points later in the game. And John, this Lions team converts a 4th and 5 to set up their first touchdown. They convert another 4th down to score their second touchdown. This defense bowed up in the red zone, and the offense, I knew they'd get going at some point, put it away. And it's why we've mixed in some disco music this morning to win the division, to go 6-0, to do it that way. What do you say? 248-539-9797.
Yeah, the double-digit disco is open, and we're wearing it this morning. If you want to see it, it's on Twitch. But it's, when you think about this game, what are the takeaways from this game? The takeaway is, the question was, is the defense possibly good enough to be able to win a Super Bowl? And I think that what they showed yesterday, now again, it's Sam Darnold, it's not Josh Allen. It was Sam Darnold, it's not Patrick Mahomes. It was Sam Darnold, but it's not Lamar Jackson. All three of those quarterbacks that I just mentioned, you're not going to face until you actually get to the Super Bowl, and hopefully at that point, more reinforcements are coming. We don't know if that's true or not.
Could be Carlton Davis, Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Barnes. I mean, could be.
But this defense showed that against the best receiver and one of the best receiving corps, a top 3 receiving corps in the NFL, that they're good enough. That the defense found different ways to apply pressure to Sam Darnold to be able to win that game, hold them to single digits, hold them to 3 field goals.
On a day where teams are going to be firing their head coach, that's a hell of a performance by Aaron Glenn. Give him his flowers today.
Oh, I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? As soon as New England won, they fired Jared Mayo. Mm-hmm. We're going to see more. I mean, it's Black Monday for a reason, right? There's going to be a lot of coaches that get the call, hey, you're not welcome back in this building. Please turn in your security card. We'll ship you your stuff. And they're going to be looking for Ben Johnson. They're going to be looking for Aaron Glenn. This is going to be a staff that in the offseason, going into next year, is not going to look the same. I don't know what it looks like, but it won't be the same.
And it puts an emphasis on getting it done. But, man, the road is so much better after winning that game. Let's get to the phones. Mike in Washington Township. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Oh, what up, fellas? Happy Victory Monday. Forward down the field. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let's talk about that defense real quick, huh?
Yeah.
What was your favorite? What was your favorite moment of that defense?
Favorite moment? Probably when Zadarius Smith got his second sack for sure. That boy is an animal. Got revenge on his old team. even Amik Robertson. Can we talk about him real quick? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the way that he played against Justin Jefferson, and the fact that they highlighted this has been going on since high school. I did not know that.
Me neither.
But the fact that he was, I mean, he brought his A-plus game.
Yeah, especially after Terrion went down and went out. I think he stepped up even more. I think he was one of the best offseason pickups we had this offseason. And, man, I called in when we lost to the Bills, and I said the stadium was not loud. It wasn't rocking. Boy, was I wrong. The stadium, I couldn't even hear the $2 million that they spent on seats. They maybe had 5 Vikings fans in my section. It was crazy. What a game.
So, Mike, let me ask you, what time did you get into the stadium? Because I talked to TJ at about 6 o'clock. He said the place was already packed and rocking. What time did you walk through the gate?
Well, first, let's take it back 7 more hours. I got in the parking lot at 12:30, tailgating all day.
Attaboy.
We walked into the stadium, I'd say 6:45, 7 o'clock for sure. And it was Jared Goff chants. It was just electric. We were humming. We were buzzing. It was absolutely nuts. I'm sure you can tell my voice is shot. I'm not going to be able to talk for the next 3 days. But, hey, it's fine because we got the bye week and we got 2 weeks of rest. Hey, we good. We good.
Good luck today. At some point, you're going to hit the wall, man.
Oh, dude, I'm driving to work right now with one eye open. But I just had to call in and give my 2 cents. Y'all enjoy this.
Oh, we will.
We will, and I think everybody will. Appreciate the phone call.
I think there's going to be a lot of one-eyed driving into work today. And don't worry, when you get there, I think it's going to be a misery loves company.
I love the $2 million story so much for so many reasons. The first of which is the reason they could only get 1,900 tickets is because Lions fans have driven the price up because this team is in such demand that their $2 million didn't get them very far. On top of it, of the 1,900 tickets roughly that they had, they sold them to Vikings fans at a discount.
Yeah.
But those Viking fans
turned around
are such little bitches that they sold the tickets back anyway to Lions fans. They didn't even get 2,000 people for their $2 million. Their fan base wasn't invested enough to take a gift from the team who tried, and the Lions fans engulfed the stadium again. You couldn't convince me there were 500 Viking fans there.
Well, and you think about, okay, they spent $2 million. When you hear that number, you're like, wow, that's a lot. That's got to be a lot of tickets.
Oh, what'd they get? 5,000? No,
it's 2,000 tickets amongst 65,000. That's a drop in the bucket. And Lions fans, when they go to Soldier Field, when they went to Minnesota, when they went to San Francisco, last year when they went to LA, I mean, so many different times they have taken over Green Bay.
By the way, done without bankrolled by the Lions.
Yeah, exactly.
The Lions didn't have to bankroll those takeovers. That just happened organically because of you guys, because of this fan base. And Minnesota can't even fake it. They can't even force it. It's great. I loved it.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty.
248-539-9797. We got a bunch of phone calls to get to. We'll hear from you guys coming up next. Takeaways, how you're feeling. Bask in it. Division champs, 1 seed, 97-1.
Hey, it's your chance to start the year off right. Planet Fitness, the judgment-free zone, offers so many high-value memberships, and it's what you get out of those memberships to support your fitness journey. If you just want their base membership, it's $15 a month. Like I mentioned, the judgment-free zone, you got a chance to really change what 2025 is going to be for you. It includes free weights, cable rower, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines. So if you like free weights, they've got it. If you like machines, they've got it. They've got it for everything. They also offer a number of different options for cardio, especially since it's cold outside. You want to work out inside. If you want to upgrade, go to their Black Card membership. You get free fitness training and with knowledgeable trainers focused 100% on you. Over 2,600 clubs nationwide. There's over 50 in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo. You have access to all of them. Plus, you get to bring a guest free any single time that you go. The Black Card membership also offers access to the Black Card Spa, where you can recover with hydro massage and other great amenities. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the Planet Fitness app. Hey, it's about being strong on this planet. It's Planet Fitness, and the hours and amenities They offer them at all the clubs. Check the planetfitness.com website or stop by your local Planet Fitness for more information. Must be 18 years or old to enroll, or 13 to 17 with a parent and guardian.
Now, there we go. Lions. Dan Miller on the call. Win handily. And I got to have it. Big game. Some called it the biggest regular season game in NFL history. And the Lions rose to the occasion.
It's so beautiful. I mean, the anxiety leading up to that game of what was going to happen. And I don't know. I mean, I told my wife, I'm like, hey, no ice cream in the house because I was not going to be able to stop eating it. I'm one that as soon as I have that type of anxiety, I've got to hit the fridge. And I said, I don't want any part of that. It was palpable. And it was excitement all day long as the build-up to the last game of the regular season last night. 2-14-2 teams facing off at Ford Field. And then the Lions absolutely dominated, and especially on defense.
Their defense was the big story, right? The idea they're bad, they're banged up, they're not good enough to win the Super Bowl. Alex Anzalone made a big difference. Amik Robertson made a big difference. Aaron Glenn, give them all the flowers, right? That defense stepped up in the red zone. And I do think Dan Campbell's presence got Kevin O'Connell, they don't attempt a lot of fourth downs, to play their game. He intimidated him. He outcoached him. The Lions were in that game because of the defense, and they won because of the offense late. Like, they are a complete football team who now has the benefit of hosting multiple home playoff games to get to the Super Bowl.
How about Aaron Glenn? With about 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter, they show him on, and he's kicked back on the bench, just reveling in the job that his guys, his coaching staff, everything that they had put together, and legs crossed, arm up, kick back, just taking it all in.
And the game plan was great. Darnold would hold the ball. That was kind of the MO on him. Heat him up, throw him off his timing. And he was seeing ghosts, and he was throwing it high, throwing it early, throwing it late. They got to Sam Darnold, and they affected him, and it changed his mentality. And he was terrible in the red zone. And some of that is Sam Darnold's not very good, but some of that is a credit to the Lions' defense and the game plan.
Well, how about the fact that you go into halftime, right? And the defense had played the way that they did, but you kind of felt like at some point, Justin Jefferson is going to go off. Jordan Addison, Hawkinson. How about the job that Alex Anzalone did on TJ Hawkinson? He was in his hip pocket. I know he got the one PI or holding, whatever they called it.
Yeah.
But his coverage of TJ Hawkinson changed everything about that passing attack because that was the outlet for Sam Darnold. It was the outlet, and it's been the outlet for Jared Goff, right? For Sam Laporta and some of those check down passes. But for Alex Anzalone to play, to match up with him, man-to-man, one-on-one, mano-a-mano, and come away with the win, you just felt like at some point that offense was going to hit some passes, and they just never did. When did you say, you know what, this is just our night? The defense is just going to continue to dominate this passing attack or the offense for Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, the fourth stop in the red zone, Terry and Arnold, they're just going to keep doing this as long as they have to. And it's only going to take one put-away drive, and it ended up being a couple put-away drives for the Lions offense. Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. You guys have a lot to say, a lot to enjoy. Let's get to Chris in South Lyon. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I was wondering if you guys noticed the same thing that I did and if there was a kind of a passing of the torch yesterday as far as Jack Campbell still being the green dot with Anzalone back in the game.
I don't necessarily think it means anything other than they wanted to make sure they felt like Jack Campbell was going to be in that game the entire game. Not sure how long Anzalone would be able to sustain with, coming back even early from the injury. He already said he wasn't 100%. So would he be able to be in there for as much as he possibly was before the injury? I think that was the big question. They just wanted to make sure that they had the rhythm of that defense was not going to change whether Alex Anzalone was in there or not.
All right. I appreciate that perspective. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
Good job.
It's Victory Monday, and we'll get to Craig in Allen Park. He's next up. Craig, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. I just want to say last night, right before I went to bed, the last thing I thought about was Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, how can we not? 23 attempts, 139 yards, 6 yards per carry. I mean, if you ever question the workload of Jahmyr Gibbs with David Montgomery out, I think last night really proved he can do it by himself. I mean, I would love to have Montgomery back, but, man, I'm not worried at all anymore. I mean, just what a performance.
It was unbelievable. And I think the series of the game followed. It was Goff's first interception, and it was the tip pass by Josh Metellus. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, Minnesota gets the ball. They're, on the 13-yard line, 4 plays, and they're forced to kick a field goal. It was 7-0 at that time, and you felt like, oh, no, it's going to be 7-7. How could they possibly not come away with a touchdown? To force a field goal in a sudden change situation, that to me was the statement of the game.
I think it was the second Viking drive that would have been. And it was so big, too, because they didn't want to settle for a field goal. They went for it the previous time, and they didn't get it. So they felt like, well, we have to get something.
Yeah.
And they kick a field goal, and you feel like you had them, that they were settling, they were trailing, they were playing your game, they were in their own head. It was perfect.
The funny thing about it was actually their 4th drive.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, and the announcers mentioned it at the beginning of the game. It's the first time all season long that Minnesota had to punt on the first 2 drives.
Okay, it was their second red zone trip.
Second red zone trip, yeah. So they forced the turnover on downs. So then the Lions get it. They go 7 plays. They don't go anywhere, and that's the tip pass by Josh Metellus where they intercept it. They take it to the 13, and then they come away after 4 downs with only 3 points. That, to me, was the kick in the teeth to Minnesota, where they just knew at that point, hey, I don't know that we're going to be able to do anything in the red zone. I don't think we're going to be able to do anything offensively.
248-539-9797. How do you feel after that game? Because I feel like it cements that you're playing for the Super Bowl. Let's get to Harry in Flint. Harry, you're on 97.1. Or Henry in Flint, you're on 97.1. Didn't mean to call you Harry. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing? Good morning on this Victory Monday.
What's up?
Good morning.
Yeah, last time I called y'all gave me a lot of grief for saying I believe no matter what with the Lions, and I still stand by that.
Yep.
I still believe, and after last night, and not gonna lie, they shocked the hell out of me holding them to just 3 field goals and no touchdowns. That was a sigh of relief. And I probably lost my anxiety probably about the 4th quarter because, like you, Jansen, I was thinking about when they're gonna start hitting their receivers, and they never did.
It was unbelievable that the secondary. Well, it was a great marriage between the pass rush. Whether it was blitzes, it was just push by DJ Reader and Levi Onwuzurike in the pocket, or it was the secondary that just played out of their minds.
Well, with this 1 week off, just think it's only gonna get better. It got nowhere else to be but to be better. And this is one of Aaron Jones' finest coaching his game as far as defense being rattled, what have not. Amazing job of him giving him his flowers.
Absolutely, yep. Henry. Appreciate the phone call. A lot of people happy today, and we're going to hear from as many of them as we can as the next hour rolls on. It's 97.1. You know what that means? The double-digit disco.
Yep.
Burn, baby, burn.
And you could see it in full effect on Twitch, twitch.tv, 97 The Ticket.
How would you describe what we're wearing?
Oh, I'd prefer not to describe what you're wearing.
I went all in, baby.
Yeah, you got the disco rainbow shirt on.
Couple weeks late, but we're here. We're dancing. We're discoing.
Hey. And obviously we got the disco chain. We got the
glasses.
The glasses. And no, I did not have eye surgery. If I had eye surgery, this is not the set of sunglasses that I probably would choose to wear, especially at 6 a.m. Now 8 o'clock. It's just not that bright outside.
Jim, you look awesome. People need to check out Twitch and look at you. Like, I actually think you look the part. Like, he looks legit to me with that shirt on and those glasses. Like, I could see you totally walking into Studio 54 and you'd hold your own. Hold your own.
You know what? It would be the approach as well. He would be riding up on his Vespa with the sunglasses, no helmet, the rainbow shirt, and the disco chain, walking in like he owned the place.
That's what the Lions did yesterday. They own the place, baby.
They didn't show up in their Vespa, though.
They did not. They showed up with a whole lot of horsepower.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We're getting phone calls in, right? We got TJ Lang coming up in an hour. We'll have some overreactions potentially. But I want to hear from you guys. We both want to hear just the joy, the exuberance, and the big takeaways you had, right? That was a swing game for a lot of people and their belief level in this football team. You win, you get the home games, you play fewer games, you're going to the Super Bowl, right? You lose, and it's the path through broken glass. It's 3 road games. It's their percentage of going to the Super Bowl would have been cut in half or more if they lost that game. Instead, they stay in the catbird seat. They're in the spot where everybody wants to be. They're hosting more games at that place with you guys being crazy, with that fan base being activated. It's all going through Detroit.
Yep. And the response on Twitch to your outfit, Cookies looks great. You look like the Jesus in The Big Lebowski.
Okay.
No one messes with the Jesus.
Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. We got Matt next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I had a great time watching the game, and I thought it was going to be a shootout. It wasn't. It was a defensive game. And so the Lions have the bye, and Anzalone looked really good. At least I thought he looked really good. So with this extra week of rest, he's going to look amazing. And then something that I would never be able to do in Detroit is sit on the 50-yard line. I'm in Nashville for work. I was on the 50-yard line for the Titans game. Cost me $46, where in Detroit, probably like $5,000.
No kidding.
Probably not far off.
Yeah, I had a great time. I mean, Titans suck, but I had fun watching Lions crush the Vikings.
There's no question about it. I mean, that game last night, whether you were in the stadium, you were at home, the energy was it was just great energy.
That game was built up, right?
And the Lions delivered on the hype, the build up, everything. They delivered.
248-539-9797. I know there will be some downplaying because it's Sam Darnold and he didn't look sharp, right?
That was a 14-win team.
It's a 14-win team with a top 10 offense, and Detroit's defense was battered and bruised. To have that effort, to have that performance, it's encouraging, and there's nothing you can say to the contrary. That they had that game plan, that they heated him up, that they got pressure on him, that they threw him off. It's Aaron Glenn, it's Alex Anzalone, it's Amik Robertson, and I'm not willing to tell you that's not real. Right? I'm not telling you they're suddenly a top 10 defense, John, but for those who are panicking about this team, they're going to have a bye week, and they're going to get reinforcements throughout the playoffs. They're going to be favored. They're going to be at home. They're going to the Super Bowl.
It's about marrying a defense that needs to be good enough, whatever that means on any given Saturday or Sunday moving forward, to where the offense is. And this is an offense that has just blown people out. It's an offense that at times has sputtered, and the defense has stood up. Let's go back to Houston. Let's talk about that game. Let's talk about the fact that they had 5 turnovers, and they still won the game. That was a win for the defense. The Titans game was a win for special teams. The offense has stood up so many times this year. They averaged over 33 points a game, and they underperformed their average. They only scored 31, but the defense only allowed 9. against an offense that has the best receiver in football, Justin Jefferson. Maybe, if they're not the best receiving core, a top 3 receiving core with Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson, Akers coming out of the backfield. Like this was an offense. I don't think we can give the defense enough flowers. Aaron Glenn, Alex Anzalone, Terrion Arnold, Amik Robertson, the job that he did because he was going to be spotlighted throughout the course of that game. His task was Justin Jefferson. There was a camera on that matchup every single play, and he knew it. And he stood up and made the plays when they had to be made.
It's a little bit of Dan Campbell. We'll play the full locker room speech before the hour ends. 248-539-9797. Back to the phones we go, where we have Kristen in Northville. You're on 97.1. Kristen, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, you asked a caller earlier what it was like when he walked in the game, what time he got there. We walked in at about 6 o'clock, and I have never seen that place so packed that early, and the energy was crazy. I mean, during the game, I've never heard it that loud. It's so loud there to begin with. It was just crazy. It was just electric. It was awesome.
Yeah, next to the draft, it had to be the biggest party in Detroit.
It was amazing. And I was at the last playoff game last year. That was loud. I'm telling you, it was louder. It was the energy. It's just this team, the defense, everything. Gibbs, it was just awesome.
I think we all knew. And Kristen, are you a season ticket holder?
I am.
How long have you been a season ticket holder?
So this is the first year we got season tickets, but we were at every game last year. I went to the Kansas City game last year, Chicago this year. I mean, we're diehards. And between last year and this year, I've never seen anything like it. Yeah,
and I think everybody knew if the Lions could ever get good, that this city would absolutely go bonkers. And I think you saw a little bit of that at the draft with the excitement leading up to this season and how much fun it is to be an NFL fan in Detroit. And then we've seen it all season long with a team that is 15-2, that the fans are just going to lose their mind. We've lost our mind.
Yeah. Like you said, the draft, I mean, the national stage we've been on, between the draft, this season, everything, just Detroit as a whole, it's just so great for the city. It's so great for the team. I just love it.
Yeah. And Dan said all week, this is what we've been working for. This is the spotlight that we have wanted.
248-539-9797. Speaking of Campbell and the spotlight, David and Taylor has a great phone call here. David, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
So, you guys have covered everything except for why isn't Dan Campbell being considered Coach of the Year? And the other thing is the stats on fourth down conversion for touchdowns. I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Yeah, David, I think Dan Campbell should be the Coach of the Year.
Hands down. I think it should be unanimous.
There was the betting markets that had Kevin O'Connell as the favorite, but I'm sorry. If you lose both games, or in this case, you win both games, you're Dan Campbell, and you do it with 22 guys injured, and you win the best division in football by going 6-0, you win 15 games, you're the Coach of the Year. And I really thought he stuffed Kevin O'Connell in a locker. I thought his aggressiveness, their fourth down decisions, they led to touchdowns. Minnesota tried because they felt they had to keep up, and then they settled. That's also not a winning formula. They had them reeling over there. It's to me, it's obvious. It's Dan Campbell.
Yeah, and no disrespect to the job that Kevin O'Connell has done with Sam Darnold. Nobody thought Sam Darnold would be able to come in and lead a team to 14 wins. It's a great job. Mm-hmm. But it just pales in comparison to what Dan Campbell has been able to do with this team. Now, did he start the year with more weapons? Sure he did. But as the year went on, obviously starting in week 5, those weapons, the best ones, started to drop by the wayside. And he refused to let this team wallow in pity. He refused to let them use injuries as an excuse. He has pulled them kicking and screaming along, and everybody that doubted them throughout the course of this year, oh, well, there's just too many injuries. You can't possibly win 14 games. There's too many injuries. You can't be the number 1 seed. Oh, you have to get the number 1 seed if you have any chance of getting to the Super Bowl. Well,
They've got it.
They've got the number 1 seed. They've only got to win 2 games, and then they're going to be down in New Orleans.
And you talked about it. They may have to face an Allen or a Mahomes or a Lamar or somebody, but you're going to get in the game. You're going to have a chance, and you may have reinforcements by then, right? Aiden's down on the sideline. Carlton Davis not ruled out. Derek Barnes not ruled out for the season. Like, you could get 1, 2, or even all 3 of these guys back. And to get there, you have to win 2 games at home. You'll be favored in both. 248-539-9797. Back to the phones we go. Cam in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Cameron, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, so one thing is I live in Midtown, and me and my wife don't even leave the house when they have a Lions game because it just takes too long to get back home. And the second thing is all the analysts that were saying that they were favoring the Vikings to win because of the injuries Detroit had, it's Detroit's sheer will. Like, Detroit pushes their will on you. They don't look like a battered team. They look like a fully healthy team because Aaron Glenn has looked like he's going to sip some coffee down there. Like, the defensive coordinator is just having his way. And I just love to watch this game. I'm mad that I had to send my children to bed because they had school in the morning. I couldn't watch it with them, but it was so fun watching it with my wife.
You didn't consider letting them stay up just this once?
I couldn't, man. These guys, you don't know these guys. These guys will be wired.
Yeah. But you talk about imposing your will on another team. That's the one thing that I love about football is the physicality, the violence, and the fact that you can impose your will. You can, when you are the dominant, when you're the big dog, you can force somebody who doesn't want to get pushed a certain way, who doesn't want to get pushed down the field. When you physically dominate another grown-ass man, there is absolutely no other feeling in the world that is as great as that.
It's well said. We got much more ahead, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. When dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
back to back Kings in the North.
Yeah.
6-0 in the best division in football, left no doubt, John.
No, and I really believe when you look at Kansas City, you look at New England when Belichick and Brady were there, this is two, but I think there's so many more that are on the way. And you think about Kansas City and how many times they've won their division, how many times they've gotten the number 1 seed. I really feel like yesterday was the coronation. And obviously, they haven't played a playoff game yet. We're not going to play one for 2 weeks. Got the number 1 seed. But it feels like the Detroit Lions absolutely took control of this division. And for the foreseeable future, we are the Kings of the North.
When they lost Aiden Hutchinson, I didn't know how they'd match up with Minnesota. They found a way, got it done. I didn't know about going outdoors to Green Bay, got it done. And from that moment on, I've picked them every single week. Now, Buffalo's loss, it filled you with some dread. They lost some key players. They missed Alex Anzalone. Guess who's back? Alex Anzalone. Guess what? They're going to have a bye now. They're going to get more guys back. They're going to have a favorable matchup playing at Ford Field. The path is there to go to a Super Bowl. The path is there to win a Super Bowl when they get Aiden back and they get potentially Carlton Davis or Derek Barnes back. Like, I wake up today feeling like they cemented themselves as the Super Bowl favorites again.
And I'm never going to sit there and say a loss is a good thing. That's not, when I say this, it's not regarding that. But there is a certain awareness that this team now has of what they will face if they make the Super Bowl. Whether
What's
it's
this if business, John?
Right, whether it's Kansas City, whether it's Baltimore, whether it's Buffalo. If they make the Super Bowl, they are very aware of what it will take to beat one of those teams. Now, they've obviously got to get there, and the path is not going to be easy, but it's a hell of a lot easier knowing that you got a bye week and you got 2 home games to get to New Orleans.
We got jam-packed lines, so let's make some room for you guys. 15-2 Express arrives with a double-digit disco. I mean, just awesome. Aaron Glenn Masterclass. Dan Campbell stuffs KOC in a locker. The 1 seed, the division, the celebration, the path to the Super Bowl goes through Ford Field. Let's start with AC in Detroit. AC, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. Happy Victory Monday.
Yeah, same to you.
So I just wanted to say really quick, hats off to my man Aaron Glenn. He schemed up a defense. That was the biggest thing that kind of got me feeling like, oh, we got a chance to win the Super Bowl, but we're not the favorites any longer. But I'm not. He's changed my mind. The way he schemed up and stopped and took out Justin freaking Jefferson, 3 catches. I have no doubt that he'll be able to scheme up a defense to defend any team that we have to face for our next 3 wins. 3 wins, baby.
Well,
and we're going.
AC, I mean, how about Aaron Glenn and the punching bag that he had kind of become for the first 2 years? And then we thought this year with the revamped secondary, Aiden going into his 3rd season, the fact that he was going to finally have more tools to play with and to work with than he's ever had. And each week since week 5, some of those tools have been removed, but he has continued to rise to the occasion to put together a plan. And especially in Week 18 against Minnesota, against Justin Jefferson and that offense, I thought he did a remarkable job of getting this team ready, motivating them, and then putting together a game plan that they could go out there and execute.
Absolutely. And, this is – I hate to be I want to enjoy this. I want to keep looking towards right now, but that's even more reason why we need to get it done this year because he won't be here next year.
Yeah, exactly.
We have to get this done this year.
You're going to see coaches fired today on Black Monday, and he's going to be a hot name, especially after that performance. John, I still think back to before the season started, we had Dan Campbell on, and we've had him on all year. But I remember specifically, I think it was you that asked him about the continuity with the coordinators, and he perked up. And he's talking faster, and you can hear the energy in his voice. And I do think the fact that they brought those guys back lets them go a little deeper in the playbook. We've seen it with Ben Johnson. It allows them to have more wrinkles and counters for Aaron Glenn on defense. It's a huge part of why they're so good.
When you know what the expectations are, and I talk about this, I used to talk about it in college football when a coach had been there for a long time. When you know what the expectations are, it's a lot easier to meet them. And these players are meeting the expectations of Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, and now, like you mentioned, you can go a little bit deeper into the playbook because you know what the results are supposed to be, what it's supposed to look like, what it's supposed to feel like.
248-539-9797. Pages and pages of ticket text, but the people who've been waiting, let's get to them. Let's get to Rick. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Rick.
Morning. So I was lucky enough to go with my 13-year-old son to our first game together. It was amazing. Like the pure joy on his face, our faces, it was just incredible. Like the whole atmosphere was like anything I've ever experienced. I've never been to a Lions game currently at Ford Field. It was just amazing. And so just to be able to share that with my son just really just made it so much more special. And getting up this morning for the first day back at school stunk, but we're doing it, and here we are. But it was an amazing night last night, something we'll both never forget.
Rick, what were some of the comments when you finally got back in your car after leaving that game that your son shared with you? What was the conversation like on the ride home?
He was basically like in tears, like, "Thank you, Dad. That was so amazing. Thank you for taking me. I'm so glad we got to do that together." And we were just sharing how it was just something we'll both never forget, and we'll have that together. And I mean, it was just a father-son moment that we're just always going to cherish together.
Yeah, and then today, first day back at school, he gets to be a big man on campus. I was at the game last night.
If he's not asleep, correct.
Yes.
Rick, that's awesome. I'm so glad you got to do that with your son. That's a really special moment. John, I referenced the ticket text off air. I've sifted through the pages and found it. How do you feel about this story? It's from Jacob in Plymouth. He said, "Did you guys see the post game on Channel 4? The woman brought her dead dad in a Ziploc bag to the game." I'm torn. It's a little creepy, but I also understand that this is very special for people, and they do wish they could have experienced it with dad or mom or that uncle, whoever they were going to games with.
Well, you and I have only been doing this just shy of a year now. We're coming up on a year. But we both grew up here. We've both heard the stories of people saying, "I don't think I'm going to ever live long enough to watch a season like we've just watched for the Detroit Lions." And some didn't. And I think it's special for an individual to bring. I don't know if he was a season ticket holder,
right?
Sure, a lifelong Lions fan
I'm
that
sure.
just never got a chance to witness this. Whatever you believe in, it doesn't matter. It matters what that family believes in. Their dad got a chance to experience it.
Those are some of the most emotional stories, and we saw and heard them last year when they finally made the playoffs and won playoff games. Like that, my dad would have loved this, or my grandfather would have loved this, and he never thought we'd see it, but here we are seeing it.
Well, pair those two calls together.
Yeah,
where we've got a dad that took his 13-year-old son, and who knows what happens down the road. Regarding, what happens in their lives. But I guarantee you at some point that son's going to say, "Hey, Dad," maybe it's even at his funeral, "Dad took me to my first Lions game at 13, and this is one of the great memories of their life."
Don't discount that. Let's get to Kyle on a cell. Kyle, you're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are leading right into my call. My dad was a season ticket holder for about 10 years. Up until about 2010, he had to move out of state to take a job. Never missed a game, even out in South Dakota. Went to bars, pirated, whatever he had to do to watch him out there. He passed away on Friday, and we talked about the Lions almost every day. And he... I like to think that he was sitting at midfield last night. Best seats in the house to the biggest game of the best season that he had ever seen in his life. You guys just touched on it. This isn't a win just for all of us that actually got to watch on TV or be there in person, but for all of those that dedicated their whole lives to, a team that, maybe wasn't deserved of lifelong fandom for some years, but those type of people stuck through it, and I like to think that they're finally being rewarded now. And I'm so happy that people get to make those memories with their children, and and know that their parents, or like you said, uncles or whoever, are still watching with them, because this is something that it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, sorry for your loss.
Yeah, Kyle, I'm so sorry.
And I can only imagine what watching that game last night probably meant to you.
Yeah, I mean, it I was telling all my buddies, the boys went out and won for Bill, and they didn't win, last minute and make us all sweat. They went out and imposed their will and absolutely demolished. And, that was the type of energy that, he never got to witness at Ford Field. I went to every home game with him the year we went 0-16, and the energy was very, very different. He's watching now, and the boys can go out and win the Super Bowl, and he'll be there to watch it.
And there's no doubt it means more because of the scars, because of the dark times, because of all the losing you endured. You appreciate this so much more, and it's obvious when you see crowds and you see takeovers and you see, the reaction today and every single Monday. We've had so many Victory Mondays, and it never gets old. We'll keep talking to you guys. TJ Lang at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere. Whether it's those fake missed delivery texts or those urgent bake alerts, these scams look more convincing than ever. But I've got some good news. You can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. That's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. And worry-free means you don't need to wonder if that text message is a scam, right? You don't need to start worrying if new threats are going to pop up on your PC or if you're safe from identity theft. It means you can just go ahead and manage your finances online, shop online, do whatever you were doing online without fear. Because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Dan Miller, Lomas Brown. Zadarius Smith picking up a sack early in the game against his former team. Lomas said, we've been waiting. First in 4 games. Did it in the biggest game. It's kind of a theme, right? Jahmyr Gibbs, 4 touchdowns, big game, best players step up.
Unbelievable. I mean, it was, I don't want to say unbelievable because I think it was something that we had all been sitting on the edge of our seats anticipating could happen. I don't know that we predicted that this defense, with as many injuries as they've suffered, would hold the Vikings to only 9 points. 4 trips in the red zone, so many inside the 5-yard line, and that defense just kept standing up.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. We'll get the ticket text and the phone calls in the mix. Texter says Rico was hating on cookies yesterday for being so confident, joking about, we'll win by 21. Well, they did. I don't understand. It's not even a Rico thing. Why people get mad at you for believing in this team or having confidence going into games with this team? Have they not displayed the football that backs it up? They've lost 2 games all season long.
Okay, so 2-6 has been on us all year long, and it started when the schedule came out, and I was at 14 wins. Tom was at 14 wins. You were much more reserved, and we threw you under the bus because you said, 12?
Yeah, I was a hater.
I know. But this is a team that, and originally it was built to be, I mean, without the Hutch injury, without as many, I mean, this is a team that possibly, now they lost to Tampa, right? And that was at full strength.
Yeah.
All right, so could they have been a 16-win team? Who knows?
I don't know. Either way, this is,
but
it's special.
Yeah, you can hate all you want because football logic says, yeah, it's really hard and unlikely to win 14. It's even much harder with all the obstacles that they've faced to win 15.
And we've talked about it. I mean, we're on every day, and we're going to talk through how we feel. And those Minnesota and Green Bay road games won me over completely. I looked at that and thought, boy, this team is on another level. They are the team that you guys thought they were preseason 14, and I even tried to one-up you and go 15. They are clearly special. What's happening right now is special, and it's why I think yesterday cemented, maybe re-cemented, that they're the Super Bowl favorites, that this is theirs.
See, these guys, the team has a spine that most teams don't have in this league. They really do, man. They went back to their DNA, and we'll play the Campbell locker room sound just a second. But he says, he goes, remember, he's like, we play like we remember who we were. And look, I think people overreacted to Buffalo a little bit, and then they let all of a sudden the Minnesota Vikings offense was going to be the Buffalo Bills offense, and it's not because of the QB. Remember, the NFL MVP came in here and played his A game that day, and they jumped on the Lions in that game. Maybe it swayed people too much. I think people thought fairly, and people who were kind of being naysayers, that the defense didn't have an answer, that Aaron Glenn didn't. Well, he did. And I think they went out to San Francisco to win the game last week, but they didn't go 100% in. They didn't show that look last night. And Anzalone made some humongous plays in that game last night when the game was still kind of undecided. And he didn't – look, you had a guy you could rely on, and now you've got Campbell and Anzalone instead of just Campbell.
If they play Buffalo again in the Super Bowl, but they have Alex Anzalone this time, and they have Derek Barnes this time, and they have Aiden Hutchinson, even giving them something.
They lost.
Maybe Carlton Davis, too. Yeah. You see how this very quickly changes.
Yeah, or he becomes more competitive. And look, elite quarterbacks were always going to be the problem for this team.
For everyone.
And especially when you don't have Hutchinson, it's really going to be a problem. And when you play one coming up at some point here, it's going to be a lot harder than it was last night. The difference in this game was that people bought into Sam Darnold. They elevated Sam Darnold to Jared Goff status, and that was a huge mistake people made. They let all the bad defensive stuff that was going on here with this team lately try to make Sam Darnold just as good as Jared Goff, and he's not. And look, who would have thought they win by 22 and give up under 10 points, and you lose a turnover battle 2-0?
Well, and here's the other thing, too. I mentioned about what did you learn in that Buffalo game? Don't let those lessons die in vain, because more than likely you're going to end up facing the Eagles in the NFC Championship game, which will be held at Ford Field. Huge. We talked about how important that was. But it's a run game, and it's a mobile quarterback, much like you faced against Josh Allen and that Bills run game. What lessons did you learn? If you're able to overcome that hurdle, how much better will you be the next time if it is Josh Allen and the Bills, or if it's Mahomes and the Chiefs, or if it's Lamar Jackson and the Ravens? How much better will you be at that moment, taking away anybody that may be on the horizon that could come back and help play in that game, but just the lessons learned about how you have to prepare and play against the Eagles or in the Super Bowl against any opponent that you may face.
Yeah, I mean, the takeaway yesterday was that the defense bowed up. Great in the red zone. That's Aaron Glenn. That's Amik Robertson. That's Alex Anzalone. It's a hell of a game plan. Minnesota thought they had Jared Goff because they were throwing in the red zone repeatedly. And Darnold, I think, was 1 of 8 in the first half throwing in the red zone. Overthrows. He's seeing ghosts, happy feet. They heated him up, and they made him into a very fragile quarterback.
Well, even the fact that Amik Robertson, I don't know that he was in the head of Justin Jefferson, but you could see Justin Jefferson was getting frustrated, and the reception that he didn't get both feet in the back of the end zone, that's a catch he normally makes and gets both feet in.
And they frustrated him, and it became obvious. Anyway, Dan Campbell locker room. We've been playing this for people every Victory Monday, and Dan in his element yet again. Love it.
Yeah, love it. And I mean, he talked about the journey, and you love to hear everything there. 2-time now division winners with the number 1 seed, and the job that Jahmyr Gibbs has done. And he mentioned it in there, setting a franchise record for the amount of touchdowns. How many people were bemoaning the fact that Jamal Williams, who had 17 touchdowns, it was a 22 season, how could they possibly not re-sign him? He was the heart and soul of this team. And then they go and they draft a running back in the first round. What are you thinking? I think if answers weren't there the last 2 years, they had to be answered last night with what Jahmyr Gibbs is and provides this offense and the workhorse that he can be.
Guys, it's clear as day. What did you take out of that football game? And if you want to bask and celebrate, you know the number. 248-539-9797. TJ Lang coming up at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros, and FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat SGP, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at an even bigger winnings, and if it doesn't hit, you're going to get your bonus bets back. So not only do you have to watch, not only do you get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, that's also 5 chances to win big. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. It's a great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued is now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
4-touchdown day for Jahmyr Gibbs. Led the NFL in touchdowns, set a Lions record. He stepped up big. And the offense wasn't humming from the jump, but you stick with it. He gets to the second level, John. He's special at the second level.
Yeah. I mean, when he's special really at any point. I mean, he's proven he can run between the tackles, but when he hits that extra gear, and you can almost see him shift into gear on the edge, or when he gets the ball out in space, it's so much fun and special to watch.
He accelerates while changing directions. You're not supposed to be able to do that, but he can do that, and that's why when you get linebackers going side to side, that he's got a step, he gone, and we saw it. I mean, we saw him be a game breaker in the first game against Minnesota with a 45-yard touchdown. He had another 40-yard run in this game.
Well, there was a play too. I mean, it was a no gain, but Graham got beat across his face, and just as soon as Jahmyr gets the ball, he spins, avoids that one, gets back to the line of scrimmage. Like some of his epic moves in the backfield don't end up in huge gains, but just to get back to the line of scrimmage.
He's also stepped up in pass pro a little bit. Montgomery was very good there.
When they brought Metellus on one of the blitzes and Jahmyr Gibbs came across the front of Jared Goff and stoned him. Absolutely. So you've got a big safety running downhill with a 10-yard sprint, and you're able to stop him in his tracks. That is huge. And Jahmyr Gibbs has done it all.
We have a ton of phone calls to get to.
How about this one? We got a Twitcher from Scotland.
Yeah.
Hello from Scotland. Game finished around 5 a.m. our time. I am delightfully exhausted, but I've got 2 whole weeks to sleep. Thanks for listening from Scotland.
Yeah, shout out Scotland this morning. We'll get these phone calls in the 9 o'clock hour. TJ Lang is going to strut into the studio at 9:02. Let's get to Heather's news.
No, that's all right. Greg is busy with so many phone calls.
That's okay. I don't need the background music. It's all right. Listen to this, you guys. Nicki Minaj could be facing charges here in Detroit over an alleged assault. There it is. She's been sued for allegedly slapping her manager and then threatening to derail his career during a concert that she performed at Little Caesars Arena. So I guess Detroit police have requested a warrant from the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, which could then issue criminal charges against Minaj. So he's also in this lawsuit. He says not only was he hit by her, he had to hide in the bathroom, and he was abandoned in Detroit. She left him, didn't bother to get him on the tour bus or however they were going, flying somewhere. Anyway, he's seeking undisclosed damages. So this time of year, it's the time when college football players, might declare for the NFL draft or enter the transfer portal. Well, University of Washington linebacker Drew Fowler declared for something else in this now viral social media post. So after his team's loss in the Sun Bowl, his college football playing career was officially over. So he jumped on social media to declare for the workforce instead.
This is amazing.
And a lot of people are loving his post. So, he thanked his coaches and his teammates and everyone who helped him along the way. And then he wrote, "With that being said, I'm officially declaring for the job market. I need a job. If you or anyone you know has an employment opportunity, I am your guy. Gritty, hardworking, sneaky, athletic, locker room guy. Will bring my lunch pail to work. My LinkedIn is updated, and I am #open to work."
His social media or LinkedIn had to absolutely blow up. I guarantee you that was as awesome a post, because we see it all the time. I'm entering the transfer portal.
Right.
I'm declaring for the NFL. And for this, I'm declaring for the job market.
Yes.
What a great post.
Yep. This next story is I love this story. It's something that I want to happen at some point in my lifetime to me. Not exactly this, but something like this. So there's this guy in Illinois who found a decades-old Christmas present inside the wall of his childhood home. Okay, so the childhood home is still in the family.
Right.
And he was there. He's now 53 years old, okay? So he was there. He was doing a small remodel job in the bathroom of his parents' home, and he found this hidden treasure just tucked away behind the drywall. It was a gift for him that he should have received 46 years ago when he was just 6 years old.
How did it end up there, and what was it?
Well, he said that the home has been passed down, and they've had additions added on. So he believes that his parents used to hide the Christmas gifts up in the attic. So he thinks that after these additions, it kind of got slipped down behind one of the walls, behind the drywall, and it was in this old Disney-themed wrapping paper, and it was a set of Matchbox Thunder Jets, which he said he would have loved to receive when he was 6. So. Just something cool. His mom says she doesn't even remember buying it. She doesn't remember the gift, but it was labeled for him, so there it was. A Dallas Cowboys cheerleader is going viral after she got drilled in the head by a ball off the foot of kicker Brandon Aubrey. Did you see this?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So she was performing there on the sideline on Sunday when whoop, right there in the back of the head. She went down, then immediately got back up. Her teammates made sure she was all right. She seems to be doing fine. She did post on social media that she was A-okay, but kind of an odd way to end your season, I guess.
No question.
Yeah. And some other major news, Justin Trudeau is ready to resign as Canadian Prime Minister, and he could do so as early as today. So after 9 years in the office, he is expected to resign before this big general election later this year that he was widely expected to lose. It sounds like he wants to make the announcement very soon before his party's big caucus meeting on Wednesday. He wants to make sure it doesn't look like he was forced out by his party's lawmakers.
No, just quit, right? Instead of getting voted out, I'm going to go out on my terms. Huh.
It's going to resign. Yep.
Yeah.
You guys, the world's oldest person has passed away.
Oh, no.
Last August, there was a Japanese woman who became the oldest living person at 116 years old. She was born on May 23rd, 1908, and according to Guinness World Records, she attended an all-girls high school. She played volleyball. She was 32 when Japan entered World War II. She managed the office of her husband's factory, and she said she lived so long, or they attributed her family to her long life, because she was so active. You guys, she was mountain climbing into her 100s.
That's impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's the key, John. Just continue to
climbing?
stay active and
Yes.
mountain climb. Yep.
Yes.
Now, the world's oldest living person is a Brazilian woman who is also 116 years old. She was just born,
Good for her.
Yeah. Good. Great for her.
And
Yes,
the
pretty
currently
cool.
secondly oldest person in the world is Stoney.
Right. Yes. Still kicking and screaming.
Mm-hmm.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, TJ Lang, full fallout from another Lions win. This one, a clincher. It's 97-1. NFC North champions.
TJ.
Yes.
I know you got a big head, But you didn't have to undo that. It would have fit over. There you go.
No, it was already undone.
I don't believe it.
I had to snap it back.
Yes.
TJ's going to look the part, too, here. He's wearing a, what does that shirt say?
These glasses are about to look.
It's the one they had in the locker room, ready to roll. NFC North champions. That's how you know he's got backstage pass.
NFC North champs. Yeah.
Boy, those glasses are screaming.
Yeah.
If you tune in on Twitch, you will see all of us decked out for the double-digit disco because the Lions not only won the division, they did it in style, an emphatic win against the Minnesota Vikings. It was billed as the biggest regular season game in NFL history, and the Lions took care of business, TJ. TJ Lang in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. You can't do the sunglasses, huh?
No, I can't do this.
Okay.
Told you. That's a big melon.
Not with how late I stayed up. It's already a little off right
Yeah.
now.
Well, some people were saying they were the hangover glasses, so I mean, it might
That's a good
you
idea.
might need them. Yeah.
It's the Visine glasses to hide what's going on. No, what a game, though. John, you and I were texting kind of a couple hours before the game, and, hey, how we feeling? Both of us obviously watching film, kind of breaking it down, and I think both of us nailed it, I think both of us said at some point, man, just the more I think about it, I'm kind of feeling a 10-point win. I didn't see a 22-point win, but and then, just Sam Darnold kind of it feels like he's going to start reminding people who he is.
Yeah.
And I know he's had an incredible season. I'm not taking anything away from what he's done, especially over the past, call it 2 months, but that just looked like one of those games where Detroit had the experience, not only from last year, and going to the NFC Championship game and guys playing in big-time games. But even this year, and we used to go – how often we talked about a lot of the fourth downs that they were going for earlier in the year and getting those reps in, getting that experience to where you have to have it in a playoff-type game. Who's going to be calm? Who's going to be poised? Who's going to be able to make a play when we have to have it, when our backs are against the wall and it is a must-have? I think all those things – last week, Dan Campbell took a lot of slack for playing his guys in San Francisco. Yep. His guys getting out there, getting some valuable reps, especially on defense, and getting that experience of playing in a primetime game and knowing what it's like to have to claw a little bit and fight and scramble your way back into a game. Like that, you can't convince me that all those things didn't play into that win last night. And I thought, look, the defense was obviously incredible, but you could tell Sam Darnold – in first half, he was airmailing a lot of throws. He was airmailing a lot. I know that they were probably putting some of those on Jefferson, and Hawkinson kind of gator-armed one a little bit. I know it was high, but you could tell he was like, this is where I hurt my knee last year.
Where is Kirby Joseph?
Exactly, right. And I thought the defensive game plan was incredible. It looked like they were playing with their hair on fire. Offense, and they let the offense, they gave them time there to where it took until the second half, but hey, we'll give you time to figure it out a little bit. We'll keep treading water, and then you guys start to bury him. That's exactly what happened, man. It was an incredible night at Ford Field.
In regards to Darnold's performance, now he didn't throw the interceptions, but I felt like he was being super cautious with where he was putting the ball. And by trying to overcompensate, I don't want to throw an interception, so I'm gonna throw it, and he airmails one across the middle to T.J. Hawkinson. He overthrew Justin Jefferson how many times in the end zone? Like he was trying to put the ball
plays,
where he knew it wouldn't be intercepted, but he made it impossible for the best receiver in football to even catch it.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of that too was Aaron Glenn's game plan. And even talking with Anzalone after the game, he's like, a lot of teams are scared to challenge these receivers. Like they would just want to play off, and in their head it's just don't get beat deep, right? Like don't let them behind me. You could tell the game plan yesterday. Let's get up on these guys. Let's play physical. Let's get at the line of scrimmage and kind of get under them a little bit. Because you know that the quarterback is going to have that mindset in a big game where it's I can't turn the ball over. So I think that the game plan met the execution, which was beautiful to see, right? Because that's the thing. When you dominate football games, it's not just the coach called a great game or the players made some incredible play. It's both things coming together. And that's what it looked like last night. And you could definitely tell. You nailed it. Sam Darnold did not want to put that ball in harm's way, which it was out of his style. I mean, all season he was the guy, hey, I'll force it into tight windows and trust my guys to go make plays. Last night, you could tell, obviously, in a game of that magnitude, was hesitant, right? If I miss here, it could be a big play, right? Which played exactly into the Lions' hands. And basically, exactly how they wanted Sam Darnold to play.
As a former player, now that you don't get a chance to experience it anymore, is there any better feeling, as we think about it in terms of the defense, being able to impose your will on an offense? Is there any better feeling when you take the field and through 60 minutes, you know that you have physically dominated and imposed your will on an individual or on a defense?
Yeah.
Is there any better feeling?
Any better feeling in the world or in football world?
In the football world. Yes. No, we'll get to Decker. I tell you what. Hey, let's go there. There might be a better feeling. Here's Taylor Decker.
Yeah.
So to your answer, yes. But on the football field.
Football field, especially when you play a team like that. And I'm telling you, I can't give you any quotes, but there was a sense around this Lions team that just had like some, I'm not going to say ill will, but there was something that they believed Minnesota fraudulent, right? They're more of a finesse team. When it comes down to, they're kind of a Tyson and Jake Paul, like, hey, we're going to jab you and try to get cute. Where they're like the Tommy Hearns and Hagler, just we're going to throw absolute haymakers and just, abuse you and be violent and play physical. And I think that I got that sense throughout the past week about this Lions team. And you're right. When you go out there and you prove it, there's nothing more validating in the world of football, right? You can talk about it all you want, but unless you actually go out there and do it, it doesn't mean anything. Last night, especially when, like we said, it took the offense a while to get going, but when they started going in the second half, it was abuse there, especially in the fourth quarter. I mean, the way that offensive line was moving around, the way Sam Laporta was burying Van Ginkel
on that touchdown,
on some of those runs.
The pancake was. I've watched it 100 times if I watched it once.
Amazing, incredible. Yeah. But that's the style of football that wins you games. That's a style of football that is sustainable throughout December and January when you get into those games. I think there was a part of them that was like, hey, Minnesota's getting all this love. Hey, let's go prove what actually wins football games, right? And they played their exact style of football.
You're 14-2. The Vikings were 14-2. And to your point, they weren't fraudulent in regards to being 14-2, but the path to get to 14-2 was much different. This was a first place schedule that the Lions were playing because they won the division last year.
You're right.
It was a last place schedule that the Vikings were playing. So the path to get there was much different. The obstacles were much different. And I just think it all showed when you are being pushed all season long, even if it's by a team that's not as good as you, but they're still a 14-win team, and you match up at the end of the year, whether it's the Eagles, and they obviously fell by the wayside a couple of weeks ago, but you are being pressed to do things better every single week. It paid off last night.
No doubt. It's iron sharpens iron, right?
Yeah.
You're going to learn everything from playing the other first-place teams. You're going to learn a lot about yourself, more importantly. And I think that, playing that schedule and having to play some of these tough games – and, San Fran obviously wasn't the team that everybody thought they were going to be this year, but going out on the road last week and kind of proving to yourself, hey, we can do this, man. Like, it's not always going to look pretty, but we got the dogs here, man. We got the guys that are just going to figure it out, be resilient, be persistent, and go out there and find a way to win. You learn a lot about yourself, especially now with the 17-game season, when you play that type of schedule. And, man, I'm just so glad. I was so worried on Friday, because you're all thinking like, okay, obviously we want to win. John, we talked ourselves into, hey, but then there's part of you like, what if we do lose? Like, I don't even want to think about a 14-3 team, and we're talking about it as kind of being not a failure, but like a disappointment.
Yeah, having to get on a plane to go out to the West Coast.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yesterday I woke up like I can't get on another flight back to the West Coast. I know you weren't here last week. I don't know if Casa told you my West Coast hotel story, but
no.
Well,
we'll
do it off air. We'll do it off air. But but all those things, and then you realize exactly what Coach said. Hey, you reminded yourselves and you reminded everybody exactly who the F you are, right? And that, man, there's no better feeling, especially rolling into the playoffs. You haven't had a bye week since October, right? I know you had the long weekend after Green Bay, but to get some guys back healthy and just sit some of these veterans down, it just played into it. It was perfection last night.
The build up to this game was great.
Yeah, no doubt.
Meaningful football game, as meaningful a regular season game the league has ever seen.
Yes.
TJ, coming up next, how much does it mean? We'll get to that, what it means for the Super Bowl, what it means for their route, what it means. You've already kind of touched on it with the bye week, but we'll explore that more. And we've got phone calls. You guys are welcome. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. It's a victory Monday. It's a division-winning Monday, and they've got the 1 seed. It's 97-1.
Hey, it's wintry driving season again, and we hope that you're all getting to work safely, but it's a time of year where reckless drivers are everywhere. They can't seem to keep their own cars under control. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
An Aaron Glenn masterpiece. And I thought an underrated part of that game was Dan Campbell intimidating Kevin O'Connell. You know Detroit's going for it on fourth down, so Minnesota's first trip to the red zone, they go for it. Out of character for them.
Yeah.
They don't get it. Then they kick a field goal the second time, but they're trailing at that point.
Yeah.
And they were very inconsistent with their fourth down decisions, whereas Detroit scored touchdowns on drives with fourth downs.
Yeah.
I thought Dan Campbell outcoached him. I think Dan Campbell's a coach of the year. And
Do they lead the league? Like, is that a record how many touchdowns they've scored on a fourth down this year? It's
got to be.
I mean, it's got just like 8 or 9, I feel like, at least.
I don't know. You have to go to the
Some of the fourth
stats
downs.
that you and I have been talking
Yeah,
about.
I know, man, probably. I mean, but you're right. And that's why we've talked about every week, and I know I mentioned it already to start the show, but when you go for it on some of these fourth downs, you're building that kind of memory bank of, okay, high pressure situation, gotta have it. Do you want to wait until, if you're Minnesota, until a game that cost the 1 seed in the division, or maybe wait until you get to the playoffs to try to go for some of those? Dan Campbell, and look, not all of them have worked, but when they go for it on fourth down, you can see a different type of composure with that team because they have the experience of doing it.
Well,
Last night you saw against Minnesota goes, like you mentioned, Jim, against their identity. Didn't have a lot of reps. Not who they are. They're not an aggressive team that goes for it on fourth downs a whole lot of times. Obviously looked a lot more uncomfortable than the Lions did, and I think a lot of that has to do with the experience of them doing that so often throughout the season.
Well, how about just the mentality that the opponents have to play with in terms of the defense against the Lions offense, where, hey, it's 4th and 2. All Dan Campbell needs to do is kick a field goal to go up 3 scores, yet he lines up like he's going for it, and the defense jumps offside to give you a free first down. You go in and score a touchdown. Like, I mean, that in and of itself is worth the cost of doing business all season long of, hey, it's fourth down. It's a no-brainer. We're going for it.
Dan Campbell's reputation precedes itself.
Yeah.
No, I thought he stuffed Kevin O'Connell in a locker. I really think he intimidated him. I think he outcoached him, and the Lions won that game going away. Now, the question is, before we get to these phones, TJ, how meaningful is that? That performance from the defense, does it translate to the playoffs? Having the 1 seed, I mean, they're the Super Bowl favorites today. How meaningful was that win?
Yeah. Huge. I mean, and look, those guys on defense needed that confidence boost, right? They know the month of December they let up the most points in the NFL, right? I think it was over 30 points a game. Yeah. They heard people talk, and obviously you could tell after the game. You listen to some of those post-game interviews. Decker mentioned it, Anzalone mentioned it, a couple other guys mentioned it. Hey, everybody's kind of been bashing on our defense, and hey, are you guys good enough to do the whole thing? Right? They took that personal. But I also think they needed that confidence boost of reminding themselves that we can do it with the players that we have. So you're definitely going to carry that into the playoffs. You're definitely going to feel better getting a week's rest, right, with some of the veteran guys that they've had that have been playing through a lot of injuries. Like we talked about, it's been a long time since you got that full week off. I know Coach is going to take care of them. And obviously, yes, if you're going to play Philly, if you're going to play Minnesota again or Green Bay, would you rather have it at home? Hell yeah, you would, right? So it's a massive difference, but I think it's a massive confidence boost for the defense, and I think it's a massive confidence boost for your offense because maybe the mindset was we got to go score 40 points. Our defense is shorthanded. You watch your defense have a performance like that against a high-scoring offense in Minnesota who was playing really good football.
Off.
Hell yeah, it does. It makes it picks up the level, I think, for the entire team. So a performance like that, you can't look at and say, oh, it's a one-off. Minnesota had a bad night. No, we kicked their ass. This is who we are. We figured it out. Let's keep rolling into the playoffs.
As big as you think that win was, I think it's bigger. Like, however big you think that game is out there, I want to tell you it's even more important than you realize. TJ, you're right. It's the rest. They're going to get some guys back. Terrion Arnold said he's in the boot but plans to play the first playoff game. 2 weeks is probably a big reason.
Yeah.
David Montgomery, same deal. And then pave the path.
Carlton Davis, I know maybe a chance. I think his initial injury was 6 to 8. I mean, it's been, 4 or 5? So you
give yourself a chance.
Maybe, right? Yeah.
Give yourself a chance.
Yeah.
And think about this. They will have that week off. Then they will face the worst remaining NFC team by seeding. If they win that game, they will host the NFC title game. That's how quick it turns around where you're playing to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
TJ.
It's one less game. You got to win.
Last 10 years, the team that hosts the NFC title, 8-2. 80% shot to advance to the Super Bowl. Now that you're there, how about Aiden? How about Barnes? How about Carlton? How about being in a game to win the Super Bowl with reinforcements on the way? You mentioned it. The offense is the best in football, and they did perk up. If the defense gives them even more cushion, they're the Super Bowl favorite right now. To me, yesterday cemented that, and that's not a small thing.
Yeah.
That's a huge deal.
I'm with you. I think that, and that's exactly the performance that they needed. right? If you go out and win the way you won the first game, hey, we're down 10, and then we claw back, and then we give up a lead late, right? Of course, you're feeling great about a win. There's a different level of confidence and swagger that comes with the style of football you played last night and the way that you just wore them down. There's a different confidence that comes with that.
This is statistically the greatest division in the history of football, and the Lions went 6-0 and won it with no doubt. I mean, what the hell is that?
And that's I played in this division for 10 years, and this is not an easy division to win. Clearly, it took 15 wins to do it this year, right?
It's amazing.
To go out there and do it back-to-back years.
And how about setting the tone going into the playoffs? Like you mentioned, you go out there and you put a performance like that together. Now, can you imagine if it's, let's just say, Philly beats Green Bay, but Washington beats Tampa?
Yeah.
You'd play Washington. Can you imagine being a rookie quarterback?
Who would you root for?
Oh, that's
it's like a Stoney moment, like the Eagles or the Lions.
Yeah, not even a question. It would be the Lions. There's no question about that. But
come on, you're a decorated member of that organization, John.
Yeah, and after 10 years, they said goodbye.
Or like Dan Campbell.
Trust me, there's still some feelings.
Or like Dan Campbell told Kevin O'Connell, man, hey, see you in a couple weeks, right?
John,
Very
you do
good possibility.
You do have a Washington blazer. I've never seen your Lions blazer.
Yeah, well, I did not have the career at Detroit that I had at Washington.
How about we work in some phone calls, guys? Go ahead. TJ, if you got another thought.
No, just saying, like, every year you always look at some teams that there's a quote, they're kind of limping in the playoffs, right? Last night was like, we're going to the playoffs full speed, man.
Yeah.
We got our identity back, man.
Yeah.
We're rolling. We got confidence. Sometimes when you're playing like that, it's like, we got to wait 2 more weeks. Obviously, everybody likes the bye week, but remember last year, like Philly, right? Getting beat up the last half of the season. Man, they're limping into the playoffs. You see what happens. Last night was one of those like, we're going to the playoffs full speed.
You got that diesel cranking, both smokestacks just rolling downhill.
Let's
Look
get
out.
this thing going.
And I want to get out in front of this. The whole, I don't know about the bye. The last time they came off a bye week, they played the Dallas Cowboys. Do we see any rust in that game? No. Okay.
No.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Linda in Detroit. Linda, you're on 97.1.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Look, I used to feed the Lions. I think it might have been in 2006. They never won. My job was to feed the visiting team and the Lions. And I would be on the elevator sometimes with the guys, and I want to knock the earring out their ear and tell them to play football. But now, Dan Campbell, oh, my God. I just love my guys. They are playing. And if you notice, when Dan Campbell had that talk with them in that locker room last week, you didn't hear a peep out of them. They were focused. And I knew they had this. And the night when he went in there and he told them who they were, you heard them celebrating everything. But I want them to get back focused. We got this. I can't even hold back the tears. I am just so excited.
Yeah. Should be. Yeah, should be.
And the perspective, I mean, she's one of many who can remember those losing days.
Oh, yeah. And she got a chance to see it up close and personal.
Who do you want to go to next, John? We got a bunch of people. Who interests you most here?
Let's see here. Let's talk to Joe, because this was a big moment in the game and a big moment for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Joe and Grosse Ile, good morning.
Hey, guys. What I think's been overlooked a little bit is Gibbs did 95% of his damage after he was absolutely lit up by Van Ginkel on that screen pass. I didn't think he was coming back to the game. He did not miss one single play. What he did after taking that hit is unbelievable to me. To me, he's the best running back in football right now, bar none.
Agreed.
Yeah, he's a superstar, man.
Yeah,
he is.
I mean, to be able to get up, and the statement that makes it itself, like that's the best you got. Hey, nice hit. Let me show you what else I have.
And he did.
Yes, he certainly did.
Absolutely did. An underrated play we haven't talked about, but we got a ton of ticket text about it. Right before the half. How big of a gift was that kick out of bounds?
Oh, my goodness.
And you knew right away they're going to have a chance now.
Yeah. Well, you had a feeling. I think there was 20 seconds.
Yes.
Had a timeout in your
One
pocket.
timeout, yep.
You know Minnesota's getting the ball out of halftime, so you're thinking, hey, they're definitely not going to go out there take a knee. Like Dan can't. That's not their DNA. Clearly, when they kick that out of bounds, gives you a momentum boost.
Yeah, you get the ball to 40.
And it's so frustrating, John, you remember like when you go on a big drive and then the kicker misses an extra point. Or you get some momentum back and then he kicks it out of bounds.
Right.
It's like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, come on. But if you're the Lions, you're absolutely right. I mean, that switch there, end of the first half to start the second half, Minnesota's got a chance to double up, kept them to a field goal, and then you get those 3 points right back going into halftime. A lot of times that's the difference in the game. I know a lot of people will think about a third down or, hey, fourth quarter, you'll think about some plays, but the players, coaches, when you get in there, it's like the game is won and lost a lot of times at that key position there. How did we end the first half? How did we start the second half? We either pulled away or, man, the other team pulled away, and it was just too much to rebound from.
A lot of coaches talk about the 8-minute game, and it's the 4 minutes leading into halftime, and it's the 4 minutes coming out of halftime. Yeah. And can you win those 8 minutes? And if you can, obviously, it's momentum going into halftime. It's momentum coming out of halftime, and it will last you.
Yeah, it does. And for Minnesota to get the ball coming out of half, I think they went for it on a fourth down, right? And they ended up getting stuffed. That kept the momentum on your side. It was so important yesterday to get off to a good start. I know there wasn't a lot of scoring in the first half, but the Buffalo game, when Buffalo started touchdown, you could feel the energy out of that building. It was leaking out of that building a little bit, like nervous, like, okay, what is going on? Come on. Yesterday was so important to just keep it tight, keep battling, give yourself time to figure it out, because the energy in that building was incredible. I don't know if they showed it on TV, but it looked like most of the time Sam Darnold was like in the huddle screaming his lungs out, trying to get the play call out. And some of the adjustments he was trying to make were like screaming his lungs out. And you could see guys looking around kind of confused a lot. A lot of that had to do with the way you started that game, kept it tight in the first half, and let Ford Field just do its thing.
We want to hear more about that environment. We can do that coming up next. TJ, I know you also got a grin out of Minnesota trying to buy their way into a presence there. We'll talk about that too. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. And I can't say enough about what First Merchants Bank is and does for you on a daily basis. They stepped up big for me as I just sold a home, bought a home, and the entire process. And it's the entire reason why I bank with First Merchants. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you and figure out what is the best financial plan for your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to the highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. It's where they live and work. And they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
TJ's out holding court. We'll get his thoughts on Minnesota buying 2,000 tickets.
Parade around the office. Look at my new T-shirt. Look at the fact, yeah, they gave me sunglasses, but they won't fit my head.
Got a big head.
Yes. Let's
get some phone calls while we let TJ work his way back into the studio. You guys are waiting. Tyler in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
Good morning.
So, first of all, I want to shout out to Aaron Glenn. To not just, I feel like I'm the only one that wasn't surprised the defense was going to play that way because the quarterback is Sam Darnold. I get he's been playing good all year, but he's still Sam Darnold. Like, I wasn't worried at all. As soon as I seen him airmailing passes to Justin Jefferson, the best wide receiver in the league, I'm like, yeah, we're good. Because he's not, I could see it in his face, his eyes. I know his heart was beating probably at 180 beats per minute last night. Because it's just like, I'm like, yeah, this is the moment. He's been in this moment and has failed terribly every single time, even coming in as a backup. It's Sam Darnold.
And it's on Aaron Glenn, though, because he had played so much better this season, right? Like, two things can be true. I think the moment was too big for Sam Darnold, clearly. But I also think Detroit blitzed a ton, and he was someone who would hold the ball for a while. They knew they could get to him, throw him off, get him with happy feet, and he was a mess yesterday.
Yeah. What, 18 for 42, 43?
Yeah, and I thought I saw like 1 of 9 in the red zone or like 2 of 9 in the red zone. Just brutal.
He was just trying to be so cautious. He didn't want to throw the big pick, which prevented him from throwing any big receptions. Overthrowing. There are a lot of times with Justin Jefferson, you just put it in the zip code and he's going to go get it. And to think that you couldn't connect with him in those moments, he's had a great season. There's no question about it. For what he has been through the start of his career, signing a 1-year deal, and you saw him going to the locker room. I think they showed it after last week's game. That team loves him, but he is limited.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a stat now. Lions played man coverage 67% of the time, which is a lot more than they've been playing the last couple of weeks.
Especially against those receivers.
Yep. And the times where Sam Darnold had over 4 seconds, he was 1 of 9 passing.
Wow.
So that's both. I mean, that's coverage, that's being physical down line, that's sticking with your guy, but that's also Sam Darnold hesitating, right?
Yep.
Do I want to? Don't want to force this pass, right? Don't want to make a mistake. Which all goes, obviously, like you said, into Aaron Glenn's game plan that he had for those guys.
Hey, you were having fun on social media with the Vikings buying up some tickets, trying to create an atmosphere.
Cute, wasn't it?
So tell people what you thought.
Well, look, first of all, I think it was a cool gesture. I'm not going to, I'll give Minnesota props on that, them giving their fans opportunities to come out. Lions fans obviously don't need that. They take over stadiums no matter where the games are at.
Yeah, they don't need a bankroll. They can do it themselves.
It was kind of cute. Like, look at, hey, we're going to have a presence there. I don't know if they showed it on TV. I didn't see a lot of purple there at all last night. Maybe people were wearing neutral colors for a game like that. But it was like, okay, that's cute. Like, you have to like incentivize your fans to travel to one of the biggest games.
In the history of
the franchise, in the history of the NFL, one of the biggest regular season games. You know what I mean? Like, there's a part of you as the fan Lions fans don't need a handout. They don't need like, oh, can you buy tickets for us? Like, you know what I mean? These people do whatever they can to go travel and help their team on the road. So when I saw that with Minnesota, it was a cool gesture by ownership. Don't get me wrong, but it kind of felt like they were trying to buy their way into having a presence at Ford Field, which is kind of seemed a little corny to me.
And you're missing the best part. Like, I think it's a cool gesture by the team. I think it was pathetic that the fans that did get the discount, some of them sold the tickets. Yeah. How pathetic are you of a fan? Your team gives you a gift, heavily discounted 20% of what the face value or for the secondary market value was, and you don't even go?
Yeah,
you sell it?
The irony of that coming from a guy who would have sold, preseason tickets or training camp tickets.
Oh, cookies?
Yeah, cookies, yeah. If he had training camp tickets, he would have sold them. He said he would.
Cheap bastard.
So you see what this stuff's going for, man?
I'm never going to blame a fan if you can make a ton of money and help yourself out.
No, but the idea that like these tickets were going for $1,000 a pop, the team buys them, gives them to you for $200, and rather than go, you go, I'm going to stab my own team in the back and let a Lions fan go at a cheap price.
And some of them were season ticket holders.
A lot of them were supposed to be season ticket holders. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Mark, you want to talk atmosphere? It's 97.1.
Yes, this is Mark. I drove down from the UP for the game. I have not missed one since December of 2022. Here's a few things I love. I love that the Vikings wasted $2 million on those tickets. I love that our crowd showed up. I love that we held Jefferson to 3 catches. And I feel like Amik Robinson's quote after the game has got to be the new quote for the Detroit Lions. They tried to bury me, but you can't bury what comes from the effing dirt. That place showed up and showed out yesterday. That was awesome.
It's a hell of a quote. You know what I mean?
I love Amik Robertson too, man.
Yeah.
His play style. You obviously could tell, sometimes the players, you go to the coach and you're like, dude, give me this guy one-on-one, right? I want to challenge myself. I want to challenge him. I think I got a great chance. It's a good matchup. And you could tell that they obviously gave Amik Robertson his wish, right? He was matched up with Jefferson a lot that game, and his scrappiness and physicality at the line of scrimmage and sticking with him and just being one of those little like gnats that you cannot get rid of. You swat at him 1,000 times and he's just right on your hip the entire game. And the energy that he brings too, man. Like he's been massively underrated part of that defense. And I know he hasn't had the numbers, so to say, with maybe the interceptions or the PBUs, but the style of football that he plays with. I think with coaches that are former players, there's some guys on your team that remind you of yourself when you played. Yeah. Offense, Dan Campbell, I think that's more of like the Brock Wright, Dan Skipper, unsung heroes, guys that are just going to go figure out a way to grind. I think Amik Robertson's that way with Aaron Glenn. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not a huge dude, but he's just going to scrap. He's going to play physical. He's going to bring some energy and the juice to that defense. He was huge last night. And you're right. What he said after the game, man, they tried to bury me. You guys helped me out, but that was awesome. I got goosebumps when I heard him say that. And that's the attitude that you need to have. Somehow, even a 15-2 football team can still have that underdog mentality, right? It starts with guys like Amik Robertson, some of those guys that just have to go do the dirty work.
Well, and that's what we heard when they signed him from the Raiders. They were disappointed to lose him because he's got a little bit of that dog in him, and we saw that dog come out and bark last night.
I didn't realize this until yesterday. He had played against Justin Jefferson going back to high school. So you talk about not being intimidated. Like, TJ, how many corners in football do you feel comfortable saying, you got Jefferson today, one-on-one, man? You said man coverage like 2/3 of the time. There's not many corners in the league that you would say, you got this, dude.
Yep, shaking in their boots a little bit.
Right, and
not Amik.
And he's a dog. I mean, he went out there and played like it.
Yeah, he did.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Alex in Lansing. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Good.
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up those tickets that Minnesota bought. Monday night Seattle game, I was there courtesy of VetTix, won some tickets. Now lightning struck twice for me. I was able to go last night's game with VetTix as well. The difference was my first game they had presented by Detroit Lions. Yesterday's tickets were presented by Minnesota Vikings and were the visiting seat. My entire section was all Lions fan, and we were all cracking up about it.
So you're the beneficiary of that $2 million, eh? Yeah.
That sounds like it.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Appreciate the phone call, Alex. We'll get some more phone calls in the mix on this, plus some news today. Today is Black Monday. Coaches that are fired, and maybe more importantly, coaches that weren't. We'll get some updates on that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think. All you got to do is give IdealU a call. Go to idealu.us right now, and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds or 100 pounds, IdealU works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the 40. And I got to be honest with you, I've been able to keep it off. And not only that, but I've been able to lose 20 more. So I'm down 70 pounds from when I started, and I got to eat real whole food. It wasn't shakes or bars. So it's one that you could stick with even when you accomplish your goals or if you want to further your goals. Ideal Use weight loss coaches work with you every step of the way. They want you to achieve your goals, and your coach is going to help you lose weight and help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that has helped thousands of people just like me and you to lose weight. In fact, over 90%, 9 out of 10 Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. So it's on the horizon. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now, and you're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year right, lose weight, and get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us. Dan losing his voice. Wow.
He could use the 2 weeks.
Yeah. Come on, TJ. Can't step in and help him out there?
I try to shut my mic off in some big plays.
I should learn from that.
Yeah, I hate sometimes when you jump over a call and celebrate. But obviously last night we did it a few times. Obviously an exciting game.
He had a good time. Dan was great. And
Dan's awesome, man. He's the best.
Yes. Mike, not shut off. Where's that
Mike
button?
on. Full
Yes.
blast.
Hey, the division celebration is going to continue all day long. Carson Anderson coming up here in 10 minutes. It's also Black Monday in the NFL. The Lions are involved in the sense that they got 2 coordinators that are going to be in
high demand.
Some of the news that's already come out today. Doug Peterson has been fired. Trent Baalke, though, will stay as the GM, which I don't understand. But and that might make it less attractive for someone like a Ben Johnson.
Yeah, no doubt.
Who otherwise would be a very interesting candidate in Jacksonville, chance to resurrect Trevor Lawrence in a winnable division. Some of the other news, the Giants will not be firing their head coach or general manager.
Can I read the statement?
Yeah, please.
It's so gratifying. Now that the season is over, this is a statement by the New York Football Giants. We felt it necessary to make this statement. Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll will continue in their respective roles with the organization. As disappointing as the results of the season have been, Steve Tisch and I remain confident in the process that Joe and Brian have implemented and their vision for our team. We look forward to the future and achieving the results we all desire.
Yeah, it's the right call. They showed some fight late in the season.
I can't.
You got to give them a chance, to get their own quarterback.
I can't wait. Now I don't know when it'll hit between 2 and 6 today.
Yeah.
Because obviously there's still going to be a celebration going on of what we have going here in Detroit. But at some point,
it's got to sneak in there.
It's going to sneak in
Happy
there.
for Mike and Big G.
Continuity is important in the NFL.
Started turning around a little bit. They showed some fight. You know, young
well, they
guys
showed
with
some fight in the preseason in the
talent,
practices
some
with the
promise.
Lions. Like there was fights all the time.
I don't even question things anymore, man.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you wonder
luck.
like why? How
Yeah,
is this
good luck.
possible?
Adam Schefter also saying that the Jets, Bears, and Saints are all expected to request head coaching interviews with Aaron Glenn. Easy to understand
no
why.
surprise,
Saints make a lot of sense for him. Jets, too, where he played. Schefter also says the Bengals have fired their defensive coordinator, Lou Adaromo. That's minutes ago. TJ, you had a note about the Titans. Brian Callahan has a press conference today, which should mean they're not firing him.
Yeah, which, I mean, Titans probably in a different spot. I mean, Callahan, first-year coach. I don't think they had a lot of high expectations this year, but
do you want to start over
with the number one?
Yeah. It sounds like he'll be safe down there in Tennessee. But Anarumo, we talked about Anarumo, man. He's this year, obviously, the Cincy defense didn't play up to their standard compared to where they were last couple of years, but don't even want to think about it yet. But if Aaron Glenn's going to take that next jump, obviously you're going to have to replace him. Anarumo's a guy with kind of same style of defense, 4-3, physical, attack you a little bit. Could be
Somebody on the radar. Somebody on the
a
radar.
couple months down the road, but somebody to keep an eye on.
Do you expect they're going to lose both coordinators? Because the musical chairs are
Honestly,
about to start today.
Not really, no. Like I just if last year anything told us about Ben Johnson, it's like he's going to be very picky and he's going to choose the perfect spot.
Is there
right?
even
he doesn't have to leave. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, obviously the Bears have a ton of talent, young quarterback.
But if they keep that
talent on-
GM,
but they've been. That's what I'm saying. They've been very dysfunctional organization for a long time, and I just can't. I can't picture Ben Johnson going to a division rival either. So no, I don't think it's a given that he will jump at any opportunity because obviously we saw what happened last year, and I don't know what that perfect spot for him would be. I mean, at Jacksonville, look, Trevor Lawrence, I think, has a ton of talent, right? And he's a good athletic quarterback, but
is Baalke a guy that you can work with?
You mentioned, keeping the GM, who's probably been a bigger issue than the
Doug
coaches.
Peterson, yeah.
So no, I don't expect. I wouldn't be surprised if Aaron Glenn gets some serious looks and maybe takes the leap, but do I expect them both to be gone? 50-50. No, I don't expect it. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben Johnson stays around and says, man, I got a grade over here.
Yeah. Coordinators are making more than they've ever made.
Yeah.
He's making a lot of money. And even if he doesn't leave, he's going to make more money next year than he does this year with the Lions.
Yeah.
and the success that he has had with Goff, with this offense, and he can see the fact that, hey, our offensive line, now we may need to make some upgrades, but the core of this offensive line is damn good.
Yeah.
It's young, and especially with Mahogany, the way that he played, that in and of itself it has to make you believe the fact that Jared Goff is in the prime of his career, and you get to continue to work with him. J-Mo, Amon-Ra St. Brown's locked up, like Laporta, young, like you have so many different weapons that he can play with.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't like directly. It probably. I don't know for a fact, but it probably doesn't directly tie in. But I remember thinking last year, a big storyline in the offseason was, oh, look at the ticket prices, man, they're like doubling. Would fans feel better if they felt like that money was going to Ben Johnson to keep one of the best offensive coordinators around?
Yeah.
We're going to have to give the guy a raise, right? If he's turning down head coaching jobs, right? We're going to have to, hey, let's keep rewarding him and keep him around. Would fans feel better if hey, we got to pay more, but hey, at least it's, going to keep this guy around. I don't know. I mean, like that it probably doesn't directly go, factor in that way, but that's how I would think of it. Like, hey, okay, we got to pay a little bit more. Like, ticket prices go up, but hey, we got Ben Johnson's getting raised, man. Like, hell yeah, we got Ben Johnson back, right? I don't know. It's just a way to kind of sugarcoat it, I guess.
Yeah.
But.
Anybody else we're waiting on that you think will be fired or that you're curious about?
I'm curious what they're going to do in Vegas.
Yeah, me too. Feels like a very New England-esque
situation. Yeah. Where, I mean, they're going to have a high pick. I don't know if they'll be able to get their franchise quarterback or not. But if they do they want to start it off with a new coach?
Pair them up.
Yeah, pair them up. Somebody they can grow together.
Because what you don't want to do is draft a quarterback and then fire the coach a year in. And then he's learned verbiage.
A la Chicago.
Yeah, exactly. He's learned verbiage. He's learned one style, and then he's immediately, yo-yo to the other scheme and verbiage and all that stuff.
Could Miami be a sneaky one? I know they're like.
I think they've announced they're bringing both back.
Yeah, I mean, hasn't really accomplished much. What's McDaniel been there for?
What about Cincinnati? They're just going to fire the DC. I mean, they've missed the playoffs a couple years in a row now. I mean,
Cleveland. I mean,
they've announced Stefanski's staying. I think.
I know. I know he's a good play caller, but
and they've got the number 2 pick.
Yeah. Well, Dallas. I mean, I guess that wouldn't be a firing because I think McCarthy's.
Yeah, but
contract is up.
Some of the awkwardness of that, like Jerry wants guys who want to be there, but if you're not
messages,
like is McCarthy going to interview for other jobs? I mean, he kind of should if he doesn't have an offer from Dallas, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
But then Jerry's going to go, if you're not loyal, what a mess.
There's always a couple surprises. Like, I mean, don't think it's going to happen, but what if Philly goes 1 and out? Right? What if Green Bay goes in and beats them?
Yeah,
those are some surprises that could still happen.
Yeah,
a couple weeks down the line here. But no, anybody else
Arizona,
that I'm looking at,
if they don't feel like it's progressing with Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody really you're looking at like, wow, like can't believe they're keeping him outside of what we already talked about with the Giants.
Yes,
good for them. Give it another year.
See how well that goes in New York.
Run it back.
Patient, pragmatic.
Next year's
Look at this group of characters in here today.
Oh yeah. Well, so we haven't reset the scene in some time, and there were some people on Twitch that were wondering why Costa is wearing the shirt.
Because Jim has not stopped partying.
No, he has not stopped partying. He started on New Year's, and it just has continued. He's wearing the glasses because
I'm amazed he's wearing pants today.
Oh, he is?
So I was out last week. Is this the first one that he's been wearing pants for?
I'm just saying that, given how he's been feeling lately, I'm surprised he's even wearing pants today.
Okay.
The no pants dance.
Yeah. Got that.
We've got the double-digit disco for those that haven't seen on Twitch today.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, as you might imagine, we have a football team to talk about, a game to discuss, and a Super Bowl to chase. All coming up. Champ and Chump 2, always every Monday.
Carson Anderson's 97.1.
It is so much brighter when you take these off.
Tell you, we don't have the disco going, but I don't mind it.
You're in?
Yeah, I have no issue with the disco. The double-digit disco that Costa brought up a few weeks ago. I forget which game it was where they say, "Are you going to get involved with the double-digit disco? They're going to win by double digits." I'm like, I can buy into it, whatever. And then I joked with him last week. I'm like, "So, what about the double-digit disco? You in for this week?" He says, not so much, against the Vikings. And then it turns out we all should have been dancing away to a 22-point win.
Wow. I mean, just wow.
It was a just wow day.
They're
games.
still grasping the reality that this is the Detroit Lions and that this is the football team that we here in Detroit get to follow. I don't know that there's anything more that exemplified the true 180 than the Lions late in the game getting the Vikings to jump off sides on 4th and 2. I mean, that to me was in a massive game against a quality football team. The Lions very skillfully used their own reputation. Dan Campbell very skillfully used his own reputation as a 4th down gambler to sucker the Vikings into making a mistake that Detroit made for decades upon decades. In that moment, and there's a bunch of moments in the game, but I felt like that play in that moment right there symbolized the complete flip from what the Lions used to be to what the Lions are now.
Right. That's a play that in the past, if the Lions were going to go for it on 4th down in that situation, that the Lions would have moved.
Do you remember the Lions went to the line of scrimmage once with no play called and snapped the football? They did that. Raiola, do you remember that? Raiola, they had one of those, we're going to try and draw them offsides plays. There's no play called. And they actually snapped the football. And they were like, what? The rest of the offense was like, what?
What'd you do?
But the point being, I'm still getting used to this. Like it's such a foreign feeling. And it's 2 years of having a really good, really 2.5 years, but 2 years of truly contending and having a really good football team. And it's still so foreign. But it's fun, man. It's insanely fun, of course. But there's a lot. Like Dan Campbell at the podium, just low key, talking about the team and all that, just summing up some stuff, completely addressed how great the Lions culture is. But the whole, the guys come in and they know they need to fall in line, which is the things that we were jealous of in Pittsburgh and Seattle and Baltimore and New England, where it just felt like those teams were always good and they would get players cast off from other teams who would make plays for them. And now that's what's going on in Detroit. There's so much that's remarkable about this. And to go 15-2, man. Undefeated in the best division. And I can't find confirmation of this. I heard Mark Ryan say it last night in the postgame show, that it's the best division record-wise in the history of football.
Oh, it has to.
And they went 15-2 and undefeated in the division.
Yeah, it's when you've got a 15-2 team, a 14-3 team, and with the Packers win 11 games this year, it's 11-6. It's I get there's got the extra game, but okay, fine. Just go by week. If you go by week after 16 games, it was 14, 14, and 11.
Yeah, because last week it was all division games. So the only thing it was an NFC North team would beat an NFC North team in 2 games. So it didn't change anything. If it's win percentage, though, that's incredibly impressive. They went 15-2 and undefeated in could be the toughest division in the history of football.
Here's what we all have to accept as Lions fans about this team. We're going to have to accept this. Okay? They're good. Mm-hmm. They're really good. They're great. This team is the epitome of a team. They go out there and they just get it done. And last night, I swear, this team knew exactly what was being said about them. All the doubters out there saying that this team cannot win with this defense that's out there. Makeshift, hey, you guys have gotten along for so long, but there's no way it's going to happen. It's not a Super Bowl caliber defense, and Anzalone called BS on that last week, and I know that got a lot of play around here. And, they're really good. Because when they can go out there and step in and understand that, hey, it's still next man up mentality, which is what they've had to deal with for a couple of years with all the injuries. It's just same old, same old. Get your lunch pail, go to work, and get it done. And what they did to the Vikings last night, that sent word all around the NFL. You cannot underestimate the will of a team when they are that together, because that's what this team is. Aaron Glenn has done absolute wonders with that defense to scheme it up, to put them in positions to make plays and win. And that's what they did. When you hold the Vikings to 3 field goals in a game, when you get how many stops on 4th down and just get them to turn it over on downs, it was absolutely incredible. And as it's going on, you're like, well, they're playing with fire. How long can this last? Hey, it's only, they got a 7-6 lead. And then the ball gets kicked out of bounds on the kickoff with 20 seconds left. And they get the ball at the 40-yard line with 20 seconds into timeout. And I think that's when Lion fans collectively raised an eyebrow and went, oh, wait a minute. Might actually get 3 points out of this. This is
That was the first time the Lions offense looked like the Lions offense. And from there on out,
and it was
field goal.
Game on.
Weird interception. Something weird happened on that bomb to J-Mo, but then it was touchdown.
Well, they responded to another injury. They were up 10-6. Terry Arnold gets hurt, leaves the game. Vikings come down and get the field goal, make it 10-9. I asked Dan Campbell about this afterwards last night and didn't really get an answer I was expecting. So, but I'll repeat what I said, which was the team responded on offense. It's like what was said on the sideline. Did the offense say something to each other like, "Hey, we got this. We got you guys. Okay, we know that Terrian's hurt. It's another guy hurt on defense. We got you." And they go out and they score 3 straight touchdowns to put the distance out 31-9. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the defense said, "Hey, hold on, we got this." We understand when one of our guys went down with an injury, it's okay. We'll cover for him. We got this. And they shut out the Vikings after that point as well, after Terry and Arnold went out. Raise your hand if you didn't expect just a savage display of throwing the ball deep wherever you wanted to go last night on the Vikings' behalf because they were without their starting 2 corners. Everybody thought that was going to happen, and it didn't happen. Sam Darnold looked like Sam Darnold with the Jets. Sam Darnold looked like that scared guy who was seeing ghosts. That was Sam Darnold yesterday. They rattled him. They forced him out of his routines, got him to run out of the pocket, constantly spinning around and eluding the pass rush, and then the pass rush would finally come home, and he had nowhere to go, didn't know what to do. He had guys wide open that he just didn't see because he was spooked. They made him look ridiculous. That team is an awesome team.
Well,
full stop. Full stop. I don't want any caveats about the defense, who's in, who's out. I don't care because it's the team that gets it done. It's amazing what they've done.
We'll get to your phone calls coming up. Champ and Chump, we'll have ours today at 10:35. Man, Lions, division champs, 15-2. Most importantly, a bye. The number 1 seed in the NFC, the road to the Super Bowl, goes through Ford Field. It is Carson Anderson on a glorious regular season-ending victory Monday, 97-1 the ticket.
Look, I want to talk about reliable service, reliable like the Lions defense. You betcha. Anytime you find out about it, you want to let people know about it. So I'm here to tell you about Precision Garage Door. These guys are amazing. Look, you need to get your garage door serviced. It's making some weird noises. It's cold outside. You're worried that maybe some parts are getting brittle or they're breaking. Give them a call. They'll come out. They'll check things out for you. They'll diagnose any issues you have, and they'll let you know exactly what has to be done. They're going to shoot you straight. They're awesome. And Precision Garage Door Service, they take your call 24/7. They can schedule a repair appointment quickly, even for the same day. That's awesome. They've helped me out a couple of times. I love what they do. Give them a call, and they will do it for you as well. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is the number, or visit them online at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Taylor Decker, and it was great to hear all the offensive guys in the post game talking about the defense. The defense that shut down one of the best offenses in football. The defense that did it with, I mean, you wanted to give Aaron Glenn credit, but it's kind of easy when you have players like Mitchell Agude. I mean, honestly, they
step in and do what they have to do.
El Quadin Muhammad with a huge sack, because of course El Quadin Muhammad had a huge sack. Where in the beginning of the season when you laid out QB or CB1, CB2, what number followed Amik Robertson's name? Where was he on the cornerback depth chart? Like he stepped up and was huge, and we talked about it on Friday. He and Justin Jefferson go all the way back to the Thibodeau versus Destrehan high school games in South Louisiana when those two played against each other in high school. Crazy.
My man came out to the podium yesterday after the game.
Mm-hmm.
That guy is awesome.
Yeah, he is.
He's got an awesome beard, first of all. Had this awesome shirt with 21 on it, and that had this awesome
sweater
gold
thing.
chain. Yeah, they had that, and they had a gold chain that had 21 on it as well, wearing sunglasses, and he was there for the spotlight because he deserved it. And he knew all week that he was going to have to line up across from Justin Jefferson, and he relished that moment, and he rose to the occasion. You know, because in the end, what did Justin Jefferson do? Caught 3 passes.
Yep.
For 54 yards.
Yep.
That was it. 3 out of 9 targets. So, Amik Robertson, well done.
Well done. But the pass defense in general, the pass rush, and watching Goff go through his progressions, like the one 4th down play where he had J-Mo over the middle for like 10 yards on 4th and 2.
Well, it was like 4th and 6.
Whatever it was, yeah. He worked. I'm pretty sure that was his 4th option. He looked right, then looked righter, then looked all the way back to the left, and then back to the middle. Sam Darnold couldn't work his way through progressions because the Lions' pass rush was in his face.
When Goff hit, I think it's the same play we're talking about. There was a 4th and 6 play, and it was. I noted that it was like a blitz buster play because they were coming at him, and he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna have to wait because they're gonna hit." And he knew he was gonna get drilled, and he got drilled. And hit him in stride. Maybe it's a different play.
I'm talking. Yeah, actually, I just looked back and it was a 3rd and 1 play where he found.
So this 4th down play was incredible because he waited to the last second and then delivered a strike to J-Mo. He gets drilled. J-Mo takes it upfield for a nice gain, and it's just one of many plays that you can go back and cite and say there it was. You talk about Muhammad's sack.
Mm-hmm.
I think the crowd noise on that sack, and people that were there, you can back me up on this, or you can say I don't think so. I think the noise level after that sack was every bit as loud as the Bears game was from a dozen years ago that we always reference.
Yeah,
it was so stinking loud. It was amazing.
You know what last night was? It was the difference between playing in big games and not playing in big games before. I think Sam Darnold. I know, Gator, you weren't a huge believer in him, like, hey, eventually midnight's going to strike and you're going to turn back into, it's over. The glass slipper doesn't fit, right?
Correct.
That's what happened last night with Sam Darnold. This was the biggest professional game he's ever played in, and it showed. Last night, that was not the biggest professional game Jared Goff has ever played, and he's played in plenty of big games.
Super Bowl.
So when he's able to go through his progressions, I've done this before. Give me more. I can handle it all. And Sam Darnold's like, give me less. I can't handle this. I don't even know where my guys are supposed to be.
Well, how about and not getting rattled?
Well, Goff, that's all part of it.
Yeah, well, because Goff had reasons to get rattled. Throws a pass, gets tipped, gets picked off, right? And leads to 3 points. 4th down play, it's 4th and inches. They chose not to just sneak it and get the 6 inches they needed. They're like, we're going to run a play out of shotgun. And Goff throws it, gets tipped incomplete. And what would, by the way, it would have been like a 25-yard gain had ball not been tipped, but it was tipped. Easy ways to get rattled or frustrated. He's not. He just goes back into his bag of tricks and says, all right, I'll keep going. And then they go out and have 3 straight touchdown drives. It was incredible. Because and I go back, I think having that experience of going through that Houston game where you throw 5 interceptions and just say, it's okay, I'm going to figure this out. And that's what happened. The offense figured it out. The defense said, we got your back. Just stay in this game. We know you guys are gonna turn it around, and they did.
Well, Goff is battle tested, and he says it all the time. This team is built for this.
Yep.
And Goff's been to a Super Bowl. He's played huge games. He's won playoff games. You mentioned the Texans games this year. He's been through it all. Sam Darnold has not, and that was the intriguing question last night. He had a chance to answer that, and it was his first big game, and they'll play next week against the Rams, but he hasn't been there before and done it like Goff has.
18 out of 41 in the game for Sam Darnold. He was 9 for 20 in the first half. He was 9 for 21 in the second half. He was a non-factor in the game. He missed guys who were wide open. He just could not live up to the moment.
248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. We go to D in Detroit. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, D.
Gator, DK, Kane, what's up?
Come on, D.
Hey, D.
Bring it.
Bro, I came into work, fellas. I expected more excitement from my place of employment, but some of these people are sleeping, bro. 15-2, 8-0 on the road, 6-0 in division. If Coach Dan don't win Coach of the Year award this year, bro, it's going to be trouble, bro. It's going to be trouble. Big win, fellas. And I just want to say one more thing. I try to tell everybody, Minnesota is a fraud. Everybody, oh, no, look at that record. Bro, that record don't mean nothing. All them wins they got against some teams because they turned the ball over and other teams didn't capitalize or the other teams didn't just, do what they had to do. We showed the NFL last night. Minnesota is not a big boy team like we are, bro. And like you said, DK, say it again for me, baby. The road to New Orleans comes through the D. How good does that sound? Man, I'm so damn hyped. I'm so hyped. I hope they send me home, bro, because I'm going nuts in this place.
Well, maybe everybody at work is sleepy because they stayed up late watching a game and then they couldn't go to sleep afterwards.
Negative, D. Negative, bro. We showing excitement, like you said, because we have never seen or felt nothing like this before. And who knows if we're going to ever feel it again. So we got to take advantage of this, bro. And like I said, bro, so proud of that team. And you fans that was at the game, bro, every time I look at y'all on the big screen, y'all are so damn loud. Y'all are so much enthusiastic. I love you fans, bro. Y'all are the 12th man on this team. Love the show, bro. And let's go, DK. Whoa!
Way to bring it, D. 248-539-9797. John is in Livonia and next. Hi, John.
Carson Anderson, how we doing?
Doing great.
Doing well.
Hey, well, I was so impressed yesterday. I know Gibbs had 4 touchdowns and everyone had a great game. Can we talk about Amik Robertson locking up the best wide receiver in the league like it's nothing? Like, for him to do that was so out of the ordinary for me, honestly. They started him at slot corner, and he moved out to the outside, and he does that. It's like, who would have thought that,
It's funny because we got into that matchup a little bit last week because we'd read the background and how those two had gone back to high school and how Amik, has been always battling with Justin Jefferson. And obviously Jefferson's gone on and proven himself. And I disagree with D a little bit about how the Vikings don't belong with the big boys. The Vikings are a big boy in the NFL. The Lions are just bigger. And
they won 14 games.
And so and Justin Jefferson's elite. Sam Darnold had a great year. Their coach is great. Their defensive coordinator is great. Their defensive front seven is awfully impressive. It was just it's hard to win at Ford Field, and it's hard to. They kept the Lions down for a half, which gave me a really weird feeling, and I want to see if Gator you had the same feeling. But they kept the Lions down for a half, for almost an entire half. Really, it was 7-6 before those last 2 plays that might have changed the whole momentum of the game. To be honest with you. But it was incredibly impressive, and Amik Robertson was a huge part of it, John. Huge.
He was. Now, I have a question. Do you guys think that the Vikings will beat the Rams next week, and do you think we'll see them again? Because I know Coach Campbell at the end of the game said, we'll see you in 2 weeks to their coach. So what do you guys think?
I don't know what to think because the Vikings' performance yesterday offensively was such Jekyll and Hyde from what we've seen during the course of the year. Is this the point where, is Sam Darnold actually is he snap back into being the Sam Darnold we saw with the Jets, or can he snap out of what happened last night and go out there and lift his team to victory. I don't know what to expect out of him. I do know this. The Rams are going to come for him. They got a pass rush, and if that's what got him rattled last night, the constant blitzing coming from the Lions and pressure from all sides, the Rams will get home.
I think there's a good chance that the Vikings beat the Rams, but the Lions see the Commanders instead.
No, because of the lesser. Who are the Commanders playing?
They play Tampa in the 3-6 game, and I that's one that keep your eye on it. That's my early read, but still a lot of left to go. But if any lower seed wins, lower than the Vikings, which would be Washington or Green Bay, I don't know that Green Bay is going to Philly and winning, but I think that Commanders team in Tampa is a very interesting game. Very interesting.
Yeah, they're all interesting games. I mean, last year we didn't think that Green Bay was going to go into Dallas and do what they did to Dallas. So who knows what happens? It's just fun to be able to sit back and watch it unfold for a week without, having any kind of flip-flops in your stomach because the Lions aren't playing this week. They got to buy.
Health
Please,
up.
goodness.
We will get to more of your phone calls and feedback and have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Alex Anzalone after the game. Oh, wow. The Lions were so impressive defensively for the entire game. And there's a lot of minutia. And we talked at great length leading up to the game because it was a huge game, probably the biggest regular season game in Detroit Lions history. And Gator, we talked about the stuff on the margins. Like we broke down the officials and that crew threw more flags for pass interference than any other crew in the NFL, and there was only the one pass interference call, I believe, which is pretty impressive for a beat-up Lions secondary against that group of receivers.
Well, they call the offensive pass interference against the Lions.
Yes, they did. But anyway, the point being, there's a lot on the margins that led to that victory. But late in the first half, and there's a lot to unpack here. I had a weird feeling. The way that game was going, when it was 7-6, for that brief moment in time, I was like, what are we watching? Like, the defense has been very good, and I love it. The last thing we expected was a 7-6 game. This game is so big and so incongruent with all the evidence of what these two teams are leading up to this moment. I started to get that 2009 Stanley Cup Finals feeling, Game 7, where I'm like, this game doesn't follow any script we've seen this year. And I was getting worried. And the Lions, it was short-lived because the Lions got the football and went 2 plays into field goal range and kicked the field goal. And I go, okay, that's resembling the Lions offense. That was bang, bang. Goff hits the back step of his drop and delivers on time. It was a weird, and I'm not trying to bring up something negative. It was just amazing how quickly they turned it around right then and there. I mean, that kick going out of bounds was big. Minnesota called their timeout right before they were forced to kick the field goal. And they might regret calling it as early as they did, but they were still trying to score 7 at the time. So they were trying to leave themselves time, but not leave Detroit any time. They ended up leaving Detroit too much time, and they got some points, and it went from there. But the way that game was played, with the defense really carrying the day and being so good, and the offense, at that point, only the one scoring drive, I was like, boy, this is really different than we expected.
It was. They weren't running the ball all that well in the first half. They struggled. They had the interception, and it was a stagnant offense, really. And then they just picked it up in the second half. Like I said, it was the point where Terry Arnold gets hurt. Vikings kick a field goal to come within 1. Now it's 10-9, and then the Lions offense just said, "All right, enough of this. Let's start playing." And
they figured it out, right?
Well, they also started. They threw the ball, and they gave Goff time to throw. And I mean, he hits Darnold, or not Darnold. What am I saying? Laporta for 18 yards. Then the next play, it goes right to St. Brown for 14. Gets Jamison Williams for 6 yards. The 4th and 1. They throw the touchdown pass to Gibbs, and all of a sudden it's 17-9, and you feel like, wow. Well, they answered that, but what about the Vikings, right? Because Arnold's out, so now here come the Vikings. Not so much, They just took care of business, and the Vikings missed the 52-yard field goal, and the Lions say, okay, thank you, drive down the field, touchdown.
248-539-9797. Jason, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Great. I loved the game. I'm 52 years old. I never thought I would see this. I just had a question, though, for you. And here's my thought. I wasn't at the game, but I watched it on TV, and it seemed like the refs allowed the Lions to pretty much, I don't want to say hold, but to go longer and hold the other offensive players on the Vikings a lot longer than they should have. Now, I'm not taking away from the defense or anything. I just think that the refs, the little bit that I saw, let the D-backs really, really hold on longer than they should have.
Well, they got flagged
where they should have. I don't know what you guys thought. But.
Yeah, I was there. I didn't think that was the case. They got flagged several times for defensive holding or illegal contact downfield, and when you look back and watch them, they were legitimate calls. They got flagged for what they should have gotten flagged for.
And keep this in mind. First of all, that crew was pretty quick triggered on DPIs all season long. Now, they did call holding a bunch, but you play the game the way it's being called. Some nights you can get away with more than others, and you just play the game the way it's being called. You read the way the refs are gonna call it. Is it going to be a quick whistle, a quick flag, or are they going to let you get away with a little bit more? So whatever you observed, if it was consistent, it was consistent, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, I agree, and that's good. I didn't mean to take away from anything that they did because it was just a great game. I just wondered that because I saw it a few times, and I saw some great plays too from the defensive backs. But that was what I was wondering. But either way, they played a heck of a game, and I never thought I would see this time. And I just hope that they go the whole way. And anyway, I hope you guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Appreciate the phone call. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nominations. I will start. My Champ of the weekend is Sheila Ford-Hamp. I love watching that press conference where she stood by Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and reliving that moment where, she said, we think we have the right people in place. So, no, we're not making a change. We're going to stick with them. And this was midway through, what was the 1-7, 1-8 start, but right before they turned it around and have been on fire ever since. I credit her. Everything starts at the top. We heard it for years, and it started at the top, and it trickled down negative. And if it's still true that it starts at the top, it trickles down positive. And this is, like I said, it's still hard to get used to. And I continue to marvel at the stuff that we see and how it is some sort of bizarro world mixoplick opposite of what we thought it was going to be.
Nice reference.
Thank you. There's like 7 people there.
I love what Sheila has done with this team and just assembling the brain trust to make this all happen, and it's been fantastic. I'm going to give the Champ Award week to Aaron Glenn. What the defense did last night was special against one of the really good offenses in the National Football League. They held them to 262 yards. They held them to only 4.2 yards per play. They shut them down on third down, 3 of 13 for the conversions for the Vikings. They shut them down on fourth down, 0 for 3. And those are goal-to-go situations. That defense, Doug, they bowed their neck.
Yes, they
did. They
did.
knew what they had to do, and they got it done with guys like Morris Norris added to the roster. Stanley Thomas Oliver III was added to the roster.
It's a real person.
These were names that were brought up from the practice squad and hired off the streets, basically, that were given a chance to play with the big boys last night. Everyone seemed to make a contribution, and it was amazing. And the glory, I think, goes to the defensive coordinator for figuring out a plan that was going to work.
My jump of the weekend is Tyreek Hill, who demanded a new contract at Kansas City. He was winning there, got his new contract in Miami, and there's nothing wrong with that. But yesterday he quit on his team and came out afterwards and said, I'm out, because he just doesn't want to be out there running around. You were with the winner. You were with the winner in what has been the best franchise of the last 7-8 years in the NFL, and you made it. You forced your way out. You don't get to complain, in my opinion, if you end up on a team that's not winning. You got your money, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now you quit on your team and said you're out. Could have stayed in KC.
Well, my jump is going to be the New York Giants. I'm not sure what they're thinking of, but the last 3 years they went from 9-7. They won 6 games last year, and this year they've got 4 wins, I believe, 3 or 4 wins, 3 wins in fact. So from 9 to 6 to 3. And they decided that we're going to keep the GM and the coach. Good call.
Here are Champ and Chump votes coming in. Mark in Grand Rapids. Champ Jared Goff. He had a struggle bus first half, kicked ass in the second. Chump Vikings fans for selling the tickets the Vikings organization bought for them, for selling their tickets to Lions fans. Next one from Steve in a plow truck. Champ Alex Anzalone. Chump Patriots for losing a number 1 pick. From Jamie in Ann Arbor, Champ Amik Robertson. He represents the city of Detroit so well, doubted, undersized, undervalued, but he backs down from nothing. Chump Vikings ownership for spending $2 million on tickets. Frank in Royal Oak, Champ Aaron Glenn, Chump Vikings Nation. Unnamed texter, Champ Cade Cunningham, kids having an all NBA type year. Chump New England, firing Mayo after 1 season is crazy. Get your Champ and Chump votes in.
You know what's crazy? The reports that they're very interested in Matt Patricia.
Who?
The Patriots.
To do what?
Yep. Be the head coach.
Of what? Their football team?
Their professional football.
Are you sure it's not fake Pierre LeBrun, Gator?
yeah,
Come on,
I'm
dude.
not buying that.
I saw something over the weekend.
Oh, you saw something.
It wasn't a fake Pierre LeBrun account. I will research and find it.
Please do.
Yes.
Because if it is, whoever's, well, whatever. 248-539-9797. Ken, you're next on 97 What a Ticket. Hi, Ken.
How you doing? Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
I listen to you guys as much as I can at work. I'm 47 years old. I live and still live here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right in the middle of Packer country. I've been a Lions fan since a kid. First Lions game I went to was at the old County Stadium against the Packers. Wow. Been up to Ford Field, been to the Silverdome many years. Love it. All the great players that we've had over the years trickled in. We always had, we had Barry, then we had Calvin, we had 1, 2. We didn't have like a big collection. The thing I'm like, the best part of this team to me is the coaching staff and what they give the belief in the players. Because the defensive injuries we have right now, there's so many teams across the league over the years, they would have just, oh, that's our excuse. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, shut it down. We were out there matched up against one of the better offenses in the league, hands down. And we just went out there and played and competed. We got a couple bad holding calls that they were the right call, but we just came back and kept playing. It's like you see these great players that don't hit their potential, and a lot of the times it's because of the belief. They just don't have that belief and confidence from their coaches. What Aaron Glenn's doing with the players that he has available, to me, is just one of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen at any level in any sport. And that's not just because I'm a Lions fan. I love all sports. I watch all teams. I respect everyone. But what he's doing with what he had over and over and over last year and this year, to me, is just absolutely incredible.
You're right. You're 100% right. And you mentioned it doesn't matter who they have. I remember early in the Dan Campbell era, the Lions got screwed in a game, just some BS call, and Campbell wouldn't have it. He wouldn't talk about it. He wouldn't mention it. And I thought about it. I'm like, this is interesting because they clearly got robbed, right? And the way he discussed it made me think he's trying to let his team know, I don't want them to ever think it was good enough. We just got it taken from us, so they rest on their laurels. And it really set the tone. Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, but probably more Dan Campbell and his staff, have completely changed this culture. Completely changed the culture.
If you watch Campbell on the sideline, when we get the short end of a call, when he talks to that ref that comes, because the ref always comes to the sideline and explains it, the sideline ref, you watch Campbell, and even when and the media knows and the guys calling the game know that we got the short end of the stick on the call, you watch Campbell, he listens to the explanation, gives them that, I don't know, and then pats him and kind of walks away. He doesn't just, now I have something to hang our loss on in case we lose at the end. He just goes and he gets these guys to grind it out. It's like when people talk about culture, so many people say, it's overrated. Oh, give me this guy and that guy, the superstar. Look how many superstars aren't in the playoffs right now. Wow. Look how many superstars would love to be on this team right now. Like we used to be that team, I don't want to go to Detroit. Now you hear these guys, they want to come play, and it's because of coaching.
Wow.
Because
I think they specifically target players, right? They specifically go after players that will fit their culture, which is something to keep in mind if a trade deadline ever comes and they pass on what looks like a perfect fit on the football field.
Always.
Yep. It's a big part. A big part of what they do is identify people that are going to fall in line. Even if football skills wise, there's some people that they've passed on and we've been, why? And this might be why.
Well, I'm sure they're glad that they went out and got Zadarius Smith because he's made a difference.
Thank you for showing up yesterday. He was very, very good in a game where he needed to be. He was in. I thought he had 2 sacks. He was only credited.
Just had the credit for the one. Yeah.
Hey, football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros, and FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, you get bonus bets back. So not only you get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but that's also 5 chances to win big with the safety net. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. The great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Make sure you do that. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's our quarterback, Jared Goff, who had some huge throws on money downs, small window stuff. He was executing at such an impressive level. Fun to watch. And speaking of quarterbacks, I want to give you credit because I was on vacation, and I know you have always kind of looked a little side-eyed at Darnold. And so I'm on vacation. I see a couple of tweets, people saying Gator not giving Sam Darnold credit, and it was him doubting Sam Darnold was foolish. And as it turns out, you were right, and I wanted to point that out because you've always said, look, he's having a good year. At the beginning of the year, in fact, you were kind of like, hey, I'm kind of impressed with Darnold, and then you kind of reverted back to the I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure. And I want to give you credit for your take on that.
Well, fair enough, and thank you. I'm not bought into it. I bought into this. He had a great year, a great regular season. There's no question about it, and he just made himself a bunch of money in the offseason. Someone's going to give him a contract, and someone's going to be upset with that contract in a couple of years. But he threw for 4,300 yards and 35 touchdowns. That's a hell of a season.
It is.
You know, Scott Mitchell threw for 4,300 yards and 32 touchdowns one year too. Mm-hmm. It can happen when you're in the right system. You got the right players around you. You can do things like that, and they've got great offensive weapons to work with. But I mean, if I'm the Vikings, I've got to be going, is this the guy? Well, we'll see. Hey, he can still write his history there. His legacy isn't cemented yet because they've got a playoff game. That's big. Field goals. You've talked about the Lions being able to hold teams to field goal attempts instead of getting touchdowns when it comes to the red zone. It happened again.
Yep. Look, there was 4 field goal attempts in that game, and every time I celebrated them. And it was something that we talked about on Friday. That's the formula. The best version of this defense right now probably is okay, you might move the football, but they have to be great in the red zone. And they were elite in the red zone.
You know what I love about, like, everyone, knows about how much Dan Campbell likes to go for it on fourth down, how aggressive he is, right? The Vikings are not that aggressive, at least this year. And they went for it on fourth down. Like, I think the Lions are forcing other teams into a personality they don't. That's not them. That's not who they are. Pace. Yeah, and so they do things that they're not used to. And OptaStats just put this out here. The Vikings last night, no other team in the NFL has done this in the last 30 years, all in the same game. 4 times they reached the red zone, did not score a TD. 3 times having a goal-to-goal, did not score a TD. 2 failed fourth and goal attempts, 1 missed field goal. The Lions defense forced all this. And this has never happened in 30 years.
Well, I mean, did you see Darnold's numbers in the red zone?
I just saw his numbers over the game were very good. So, I mean, you're not going to surprise me that he could not complete a pass.
I don't even think he completed a pass in, like, goal-to-goal situations. I get one Aaron Jones, I remember that he didn't get in, of course.
He got flushed out of the pocket every time, and every time he's just throwing a pass that's uncatchable.
Darnold's numbers in the red zone, I believe, and I'm looking for it. I got it somewhere on my sheet, but I believe it was 2 of 9 for 6 yards in the red zone. I mean, that is elite red zone defense. How many times in the red zone where you're sitting in it was 2 of 11. Sorry, 2 of 11 for 6 yards in the red zone.
That's Amik Robertson doing his job. That's the rest of the secondary, Brian Branch doing his job. It was quiet. Kirby Joseph was quiet in the game. Didn't matter. Because the guy's always lurking. They just had this great game plan. That occasionally they need to double Justin Jefferson, and they would, and they just shut him down. Amik Robertson was shutting him down all game long. They had guys that had to come into the game in emergency duty, like Vildor, not even late in the second half, early in the second half when Arnold got hurt, and they all picked up the slack. Alex Anzalone had himself a game.
Yep.
Alex Anzalone, I know for me personally, I wasn't expecting a ton because his first game back, he's even supposed to play. Like, they weren't sure if he was going to play because his arm healed enough. He's not sure about it. And then he makes this first tackle, and you're like, oh, well, that's what they've kind of missed. And he's matched up on TJ Hawkinson all game long. And Hawk had a couple of receptions in the game. Literally a couple of receptions.
But not money receptions.
No.
Like, they went to him on third down a bunch, and it didn't convert.
He had 2 catches for 9 yards, and he was targeted 8 times. Sam Darnold hooked up with Justin Jefferson and TJ Hawkinson a combined 5 times on 17 targets. 17 targets, and they had 5 completions. And I don't know if any pass defender was bigger than the one that Anzalone had late on a pass to TJ Hawkinson on a 4th down conversion or 3rd down and long, and he just swats it away. Nope, not up in here. Great job by Anzalone. 7 tackles in the game. Had a pass defended. He hit the quarterback and was the unquestioned leader on that defense. They announced him last before the game, and that crowd went sick for Alex Anzalone. Just to see him come back and gut it out, which, again, is the total personification of what this team is about. The grit that this team has, the culture change from this team. It's guys like Alex Anzalone who came here 4 years ago and bought into it hook, line, and sinker from moment one. And now they're reaping the benefits of it by having the number 1 seed in the NFC.
They showed that on social media, Gator, his introduction, and the place was going berserk. And I was like you. I thought, all right, they're going to ease him into this. He missed 1 defensive snap. He played every defensive snap but 1.
That's easing him into it.
Yeah. Yeah, had they just gone full throttle, he would have played every one. You're right, Doug.
Really?
And then Hawkins, kind of a complainer. Am I wrong? Like, I felt like he was complaining a lot last night.
I was cracking up.
Right? And then
the one play where he was all over Hawkinson.
Yes.
And then he's like, what?
And then you mentioned Kirby Joseph lurking. I think the play where Darnold kind of threw it a little high, but I think Hawkinson short-armed it because he was worried about Kirby Joseph. Kirby Joseph, over the middle, you got to worry about him. And so I think players know this. Hawkinson definitely knows this, and I think he kind of short-armed it. And, yeah, they were off target all night, and he wasn't going to go for it either.
Now, and knocking on wood here, that the Lions have, like, 3 healthy safeties that are all known for being hard-hitting safeties. Like, now that Melifonwu is back, I love it. There's 3 playmakers back there waiting to get their opportunities, and that helps to make up for, the continuing attrition they have with the cornerbacks, is that these guys can step in and do their job and help out.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. George is in Bloomfield and next. Hi, George.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Great.
Hey, I just want to ask, we as Lions fans, we got to really look at this. And, after I looked at that game yesterday, I want to ask both of y'all, and let's just be optimistic here. It's no Aaron Glenn and offensive coordinator. It's like it was good and bittersweet because that game catapulted both of them. That it will be a miracle to have both of them or one of them come back. I think they're 100%. They're gone. They're going to be offered so much money. So we as Lions fans got to take this as much as we can. We don't know what we're going to get next year. Hopefully with Dan Campbell, he's going to get the best 2 people to replace him. But that's just what got me yesterday. I was happy, and then I was bittersweet because them 2 guys are gone. They're going to be offered so much money. You know what I'm saying? What do y'all feel about that?
Well, the stuff's already come out today. The Jets have put in a request to interview Aaron Glenn. The Patriots have put in a request to interview Ben Johnson. The Bears have put in this is all Tom Pelissaro reporting. The Bears are putting a request to interview both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. So, yeah, they're going to it's a great problem to have. Hopefully they can't take those jobs over until late February.
I said to Stoney last night, he was sitting next to me up in the press box last night. At some point during the game, maybe halfway through it, I said, if you're a team that's looking for a head coach, which defensive coordinator would you rather have coaching your team, Aaron Glenn or Brian Flores? And we both like Brian Flores a lot, know, and Stoney was like, well, he's got the more of a track record, so I'd probably lean towards Brian Flores. I didn't ask Stoney to reevaluate that after the game, but after the game, now it's all said and done, it comes down to those 2. I'd want to hire Aaron Glenn. And I think what Aaron Glenn has done this season, I think he's the one that might be harder to hang on to. Ben Johnson, I think, is going to be looking for the perfect situation for Ben Johnson. Aaron Glenn is going to get a lot of love from places where he played with the Jets. He coached before in New Orleans. Both places are looking for those head coaching positions. He's going to get one of those.
And he's just the other thing that I think he has, and just listening to him and listen to his press conferences every week and hearing when he talks about him with players and what players say about him, I think he's got that one thing that really can make you a successful head coach. And I mean, really, in this day and age, I think he relates to players. And I think the number one skill I'd be looking for, you have to know your football, obviously, but the leader of men stuff, to get the guy that's making $17 million and the guy that's making $560,000 to both buy into your message and play their role to the best of their ability, I think is one of the most difficult skill sets to be able to have, and one of the most valuable skill sets to have to be a coach in the NFL.
I think I agree with you 100%. And he does another thing very well. That is, he can dress you down, but he'll build you back up. He doesn't leave you down like that. He builds you back up 100%.
Those are great leaders. There is somebody I'm very happy for, and I want to point it out because I've been harsh on this guy. We'll get to that today at 11:02. Huge win for the Lions, division champs, number 1 seed in the NFC. They get the bye. They sit back and wait. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I got to tell you, I am happy for Kindle Vildor. Kindle Vildor, the victim of the face mask bomb reception in the NFC Championship game. We've pointed out that he was on the field because of all the injuries last year, and he's not supposed to be in that situation. And as a CB5 or CB6, no team is going to have like an elite player there. So we shouldn't give him such a hard time. But it was sort of emblematic of where they were last year. And now he came into that game in an emergency break glass situation and acquitted himself just fine, if not played very well. The hold he had was a fine penalty given the time and the score. Just don't give up the deep ball. Yeah, defensive holding 5 yards and an automatic first down is way better than a 50-yard completion. He was involved in a pass breakup play. I'm very happy that Kindle Vildor came through.
Yeah.
And he's the one thing, probably the biggest endorsement of Kindle Vildor is that he's still on the team. Right? They had an entire offseason to replace him. They had an entire offseason to say, we'll go in a different direction. And they stuck with him. And, that's a little bit telling that, okay, got it. And that face mask reception is one of the brutal realities of what happened last year in the NFC title game, and what I call a confluence of unlikely events that all had to happen with drop passes, 2 drop passes from a reliable receiver, a fumbled quarterback center exchange, the face mask reception that instead of being intercepted or at the very least incomplete, set up a 1st and goal and led to 7 points. Like all those things that are so unlikely all happened in the course of about two quarters of football, back to back to back to back. And so Vildor, I take my hat off to you, and I am very, very happy for Kindle Vildor. Very, very happy.
Yeah, I am too. I'm glad you brought that up because it was kind of like a redemption game for him. And great job.
248-539-9797. Back to the people. We go to Ed in Ann Arbor. You're next. Hi, Ed.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call this morning. Look, I'm going to get right to champ and chump. My champ is Jack Campbell. In the first quarter, unassailed, he blitzed. Darnold got the pass off, and, man, he hit him almost as hard as the linebacker hit Gibbs. And it turned him back into Sam Darnold. I mean, it was a miracle. It was unbelievable. He was never the same after that.
I'm going to say this. They hit the quarterback a lot in that game. He got hit 10 times, and you consider that it was just awesome. Every 25% of the time he dropped back to throw a pass, he got hit and hit hard, and they never got called for an unnecessary roughing or roughing the quarterback. They never got
a couple times.
Well, my chump is everybody that does not take Dan Campbell literally. He told you this was going to happen. He told you how his guys were going to respond, and he's been as crystal clear as a piece of glass the whole time he's been here, and we second-guess him and this and that and the other. And look, man, stop. We're on this trip. This is for real. This is like 1969. The Jets, the Mets, the Man in the Moon, Michigan beats Ohio State. We get a president who's a criminal. It's history. Put it all in context. It's a beautiful thing, man. Enjoy this, Gator.
I think a lot of those things, I'm not sure they're all beautiful. But, hey, look, it's incredible that the Lions are doing what they're doing. And the Dan Campbell doubts about the 4th down stuff, right? That's where it comes from. And there's 2 things about Dan Campbell that you have to keep in mind, because when you decide to pass on field goals, and somewhat sure field goals, and he did it a couple of times in the game, and the score is 17-9. When it was 17-9, in those drives, the 2 touchdown drives the Lions had, they had easy field goals. And he passed on easy field goals and went for first downs and got touchdowns out of those drives. So instead of having 3 points, he had 7. And then later, instead of having 3 points, he had 7. And so that's 4 added points by Dan Campbell the first time, 4 more the second time. The score's 17-9. There's your 8 points. The Lions were leading that game 17-9 because of Dan Campbell decisions. And then the most interesting one of all, when they were up 15, 4th and 2 at the Vikings, 7-yard line late, and he had a chance to kick a field goal and go up 3 scores, and he was going for it. And I'm sitting there going, you have to kick the field goal.
Everybody
You have to go up 3. My dad is like, you have to kick the field goal. Freddie Frito. And I'm like, when he sent the offense, I said, unless this is all just to try and get him to jump off sides.
Yeah, Stoney and I are like, you got to kick it. And then there's like 10 seconds left on the play clock. And I said, oh, they're not going for it. They're trying to draw him offside because it's close enough. If worst case scenario, either they take the time out or they just go back 5 yards. You're going to kick it. And then the Vikings jumped offside. They got the Vikings to jump. What?
Yep.
They fell for it, man.
I can't believe
it.
they fell for it.
And you know what the thing is? That was half a distance to the goal. It wasn't an automatic 5. So they actually, they still got the first down, of course, because it was like 4th and 2 or whatever. But they knew all this, and it was set up perfectly. Gator, you were at the game.
Yep.
Doug and I were watching at home. Collinsworth pointed out they had been using the same word to set up the snap every single time. But this time, when they called it, it was a dummy call. And they were never going to snap it. So I think they were using the word turbo, was it, Doug? Or something like that?
Turbo
so every
hut.
time they said turbo hut, turbo set, they were going to snap it. They did it that time, but didn't snap it, and the Vikings jumped off sides. It was brilliant.
It was such an incredible play because it was the backwards world we're living in. The Lions were the team that jumped off sides on critical downs historically.
Jared Goff afterwards said that they've been working on the play all week. And I'm like, you have to work on this play?
Well,
but I guess so. So he's had a wry smile on his face while he was talking about it because we knew. I mean, we were hoping it was get a chance to do it, and they did it, and it worked.
Chris is next. Hi, Chris.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
It's a glorious morning.
Sure is.
You kind of stole my thunder on this comment, but I'm going to say it anyway. Not to get in Sam Darnold's head, but I think they rattled his cage. They're hitting him quite often early on in the game, constantly hitting him, even when he got the ball off. And I think that produced a lot of errant throws, a lot of, rushed throws, and I think they did a real number on him.
There's no question. I mean, he had the famous line that everybody references from early in his career about seeing ghosts. And yesterday he looked like that version of Sam Darnold as the game went on. And it's a product of the way the Lions defended it. It's a product of how much the Lions hit him. And yeah, it's finding that guy's kryptonite and exposing him to it. And it's easier said than done. You have to pressure the quarterback. You have to hit the quarterback. Everybody wants to. Everybody says, well, this is part of our goal. They did it. They did it, and it made a difference.
Yeah. One more thing before I leave you. Pre-game, they interviewed Jefferson. This girl was walking on the sidelines with him. He had sunglasses on and a hoodie. She asked him, can anybody cover you? And he says, nobody can cover me. And he was bragging about his ability to get open and make plays. And I just laughed about that after the game. I thought, boy, they taught you something.
Well, they had a great game plan. And I think to be fair, I think the Lions double covered him quite a bit.
They did, but and there were plenty of plays that he was open and Darnold just couldn't make the throw. But I don't want to take any credit away from Amik Robertson for getting the job done.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. It is Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1, The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. So when you look at the numbers, Michigan Auto Law has had the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan Auto Law has also had the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. The pride of Thibodeau. Amik Robertson following the Lions win over the Minnesota Vikings 31-9. The best formula against that team, and I think the best version of this defense is hold opposing teams to FGAs, field goal attempts, be tough in the red zone. They got turnovers on downs in the red zone. They held them to field goal attempts. They were outstanding. And lowest point total of the year for the Minnesota Vikings. This is Darnold's passer rating the last 7 weeks. 107, 116, 111, 157, 74-1, 123, 116. Yesterday, 55. 55. This was the best defense he has faced in about 8 weeks. And the Lions, to do it with the personnel that they have, credit Alex Anzalone for coming back. Aaron Glenn, you masterful, beautiful defensive bastard. You are awesome in every way. When they showed the shot of him on the sidelines with his legs crossed and his arms up, just chilling late in the game.
Just satisfied.
It was such a great, I was like, if he looks into the camera, this will become such a meme. And he was just sitting there with his legs crossed, like, we've done some work, boys.
Someone get that man a cigarette, right?
I mean, he was absolutely, it was a masterful performance.
He's just wearing a sweatshirt that says, "You're welcome."
Right. Where's that shirt? Yeah. The Lions making shirts out of everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hashtag, you're welcome.
Got some scheduling predictions that I'm going to make, 2 of them today at 11:30. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Let's go to Chip and Troy. Hi, Chip.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Me too. So I want to give my champ and chump for the weekend.
Yes,
champ?
Let's hear it.
Yeah, champ Aaron Glenn for shutting down the Vikings with spare parts.
Mm-hmm.
And then chump, I feel like every time, most of the time I call into y'all's show, I complain about this, the replay officiating crew. I think it was in the fourth quarter, the one that went in the Lions' favor where they said it was incomplete. I did not think that was incomplete, and I didn't see anything that was indisputable to me. And then the other one that wasn't in the Lions' favor, I believe they called it a catch and fumble on the field. And after I saw the replay, I only looked at it once and said, oh, that's definitely a catch and fumble. And some idiot overturned it. I don't know what's going on here. So
I don't know if they showed it. You're talking about the Hawkinson catch, not a catch one, right?
That's one, and the other was Justin Jefferson.
So the Hawkinson one, they showed an angle during a commercial breaks that we got in the press box of it was from behind Hawkinson, and you could see that the ball definitely the back end of the ball is hitting the ground.
Okay, I must have not seen that then, but. Still, the other one, that was just terrible.
So I looked for, you know what's funny is the way I've come to understand the catch, not a catch rule is you got to do, once you have the football secured it sounds like you have to do 3 things, which is either 3 steps or tuck it away and take 2 steps or
the fumble
make a move and take 2 steps or make 2 moves and take 1 step.
Took 2 steps.
I thought he tucked it away and took 2 steps, but hey.
Yeah, he did, at least from what I saw.
Yeah.
So, and Doug, I know you say maybe they should get rid of it. My suggestion, I'm curious what y'all think about this. Whenever a ref overturns a call, so in other words, he saw indisputable evidence, he has to provide either photos or video clips of what he used to overturn that call.
Like the league could
this
release
is just
that.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, so they're never going to get rid of it. I guess I'll just say that the outcome of what we've gotten out of adding replay, I don't think we're any more satisfied with officiating, and now games take longer. Do they correct some stuff? Yeah. Does it still make people super frustrated? Yep. But it's a very unpopular take of mine. 248-539-9797. Thank you for the phone call. Andrew in Royal Oak, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, guys. Happy Victory Monday.
Yeah, you too.
Excellent.
Hey, I hope my voice comes through okay because I was shouting for 3 hours last night. It was an unbelievable environment. Shout out to One Pride Detroit. I am done with anyone doubting this city, this team. No new year, new me. Maybe the year needs to adjust to me. I think I'm doing okay. And I think Detroit's doing fabulous. Hey, shout out to, I'm going to give you a champ, my beautiful girlfriend, Stephanie, amazing woman, surprised me with tickets to this game. Me and her went, had a fantastic time. First time I've been since 2011 to a preseason game with my dad, rest in peace, who never got to see this team. And tickets were so cheap we could sit behind the bench 5 seats up, and nobody was around us. Chump, man, the Vikings offense, I've looked through the box scores for that team this whole season. I've never believed in them. Thought they were the most fraudulent team in the NFL. I can't believe they've been scraping away wins this whole year, and especially TJ Hawkinson, man. I liked him when we drafted him. Never liked Quinn and Patricia, but man, I am so happy every time I see that quote that he had about, now that I'm in Minnesota, I can finally win some games. It just feels so sweet when we beat a division rival like that.
Yeah,
now.
it's interesting because he didn't he was here and he didn't ask, to leave. And I had that thought too. They traded him and they upgraded. The stat regarding Sam Laporta is that his 2-year run here is the most catches by a tight end in the history of the league for 2 years. They had that on the Lions postgame show. That is amazing. And how they traded him, got draft capital, and upgraded with a second-round pick at the position. And Hawkinson, they went to Hawkinson 4 times. The first 3 possessions on third down, their drives ended going to Hawkinson on third down. Couldn't get it to him. It was incomplete. Second drive of the second half, same thing. Third down, they went to Hawkinson. Incomplete. These are money downs. These are the downs you win and lose games on. And Hawkinson was their go-to guy, and they went to him on third down 4 times, and it was 0 for 4.
I mean, the defense looked amazing. In person, seeing the symphony of 11 people running around, communicating, getting stuff off correctly, it was incredible. And again, shout out to the fans, man. It was the most electric atmosphere I've ever been a part of. You cannot hear yourself think. And anyone who always doubts it and thinks that, no, you got to be there, it's unbelievable. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate the phone call, Andrew. 248-539-9797. Fred is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Fred.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
Great.
All right, Fred.
Hey, that's good to hear. Hey, my chump for the week is whoever came up with that idea in Minnesota to spend $2 million on tickets. It's supposed to be a great idea. It backfired on you.
Oh, I want to follow up on that in a second, but go ahead with your champ.
And my champ is I haven't heard no one mention it, but my champ is Brad Holmes in the scouting department and personnel department. I know we got this next man up mentality, but where are they finding all these diamonds in the rough to be right there? And like, we didn't know I forgot his name, who shut down their wide receiver last night. I didn't know who he was at the beginning of the year. Now the whole world know who he is.
Yeah, when Amik Robertson, when they got him from the Raiders, the early scouting report was, okay, this guy's got some ability, but he's undersized, but he's got a lot of game in him. He likes to hit, likes to get involved. And he, if I recall correctly, he wasn't somebody who was healthy the whole time he was with the Raiders, but he also wasn't really given an opportunity to start. He got his opportunity here with the Lions. They believed in what he had, and he was able to convey that after the game, that he was very grateful that they believed in him, because throughout his life, people have doubted him because of his size. And it's, he's one of those guys. It's about the size of the fight in the dog, not the size of the dog in the fight. And he was great last night.
Yeah, you can never doubt nobody for their size. I'm over 6 feet, and some of the hardest hits I ain't got is by little dude. So,
hey, appreciate the phone call, Fred. All right, so what's the back? I kind of missed this whole story. I know that the Vikings spent $2 million on buying up their allotted tickets at face value. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, they turned around and sold them to their own fans at face value, who then proceeded to go to the open market and resell them for way above face value?
The number of allotted tickets is significantly less than what they did. What they went out and did was go out and buy 1,900 tickets on the secondary market. And they spent $2 million to do that. And then what they were going to do was sell them back to the Viking fans, season ticket holders.
Yep.
At a very discounted rate in some cases. So these tickets they could have been, $500, $700 tickets that they were selling for like $200. That was the plan. And they hoped the fans would then what they said was, please do not resell these on the market. Well, when the Vikings fans get tickets, they buy the tickets for like $200, and then they see that, wait a minute, I can sell this for $500, and what did I do? Nothing. Like, I don't want to. What am I going to do? I got to buy an airline ticket to get from Minnesota to Detroit. I don't want to do that because that's going to cause that. This is turning into like a $1,500 or $2,000 experience. How about I just sit at home, sell the ticket online, and make $300 without batting an eyelash? Because when I look behind a Vikings bench, which is where they wanted to get all those seats, the 1,900 Vikings seats, no, sir. There were definitely some Viking fans, but there were not 1,900. I don't think there were 1,000 of them behind the bench. I question if there were even a couple hundred behind the bench. I just didn't see it. There were pockets throughout the stadium, but not the ones that they were talking about.
And then, so those fans, Viking fans, guys, that they sold their tickets, they end up selling to like ticket scalpers. They didn't know that. And then those scalpers would sell those $500 tickets for like $900, $1,000. So these tickets were getting passed around like crazy. The Vikings, listen, last night they were going for it on fourth down when they normally don't. They also tried to do a takeover, which we do organically here. The Lions do the takeover at other stadiums. Hey, like Kendrick Lamar said, you're not like us. All right? Don't try to be like us. You're not like us. They tried to do something and force something. It didn't work out for them. It was ridiculous.
I give them credit. No, put it this way. If the Lions ownership were to advertise it, they just bought some tickets behind the Lions bench at San Francisco, right? Fans here would be praising the Lions ownership. Look at it. They actually spent money on it. That's awesome. Here we go. But as you mentioned, the Lions do this organically anyway. The fans travel. I don't know if the Viking fans wanted to travel for this one.
It's really, it was a real magnanimous gesture that backfired.
It totally backfired. And yes, it was magnanimous. Nice word.
All right, I'm going to make a couple of scheduling predictions regarding the Lions moving forward. We will get to that today at 11:33. And more of your phone calls and feedback, 97.1 The Ticket. Jared Goff. Love the offense getting to sing the praises of the defense. And what a great development it was to see AG put together a plan and then the players to go out and execute against Sam Darnold. And then you'll be able to get the job done. All right, so here's my predictions. Interesting pattern this week with the playoff game start times. It's Saturday, the first game's at 4:30, Chargers at Texans, AFC game. Then 8 o'clock, Pittsburgh at Ravens, AFC game. Then 1 o'clock on Sunday, Broncos at Bills, AFC game. Then it goes Packers-Eagles, NFC game at 4:30. 8 o'clock, Commanders at Buccaneers, NFC game, 4:30. And then Monday, Vikings-Rams, NFC game. I suspect, Gator, I think it's a pretty solid supposition, that the following week for the divisional round, with the NFC going 4:30, 8, and most importantly, Monday, they won't play NFC games on Saturday, will they?
I wouldn't think so.
I think there's a high probability that the Lions' first playoff game will be Sunday, January 19th.
I mean, I suppose...
It seems awfully unlikely that, because that would set up the possibility, or I guess it would set it up, that the winner, that the Vikings could beat the Rams and have to play Monday, Saturday. And I can't imagine they do that to a team. Doesn't seem likely, does it?
It does not.
So if you are wondering when the Lions might play their first playoff game, I would strongly suspect that it would be the 19th. And the start times for those games are either 3 o'clock or 6:30.
Well, I prefer that to a night game.
Well, and it goes so far on CBS's website, it says the winner of the Monday wildcard game will play Sunday in the divisional round. So if it's Minnesota, then it's apparently guaranteed that it'll be Sunday. But I bet this would be a Sunday start. Here's my second prediction.
All right.
Did you see the opponents for next year have been named?
I did see that, yeah.
Okay. So the Lions next year will play their 6 division games, obviously. The division that they just won and swept, winning all 6 division games, went 6-0. They will also play the NFC North next year. I'm sorry, the NFC East. Not the NFC North. We are the NFC North. They play the NFC East, which is Dallas, Philly, the Giants, and Washington. The AFC North, which is Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Baltimore. And then they'll play 3 positional games, which are Kansas City, Baltimore, and the LA Rams. The way they set up home and road,
so unfair.
The AFC has the 9 home games, which means more AFC teams will play an international game. And the AFC road games the Lions have are at Cincinnati, at Kansas City, and at Baltimore. I'll bet money the Lions open an international game on like a Wednesday against Kansas City, Baltimore, or Cincinnati.
You think they'll open the
I think they'll open the NFL season against one of those teams in like Brazil or Mexico City or something like that. Not that anybody cares right now, but that's my BAP. Yep.
I think that's bold. I do think that they're going to play an international game, but you're calling your shot with one of those games.
Yep. I think it's going to be Baltimore,
And to start the
Cincinnati, or
season,
Kansas City to open the season in an international game.
Okay.
Lions are big ratings number right now.
They are. What a schedule, man. My God.
It's impossible.
I feel like they should be playing the aliens on Mars to start the season next year.
Their road games include
God, it's ridiculous.
At Philly, who won their division, at the Rams, who won their division, at Baltimore, who won their division, at Kansas City, who won their division, and then a couple other really good teams, at Cincinnati and at Minnesota. And obviously at Green Bay and Ashton, but that's at Washington. That's 7 great opponents they're playing on the road. Of course, they just went undefeated on the road and beat a bunch of teams that are going to the playoffs on the road. But isn't that crazy? They go 9-0 on the road next year. They pull that off. Wow.
Yeah, that would seem unlikely.
Yeah.
And this is, I guess this is just the NFL trying to, just level things out?
No, I mean,
it's a first
it's all
place schedule.
formula. It's all formula.
I know it's all formula,
formulaic, but
man.
I don't like the formula.
They like the best teams playing the best teams. Is what they like to do.
They like TV ratings, numbers, and that gets them. 248-539-9797. John's in Orchard Lake, and he's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, happy Monday and another step forward toward the Super Bowl.
Yep.
I was on my way down to the game yesterday and listening to Costa and Rico talking about the keys of the game. And they said, got to have 3 stops. This defense has to have 3 stops. That means, turnover on downs. That means takeaway. We'll even count if they hold them to a 3-point field goal. And I'm sitting there and I agreed totally. I said, yeah, that sounds right. I'm sitting there in my seats counting these. By the end of the first quarter, they had 3 stops. By the end of the first, and I'm high-fiving everybody. We're there, guys. 3 stops. But it's 7-3. And by the end of the first half, I think they had 5 or 6 stops, and it's 10-6. And I'm going, how many times are they expecting this defense to stop these guys? And I guess at the end of the day, the answer was every drive. By their definition, they stopped them on every drive. They didn't get in the end zone. It was just mind-boggling. I was flabbergasted. I was so blown away. I kept saying, guys, I got to get home and watch this game in slow motion. How are they doing this? I just couldn't wrap my brain around is this happening.
It was incredible.
How is this defense? It was. Come on, everybody's counting on it's going to be a shootout, and it becomes a defensive game. And for sure, the first half and even the second, our defense stepped up. Champ, Amik Robertson. I mean, come on, and he's white on rice on the number 1 receiver in the league. It was just amazing to watch. Sitting there watching this whole game, just going, my God, who is this guy? And then Chump, obviously, Sam Darnold, just watching him there. Now, obviously, it was our defense all over him that made him such a chump, but it was crazy to watch drive after drive after drive. How many times they're in the red zone and how many chances they had, and that he just couldn't do anything. After a while, he was afraid of his own shadow. It seemed like, it was unbelievable.
It was incredible defensive effort. All the things that were stressed before the game turned out to be true. I mean, they got obviously more than 3 stops and field goal attempts and pressuring Darnold and all of those things. It played itself out. Offensively, I think it was different than we expected. Credit Minnesota's defense for that. There was one play, though. That probably the game pivoted on. We will get to that today at 11:48. Plus your phone calls and feedback. More of your Champ and Chump votes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, I know you see them in the red, white, and blue trucks. They are everywhere. They're out there to help you with all of your plumbing issues. You got any plumbing issues? These are the people you call. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They can get your 2025 started with some peace of mind. Don't just take my word for it. They've got a ton of five-star reviews on Google. Plus, they've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. These guys know what they're doing. Whether it's your furnace or a water heater or a boiler or water filtration, whatever the problem is, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Alex Anzalone following the Lions 31-9 victory over the Minnesota Vikings. Lowest point total of the year for the Vikings, and the Lions did it with that defense. That defense and those hands. They got the job done. Gator, I thought the game came very, very dangerously close to turning, and maybe if we were doing Minnesota radio, I think there'd be things I'd be very, very concerned about moving forward. But then there'd also be things that I'd be building hope around. Van Ginkel almost had a pick six on a wide receiver screen.
Yep.
I have no idea how he didn't catch that football. It appeared to be in his hands, and he was away. He was gone. It was 17-9 at the time. It was early fourth quarter, I believe, when that happened. And that's a play you have to make. Now, there are other plays that the Lions, I'm sure, would say that they had to make. If Van Ginkel makes that play, and that might have been the Lions, when we talk about the unbelievable self-inflicted wounds that they had against San Francisco, that might have been one coming back to help them. If Van Ginkel makes that play, and I'm doing Minnesota radio, I'm building the case around a very makeable play that was missed. The same thing we did with the Lions. My huge concerns, if I were doing Minnesota radio, is how the Lions got to Sam Darnold. Because we may see this rematch 2 weeks from yesterday at Ford Field. And if I'm a Minnesota talk radio host, I'm like, I don't know what happened with Darnold in that game, but I'm a little worried that this defense has the secret formula.
Well, they certainly bring pressure all the time, and up until last night, and I guess statistically they handled it. But Goff had really done a nice job against the blitzing teams that Flores brings at him with his defense from Minnesota. Last night looked like it was in his face a little bit more, and that Goff was struggling a little bit, and yet his overall numbers, what was he, 27 out of 33? 2 passes, one was a tipped interception. Another one on 4th and inches was tipped that would have been a monster gain.
Yep.
And then he threw the arm punt interception on first down, which you don't want to throw an arm punt on first down. Otherwise, he was spot on. I get concerned always with an offensive line just because I know how vital it is to the Lions' success. You give Jared Goff time, and you're done. You're absolutely done. And even when you're not giving him time because the blitz is coming, you're done because you can handle it. It all starts with the offensive line and the run game, be able to block that because it's got to keep people honest. The safeties play a little shallower because of that, and they have the recipe for it. But to your point with the Van Ginkel play,
yeah,
I believe it was 17-9 at the time, and it was a first down play for the Lions. They this is in the second half, and it totally changed because once he doesn't make that pick, Lions come down and it's like 4 plays later to score a touchdown.
It was a scary moment. Like, I think everybody's heart skipped a beat.
Yeah, 100%. Because it would have totally changed things. Because that starts the second half when you get that right.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, you look at the play that happened right before halftime with the kick out of bounds, and then the Van Ginkel mishap. That's 2 plays right there. Total swings, 10-point swings. And you're in a better position to stop the Lions at that point. I mean, it's at that point you're leading 19-17.
Yeah, sometimes games are just about taking advantage of the opportunity that you are given. The Vikings didn't take advantage of that opportunity, and guess what the Lions did? They did. They went down and scored, right? You kicked the ball out of bounds, we're going to cancel out the field goal you just did because bam, bam, we're in field goal range. Take the opportunities given to you, or take the opportunity, take advantage of the things that you make up for yourself. Like when you set yourself up for success, and the Lions took advantage of those things last night.
I think both teams went into last night expecting it to be kind of a shootout.
Mm-hmm.
And, we know the Lions are well aware of this. They go for it on 4th down. We see this all the time. They go for, I think on 30% of their 4th downs, they actually go for it, regardless of down and distances. That's just what it is. And we've become accustomed to it. That's what Dan Campbell's offenses do. They go for it. And they convert, which is awesome. But I feel like the Vikings got caught up in that game thinking, you know what, this is going to be a shootout. We have to score touchdowns. We can't settle for field goal.
It's a point, Kang, you made early in this season or late last season that the way Dan Campbell coaches is influencing the way the opponent coaches. Like they're trying to keep pace. It has such a net positive in so many ways. Because one of the reasons why Dan Campbell can do it is because he's got the safety of having a quarterback and a number of pass catchers and an offensive line that he can count on to come through in these moments.
It's who they are. You know, they stay true to who they are. They say it all the time. You know, we play the way we play. And when other teams stray away from the way they play, it's not natural for them. You know, they're doing things that they haven't done all year. Like, we don't go for it on 4th and goal. We kick the field goal. But now you play the Lions and you feel like on edge, you're doing things you don't normally do. You know, Sam Darnold he's overthrowing guys. He's not seeing guys that are open. It's because the Lions are forcing you to play their game. And that's last night was a culture win. You know, like next man up mentality, everyone says it around the league. But when you have a real culture, you're able to come through and follow through with that. And that's what the defense did yesterday. Aaron Glenn and the players, they plug and play because the culture says so.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Aiden in Dearborn Yard, 97 won the ticket. Hi, Aiden.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Great.
Listen, man, I was feeling every emotion last night, not only because my Lions finally got the number 1 seed, 15-2, but also because I lost my fantasy championship by 0.9 points. So It was rough.
Oh.
But listen, man, I got to tell you, Aaron Glenn finally stepped up. I wasn't happy with all the talk about how, you know, he finally stepped up. And after everyone said, you know, he has all these guys out, it's going to be a shootout, we can't expect the defense to step up at all. He showed that he is an NFL head coaching candidate. He can do it. He can succeed with the pieces he has.
What do you mean finally showed up? They've been playing the better part of 2 years.
Right. I'm saying after the week of everyone saying he can't do it, it's going to be a shootout.
No, don't say everyone. Don't say everyone.
Yeah, and you're saying finally showed up. They've shown up every week. They've had a couple of games defensively where they've given up some points.
Yeah,
I don't know
but
if
they've showed up every week, but they've shown up defensively.
I would not say
bit.
finally shown up.
Right. I'm saying this week, as far as after all the talk, he put the pieces together. He did what he needed to do to win this game.
Right.
Well, that I'd agree with.
Yeah, that I agree with.
Yeah.
But you said finally. It's not. It's like, oh, after all this time, finally to put it together, and that's not the case. They've been putting it together for most of the season.
Right. But regardless, he did what he needed to do. He had these pieces that he just – I mean, what a game defensively. What a game. And he really is – he's stepped up and shown that he could be an NFL head coach. So I hope to keep him next year.
Well, I would suspect that game was probably bullet point 1 on his resume. I mean, I would have made – it sounds like – I mean, we've had reports today that the Jets and New Orleans have asked to speak with him. Ben Johnson, there's been requests to speak with him.
Apparently Ben Johnson's got, from what I just saw, 2 interviews lined up this week with the Bears and with the Patriots.
And Aaron Glenn has, I mean, that's really good film for Aaron Glenn. That is really good film. Fred in Waterford, you're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Fred.
Hey, this is Fred from Munkle. How you doing?
Hi, Fred.
I'm gonna do my champ and chump first, which will lead into what I want to say. Aaron Glenn, champ, just phenomenal strategist. I think the fact that in the last couple of weeks he finds the need to sit down and just chill with the game still ongoing might be an indicator that he doesn't have enough energy to be a head coach. You know, just stick around and be our assistant, please. The chump is NFLPA. I can't believe that you don't hear a thing about them saying, hey, our bodies can only handle 16 games, and that's a stretch. Is there any chance, in your opinion, that they would dig their heels in and ask for a shorter schedule?
Nope.
Players Association can be the one that demands it. If it's super important to them in the next contract negotiation, they may go for it. The problem is it's a moneymaker for everybody, and that determines a lot of decisions. I always think I find that many unions look out for the well-being of the people that they represent. Sports unions,
Yes.
they look out for the financial well-being. I'm not sure they always look out for, and it's kind of a grand statement, I'm not sure that players' unions are always looking out for the physical well-being.
Yeah, I mean, their guys are playing with plates in every part of their body. All you keep hearing week after week is everybody at this stage is playing hurt. I mean, that's inhumane.
Yeah, I think what's going to end up happening, Fred, is going to go to 18 games instead of going back to 16. They'll go to 18. They're going to add another bye week.
Bye week doesn't do it, man.
Well, I'm just saying that. I mean, that's what I would expect to happen. And they'll probably reduce the preseason games too.
248-539-9797. We do have all the predictions to revisit from last week, and there were some people that were chesty. Nobody had the Vikings with single digits in points. That's how far they exceeded even the most optimistic expectations. We will get to that coming up at 12:05. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback, more of your champ and chump votes. The Lions just completed a 15-2 regular season. They are the number 1 seed. They get the bye, and the road to the Super Bowl goes through Detroit. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So look, what a incredible win for the Detroit Lions. They blow a close game open in the third quarter. Really, they started to get their offensive mojo back when Minnesota kicked the kickoff out of bounds with 20 seconds left in the first half. What I have an abbreviation. That was a Coob. Kickoff out of bounds, a Coob. They committed a Coob. So Lions get it at the 40. First play, 19 yards over the middle to Khalif Raymond, or to ASB, I think it was, on a down and out. Then it was over the middle to Khalif Raymond. And then so 2 plays, 30 yards. Bates hits a 48-yard field goal. It's 10-6 at the buzzer. The Lions then open the second half with a weird interception. I think it looked like maybe J-Mo and Goff got their wires crossed there a little bit on that one, but so it went field goal, interception, touchdown, and then Lions killed the clock and won the game. And, well, they eventually turned over on downs, but Minnesota just took a knee because there were seconds left. Minnesota, meanwhile, after they kicked their field goal to make it 7-6, went turnover on downs, field goal, missed field goal, punt, turnover on downs, and there's your football game. It completely changed at the end of the first half, and Lions ended up running away and hiding, and now they're the number 1 seed and all that. The predictions. So the predictions on Friday's show. Gator, I scared you when I broke my normal pattern and actually took the Lions. It's the Car House lock of the week. You took a deep breath. That line moved to 2.5 before kickoff. People were putting their money on Minnesota. So it's even more gratifying. But go back here. I got to find emails from Friday. But of the callers, the people that were picking the Lions to win big, like Kevin and Sterling Heights, picked the Lions to win 42-21. Keith in Tennessee called and picked the Lions to win big, 44-27. Brian in Pinckney, 35-21. Manny in Detroit, 41-21. There was one texter that had Minnesota being held in check offensively. I got to find it here. Give me a second. But it was very few people.
Yeah, I did not make a prediction on Friday, but I would have said 38-34 Lions. I thought it was going to be one of these high-powered offensive games, and it was not. And much to my happiness, that they end up obviously winning at 31-9. I still cannot believe that the Vikings did not score a touchdown in that game. That's amazing. And it's a testament to that defense.
It was Mike and Flint who came the closest. He picked the Lions to win 38-16. They won 31-9. So one too many touchdowns for both teams. And he writes, Darnold wakes up, throws 3 picks, 2 of them to Kirby Joseph. Not quite.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is Darnold was completely inaccurate last night, but he wasn't throwing picks.
Yep.
Now, there were a couple of plays it could have been. Guys just weren't able to hang on to it and turn it into a turnover. But what it was turnover on downs, or it was killing the drive, because they were horrible on third down conversions. I think 3 of 13 on third down. They were 0 for 3 on fourth down. They were 0 for in the red zone. And with touchdown conversions, it was Sam Darnold was not good. You got 18 out of 41 in the game. That's not good.
Open lines 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. Lance is next on 97.1. What's up, Lance?
Hey guys.
What's
Thanks
going
for the
on?
opportunity to talk to you today.
Sure.
I'm headed north, and I've got some quiet time. I'm just thinking about what this Lions team has done just for the fans and the way it's just changed the perspective about, I think, Detroit in so many ways. You know, we've always known this is a football town, but I wanted to weigh in on your champ and chump, and I wanted to give Detroit's defensive backfield my champ award. Joseph, Robertson, and is Vildor, who had a key play where where the refs let him play last night. You know, you didn't see any pass interference calls, I don't think, and there was some questionable situations where guys appeared to possibly be draped all over receivers, but the refs let him play, and that went both ways. I'm going to nominate myself for the chump, and I want to tell you why.
All right.
I've seen so many times
so many regimes come and go. I didn't really know Dan Campbell, and I didn't really know Brad Holmes. I had no idea that Sheila Ford Hamp was to take personally the restoration of this franchise. I complained about the fact that Goff came here in exchange for Matthew Stafford. Never mind the draft picks, which have been a huge part of it. I've known so little success for so long that when you had somebody who was good in their position, like the quarterback, I hated to see him go. But I got to tell you, I'm the chump. Those men know what they're doing. I'm just a fan. Those guys know what they're doing. I can't believe it's been so enjoyable for the last 2.5 years. And Dan Campbell, he could run for governor and win hands down. Nobody could run against him. And I think the same could be said of Brad Holmes. And I got to just give Sheila Ford so much credit. So, guys, thanks for letting me air. I can't believe I'm 64 years old, and I'm actually at a number 1 seed Detroit Lions. The last time they were like this.
Well, Lance, I'll tell you this. I'll give you a pass here, and everybody a pass. Not buying into a new Lions regime is not an unforgivable sin.
No.
We've been through it so many times. We had kind of a policy on the show. Every time a new regime comes in, we set the clock to 0 and start all over. Because there was no point in judging what Marty Morningwig would be based upon what, Darryl Rogers was. The only thing you could say, and people said it plenty ad nauseum, was ownership has not changed, and so nothing will change, and ownership doesn't know how to identify people. But it's like the Rooney family. The Rooney family was a joke for so long, owners of the Steelers, and then suddenly they started winning Super Bowls, and it feels like they never stopped competing for them since the 70s. And so it can turn around in the Ford family, and still it is Ford ownership. It's just a different Ford in charge. They've either brought in the right people and relied on the right people to help them make this hire, or they did it on their own. And, my guess is it's a team effort. By all accounts, it was a team effort. And people like Chris Spielman and Rod Wood all helped out. But, this has been just it's a killer combination, Holmes and Campbell. They obviously knew what they want in terms of formula and found 2 people. They did it in reverse order, coach first, GM second. But they were of like mind, which tells you that ownership knew what they were looking for. And give them a ton of credit. Ton of credit. This is remarkable. And we'll cut you some slack, Lance. You're not the only one.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that every new regime change with the Lions was met with skepticism because nothing had worked before. Like, all right, here we go. Oh, they're going to hire a guy that has interim head coaching experience. Oh, this is going to be great. Oh, they're going to take a guy who was an assistant GM somewhere else. Okay, all right, whatever. We'll see. Oh, now you got to trade the franchise quarterback away, and you got to take on somebody that was completely left for dead by the previous team there because they didn't think he could get it done. Oh, okay, here we go. And it works.
Champ and Chump, get your phone calls in. Let's go to Don next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Don. Hey, Don.
Go ahead, Don.
Don, are you there?
Donnie.
We'll reconnect with Don. In the meantime, no good. 245-3997.
already passed by. He's not going to do it.
Albanian Martin is next. What's up, Albanian Martin?
My boys, Doug Gator. What up, my boys?
How are you?
Sitting at the top of the world, my boy, 1 seed.
Yeah. You predicted the same thing for years, and it finally came through.
Hey, but I predicted 16-1, and they lost that one game. Remember what you said?
Okay, good
Over
point.
And under.
Yeah, you're wrong. Yeah,
you're way off.
Doug Gator, my champ, man. That defense, my boy. That defense, and you know who I trumped?
Who?
The Vikings owner that wanted to spend $2 million on tickets. And their fans ended up turning around and selling them.
Yeah, that's a bit of a
wouldn't
whoops.
chump the owner. I think it was a nice gesture. I think of course it backfired, and it was,
big time.
You should chump the Vikings fans for selling the tickets.
Hey, man, that guy, that boy Darnold, he was shook, man. From the first snap when he was warming up, you could see it in his face. He didn't have what it takes to come in this city, in that field, to win that game. I'll tell you right now, boys.
Well, look, I didn't see it from the first snap, Martin, but you could definitely see it as the game went on, and I think the performance reflects that Detroit's defense impacted him, and I don't think there's any doubt about that.
That crowd showed up, Doug Gator. And, Doug, you got to get Gator to come get a haircut from me, man. I'm sick of asking him.
Gator, why don't you go get a haircut from Martin?
Maybe I will.
Right in Birmingham. Yeah. Come on, Gator. Martin's Cuts. I'll take care of you.
All right.
All right.
Now, hey, next time. I just got one like a week ago. So.
Yeah, I know my own barber, and I get the job done.
I appreciate it.
Clippers in hand.
Hey.
You know what's funny is the kids broke out over because we had everybody home and some old pictures came up, and it was me late in the hair game. Reflecting back, my God, I should have done that earlier. Should have shaved it.
Oh, you held on too long?
Dude. When I was holding on too long, did one of you even think about saying something? Like, I couldn't believe it when I look back. I'm like, did I think that looked good? Like, I love the low maintenance. My wife likes the look. I like the look. And it's so much better than that creepy stalker look that I had going on. God, it was awful.
We thought you liked that look.
Did you? Did you?
You're going to do what you're going to do?
Yeah, man. Hi, I'm Pete Thamel look? No.
Did you see, by the way, Caller DJ tweeted you guys the pictures?
DJ,
he had the hair transplant?
I saw a picture that he had posted the other day and on Twitter. I mean, it was yesterday on Twitter, so I replied with it. I see your hairline. I see you. And then he replied with several pictures before and after. That's what he has to look forward to. It's coming in.
Yep. It's coming in strong, DJ.
And to each their own. I'm not mad at anybody that decides they want to do that. I like the look. I'm not sure that this wasn't better when Doug had great hair, or lots of hair, maybe I should say. But I'm good with it. But suffice to say, DJ, you can see it coming in.
DJ's the first picture, the before picture.
Yeah. Woo. Dude, he had a little east-west thing going on. He had like a hair.
It was like partial Italy. Italy without the boot. Jutting out.
What do you have, a crock?
It was something coming out, man. And then, he went and did something about it, and it looks good. It looks like it's going to be great.
The picture from the top, you're like, is that an archipelago? What is that?
Exactly.
Doug, this thing, man, people going to Turkey for these hair transplants is huge. Like, I sent Gator on the side a story about a former UFC fighter, a pretty popular one, Donald Cerrone.
Cowboy.
Okay.
He went to Turkey and got it done. His hair looks fantastic.
Sweet. Good for him. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. More of your champ and chump votes. Lions win the division, get the bye, win the top seed in the NFC, and they are hosting, likely 2 weeks from yesterday, in the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. That's Jared Goff praising the defense. Coming up today at 12:30, I thought Dan Campbell just low-key hit the nail on the head about what the Lions are. And, he said it before, but it just reinforces something that really is a strong belief here in the 10-2 space. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Eric's in Detroit and next here on Carson Anderson. Hello, Eric.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good. Hi. I want to say my champ is Detroit sports in general because Minnesota came in here with two teams and we sent them packing. The Detroit Pistons got rid of the Timberwolves and the Detroit Lions sent the Vikings back home with nothing. And I want to say our champ is Minnesota, of course, because like I said, they took an L from both of our teams, and I'm just excited to see the development of the Lions and the Pistons. It's so exciting right now.
It is, and I mean, you didn't mention the Red Wings, who obviously didn't play Minnesota, but the Red Wings defeated two of the best teams in hockey of late, Winnipeg and the Capitals. They got a big win over Pittsburgh, a team holding on to the last wild card spot. Another team ahead of them in the wild card, Columbus, 4 in a row. What's going on over there?
4-game win streak. The Pistons with another. This is their second 3-game win streak of the season, Doug. Way to go. Pistons are just a game below 500 at this point, and Cade Cunningham looks fantastic, throws in 40 the other night, and the night where Edwards goes for 53. He's like, that's all right. Score 53, you still lost.
Don't look now, but there's 2 teams remaining undefeated in Big Ten basketball. They are in East Lansing and Ann Arbor. I mean,
Michigan State winning the game over Wisconsin at Wrigley Field for the hockey.
They came from behind and beat them 2 nights prior to that. In a nice way. Look, there's a lot to be encouraged about.
1 second left in overtime?
A lot to be encouraged about. 248-539-9797. Damon is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Damon.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
I was just calling to ask you guys your honest opinion on the NFL and their scheduling with the playoffs. And my idea is to do away with not the divisions, but division seeding. So therefore, a 14-3 team doesn't have to go on the road to a 10-17. So how do you feel about just doing the conferences 1 through 7?
I don't love it, and the reason is if you're gonna have divisions at all, then I think you should have a reason to try and win your division. It is a regular season goal that I think should have some consequence. And so if you just do 1 through 7, the problem you run into is you're doing it on straight record, and one division winner might have been in a much tougher or much easier division, and it impacts where they end up. And I kind of like that they get to play for something. Is it weird that a 14-3 team that's proven themselves in a tough division has to go on the road? Yes, it is weird. But I think there'd be challenges to your proposal as well. And then we may as well do away with divisions and just have an NFC and an AFC, which maybe there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe there's nothing wrong with that, but I kind of like having division rivals and teams you know you're going to be going against and playing for the same prize.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I've said this for years. I'd like to spice it up too when it comes to playoffs, and this is for all sports. I want to spice it up and say the number 1 seed gets to call out their shot, who they want to play in the first round.
Wow, that would be awesome.
Wow, that would be.
I'd love it.
Would
be a
you?
TV event, yeah. Be incredible. Like maybe you just match up better against this team. Or, hey, we just played Minnesota. We know what they're about. Let's play them again.
Like the league does something already that they do reseed after the first round. They do give the 1 seed the benefit. I mean, last year Lions, of course, weren't supposed to host a playoff game, and then it took Green Bay over Dallas, right? That upset. Detroit was suddenly hosting in the second round. So there is some element of reseeding. Look, not everybody loves. I mean, I like it, but not everybody does, and that's fine. But if you're going to have conferences in college football and divisions in the pros, then I think there should be something on the line to win it. It gives you a regular season goal, something to chase.
No,
and it gives you rivals.
And for some people, they would say, well, the payoff is that you make the playoffs, not that you host a playoff game.
Yeah. I don't know that that's worth it necessarily, because you could win your division and not have one of the top 7 seeds, 7 records in the NFC, and not make the playoffs.
Right, but I'm saying if you do win a division, that's your reward. Is you're in the playoffs regardless of what your record is. You make the playoffs, but you don't get the host.
Fair enough. That's not what he said, though. He
No, I
said
know,
you just
yeah.
rank them 1 to 7.
I
You
agree.
could have
I
division
understand.
winners that might not make it. Jay is in Flint and on 97 the ticket. Hi, Jay.
What up, though?
How we doing, sir?
Man, we doing great, man. All Lions fans doing great, man.
Sure.
I got my chump. I got a chump. I got a champ and a chump, and I got something to say after that. My champ is Aaron Glenn for cooking up that defense. It was crazy when nobody give him a chance. He went out there and he had caught a terrific game plan, which I knew he was going to do. And my chump, you ready for this?
I am.
The Minnesota Vikings coming out and winning formation. I don't know I never seen that in my life. It's crazy to me. I don't know how crazy it is to you, but just to see them come out and winning formation and just bow down like that.
What, for the last play of the game?
Great. Yeah, but they lost. They the losers. I don't think I ever seen a losing team line up and winning formation. I just was asking people that, and it was just crazy to me.
I think I've seen it before. I don't know.
You got to be down big, and you just want to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, I mean, that was one, just get out of there.
Yeah, but hey, man, you a loss. Run the ball, throw the ball. You don't deserve to line up in winning formation. But if you go back and you look at that, this is something that I feel as though the North is going to run the NFC for a long time. It's going to be Minnesota and Detroit for a minute. Because did you look at the look on JJ's face? And that's the same look when he watched them celebrate when he lost the championship in Michigan. Because I love the guy. I'm a Michigan first guy. But the look on his face was like, oh, yeah, he's been throwing balls ever since that loss. He's trying to come in and play in the playoffs this year.
Jay, you're referencing the loss to TCU when he stood on the field and watched them celebrate.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the way he was going through his mind. They got some decisions to make at quarterback. And Darnold feels like he's earned certainly a big contract. If you're Minnesota, what do? That's their issue. I'm not particularly concerned.
I'm glad it's their issue because I mean, look, I certainly don't believe in Sam Darnold, but he had a heck of a season this year.
JJ's very talented, but the jump from the colleges to the NFL is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Doug, are we sure that was JJ McCarthy they showed on the sideline yesterday? Who was that guy? Who was that kid?
It looked different. It looked different.
He looked like someone's kid that got to hang out on the sidelines, right?
He looked like a hockey draft pick. He looked like a guy who should be in one of those real skinny suits walking up in Vegas at the Sphere for the draft. He had that hockey hair.
Like physically immature, not ready to play.
He looked like he went to Turkey and got a sweet hairline, but didn't eat much
some
while
kind
he was
of
there.
flow. Well, he had surgery, but he looked down in weight class.
Yes.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Dan Campbell said something after the game. I'm like, yep, there it is, right there. We'll play it for you today at 12:32. 97.1 the ticket. All right, so after the game, Dan Campbell stepped to the podium and, kind of I feel like we could play the whole thing. We could just let Dan Campbell's whole thing roll. But near the end, he was kind of winded down, and he just said something like, there it is. That's it in a nutshell. And it's something that it's hard to measure. It's hard to know, but it's something that they've got this year. There you go. Anybody that comes in falls in line. I don't want to discount how important that line is. Because anybody who comes in here sees the way things are done. And anybody that comes in here doesn't want to be the one that drags them down. And anybody that comes in here, first of all, they're probably not invited in here unless they're likely to fall in line. But this is a huge deal. And it's that's culture. That's football culture. And it feeds upon itself. It feeds upon itself because I'll just grab a player, for example, El-Quadin Muhammad, who had a big sack yesterday. I have no idea what it was like at his previous stops or anything like that. But now El-Quadin Muhammad comes in, falls in line. Now he's making plays for this team. Whether he had to do anything to fall in line, say, whoa, I got to change how I'm doing things, or he fit right from moment one, whatever it is. But then when other players get hurt, and next thing you know, somebody else new comes in, they're following El-Quadin Muhammad's lead, right? And I better do what he's doing. And he's getting snaps, he's getting reps, he's making plays, and that's how it starts to feed upon itself. And I don't want to discount how important that is.
Anytime a new coach takes over, the number one thing he's got to do is earn the trust of the players and get the buy-in. If you don't get that, you have no shot. You have no chance. Even if you're wrong about what your approach is, you still have to get the guys to buy in because otherwise it's just abrasive and it's never going to work. Matt Patricia was terrible as a Lions head coach. He couldn't get the guys to buy in what he was doing.
Nope.
And look, it may have been the wrong approach, but I think for sure they would have been more successful had they been able to do that. But the players can smell out BS when it's there, too. This guy hadn't got it. Why would I fight for this guy when he doesn't have it? Dan Campbell showed that he's willing to do everything for these guys and be on board with him. And if you're on board with him, you'll do great things together. And it took time, and they gave him the time. The rough first season, the rough start to the second season, and then, boom. And they've gone on a 37-9 run since.
248-539-9797. Patrick, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Patrick.
Man, I haven't even slept, and I had to be at work this morning. I'm going to tell you two keys what happened. Hutch was the biggest cheerleader for the defense last night. And Anzalone, he brought the ADDDD to the D. And everybody that wants to be negative and say, hey, this man's injured, that man's injured, that man's injured. No. Look at the positive. You know what that means to me? 2 Super Bowls in a row. I've been watching these guys since the 80s. We got it. We got the sauce. We got the secret recipe. We're going to keep our eyes on the prize all the way.
Well, they're developing depth, that's for sure. I mean, guys that are starting now, like Meek Robertson, when they get healthy, he becomes an incredibly valuable player to spell your starters. You see it, Fatu Melifamu making plays at safety. There's a lot of guys on the field that are going to be in backup roles moving forward if they can keep them all, which is going to be difficult to do. But you're right. They are developing a lot of depth. And, it's as we could sit here and we could talk about how great this is. But you think about how great this team can even be when they don't have a historic rash of injuries, when they just have a normal injury year. Man, they're kind of dominant as it is, and they could be even better. Now, they're also going to have to overcome likely losing both coordinators. And that's going to be
What
difficult.
if they stay and we go for 2 in a row? What if they stay?
They
Well,
might.
if they stay, it'd be
The
awesome.
money they
I
give
just,
up,
I mean,
they'll get double down the road with 2 Super Bowls.
I mean, that's a tough thing to sell, but if I can't begrudge anybody that has an interest in furthering their career and becoming a head coach.
yeah, I can't either. That's what they get into the business for. Most of them.
We can all hope, but we'll see.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Doug Gator Kang, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Did Alex Anzalone, after he broke his arm, did he also get bit by a great white shark? That scar was wicked that they put on TV last night. And I hadn't seen it until they put it on the TV last night.
It was
That was
great quote from him, about everybody wants to be a dog until they have to do dog S. And he's right.
Dude, and Doug, kind of carrying over from what Dan Campbell's press conference you just were summarizing, my champ was Jake Bates. I felt like maybe it's a cliche, but how the Lions ended that first half last night, it was nothing, but it was everything in a way. To be where their defense was and then still be in that close game, and then to have the Vikings kick the ball out of bounds, which was stunning, really, the way they were playing, that seemed to be a critical mistake. And for them to get 3 points out of it just needed to be the exact momentum they needed to basically carry over into the second half and do exactly what they did.
You think about how we got here. We all became very well aware of Jake Bates when he was released by the Houston Texans and later signed with the Michigan Panthers. So here he is with the Michigan Panthers, and he goes out and he starts bombing in these incredibly long field goals. If he signs with, some other UFL team, does he end up in Detroit? I mean, it's not like the Lions don't have TVs and aren't scouting it, but the fact that he was in Detroit, familiarity with this place, it's kind of one of those interesting,
I agree,
fickle ways that fate works. That he signed it with the Panthers, and as it turns out, because of that, and maybe, I don't know if exclusively because of that, but being right here, he's showcased in front of the Lions, and the Lions might get an early jump on signing him. And he's been great. Absolutely great, Dan.
Just to carry over kind of, Dan Campbell, he can, and it's not just him, right? It's not just Ben Johnson. It's not Aaron Glenn. It is every level of their coaching staff. It's every member of the staff. They are capable, and because of the leadership from the top down, to get the most out of everybody and anyone that wants to come here, wants to put in the sacrifice, and have the right attitude to do that. And it's been a hell of a lot of fun to watch. And so, and conversely, here's my chump. Justin Jefferson last night on the sideline looked like my kids when I was trying to tell them last night that they had to go to school today. It was the big pouting. He just seemed to weigh down that whole team. And they kept, and I know they were focusing on him because of some of his failures, or the failures in the red zone. It just seemed like the game was getting away from him, and he was not able to. They took pride out of him, which the Lions have done to other people and other players in this game.
It's interesting because I always say this about be careful of reading too much into a quick TV shot of what you see of somebody. However, I will defend Justin Jefferson in this way. I loved him in the show Receiver. I thought he was awesome. And I think, not as a player, but just he seems like a really, really good dude. And so I root for him.
Look, I think he's a guy who's frustrated. He wants to do as much as he can to help his team win, and he put himself in positions to do that, and the quarterback couldn't get him the ball. And when he did, he didn't make the play. And I can see him being very frustrated. They can erase all that. They got a game this week.
Yep. It's
not like they're out of the playoffs. It's the same thing we said on Friday's show. We can treat this like a playoff game, but it's not. If you lose the game, it's not over. You just have to go on the road. It's a tougher road it's a tougher path to go on, but we'll see what the Vikings do when they're in Los Angeles taking on the Rams.
Justin Jefferson was clearly frustrated, as was the entire receiving corps for the Vikings yesterday. And the Lions, thankfully, were able to play a very physical game. The refs let them play physical, and they got called a couple times, but for the most part, the Lions were able to be physical with the Vikings receivers, and all they did was they let it get to their heads. That's why they showed the shots of Jefferson and Hawkinson, those guys complaining a lot and kind of being, overacting with the holding calls. I mean, and then when they were open, Darnold couldn't hit them. everything was getting to their head. And I think it played into the Lions obviously, and that's how the Lions stopped the Vikings yesterday.
Let's get to some injury updates because some important players left the field. We will do that today at 12:48, and more of your phone calls and feedback, more of your Champ and Chump votes here on 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell after the game. All right, let's get some injury updates. First of all, Dave Burkett did an update on Terrion Arnold after the game. saying that Dan Campbell said after the game, X-rays on Arnold's foot were negative. Arnold had a walking boot on in the locker room. Said his quote was, "I'm playing." After the game, he made those comments. Had my moment where I talked to God. I just put it in his hands, and we got the bye week. We got the best trainers in the NFL. I feel comfortable, and I feel like they can get me back. We're just going to put it in God's hands. But he did say he's playing. We shall see. As far as Kevin Zeitler's, there's no update on Kevin Zeitler, who left the game. And Christian Mahogany went in to play guard there at the end. That was unfortunate. I will tell you that one of the interesting sort of under-the-radar develops is that Mahogany has emerged as the first guard off the bench, a late-round pick of the Lions who has moved his way up the food chain pretty quickly, it seems, and has played a little bit here at the end of the year. This is bad news for Green Bay. Packers standout wide receiver Christian Watson, this according to Ian Rappaport, is believed to have torn his ACL and suffered additional damage, ending his season and putting the beginning of 2025 in jeopardy. So that's Ian Rappaport.
That's too bad.
Yep.
Yeah, he got hurt, I think, in the second half of that game. Jordan Love came out of the game after it looked like he damaged his hand, but apparently he's going to be okay. But, yeah, man, you get to the end of the season, and you see why it's important to try to clinch things as quickly as possible.
Yep.
It was kind of a recurring theme with Jared Goff in the post-game press conference last night was that, hey, they would have loved to have sewn things up a few weeks ago, but it wasn't the case. This is how they had to get it done, literally the last week of the season.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a James in Westland. You're on 97 What a Ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, sir, how are you?
Great.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
The point you've been making some excellent points today. I gotta say that.
Well, thank you.
But the end of my champ, when you said the culture and how Dan Campbell said this is how to do it. When people come in, they just have to adjust to how we are.
Mm-hmm.
When they got Smith, they gave him that week off, and one of the interviews he said, "I see," because he was watching the practice. He said, "I see why they are as good as they are, the way they practice." And he just came in, and they gave him that week off. And I think that was that Houston game where we were down, and he was on the sideline talking to the defense, giving a little pointers and things, and they slowly came back and won. The culture and the way they do things, anybody that comes in will come in and do exactly how we do things. That's excellent. So that when you said that, I just want to reinforce that point. So that would be my chump. My champ. My chump would just be the fact that sometimes we don't believe enough because we haven't seen it before. We just have to get shown over and over. And that defense, none of us could have said that would happen.
Well, none of us did. Yesterday, interesting, I'm glad you brought this up. Not yesterday, but Friday's show when we took predictions, the person that came the closest predicted that Minnesota would score 16 points. Nobody had them with outside of that, had them with less than 20. They came in at 9. Nobody saw that coming that called our show on Friday. And that defense, you're right.
Yeah, so for us to doubt our leadership from top to bottom after they've done it over and over and over, but then take it to another level yesterday with that defense. No touchdowns, just suppressing them, making them uncomfortable. So, yeah, I would chump us for not believing enough.
Well, I'm going to give you a little bit, you and everybody else more credit.
Yeah, and I know. And like I said, I didn't think it would be that. We thought they would win. We thought it'd be a shootout. We thought our defense would do just enough, but not blanket like that.
Wow.
So I'm proud of it. And so, like I said, I just believe in them because, like he said, and reinforcing what I said, when Smith came in, he said the exact same thing weeks ago.
And James, Aaron Glenn said when new guys join the team, he hears it from them all the time. I see why you're winning because you do things differently. You are determined to give yourself and all doubters a chump vote, but we'll mark it down. But I'll just say this: it's not out of bounds to having a bit of a show me attitude. It's a hard thing to convince Lions fans after all of these years that they might have got it this right. I mean, this feels like they're not going to be good now. It feels like they're not just now. They're going to be good for a while. This isn't a fluke, and it's set up to be sustainable. And the most sustainable part of it, and the secret to the sauce and the formula is the GM might be really good at the draft. That changes everything.
Well, real good at the draft, real good at just supplying a roster of players, whether it's through the practice squad or whatever you got to do. Just the transaction wire, this guy knows what he's doing. And it works in conjunction with what the coaches are doing, with what they're selling, and getting people to buy in, as we talked about, how important that is. They're going to be tested in years to come because it looks like they're going to lose at least one coordinator, maybe even both of them, in this offseason cycle of new coaches. We'll see. Maybe they don't lose anybody. With a handful of coaching jobs out there, but it seems like these guys are going to be interviewing them. They deserve the interviews.
Let's go to Sam in Shelby Township. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sam. Sam, are you there? Sammy. No good. Cameron in Detroit, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Cameron.
Thank you for having me on. I have two different situations as my champ and my chump. The first situation that I want to do is the 4th and 2 in the first half, going in, moving the chains, and then deciding to drop back and pass when we were running the ball great. We were moving the chains. We had momentum going into halftime. We were going to get 7 at halftime and go into the locker room. Instead, we going for it on 4th and 2nd. I was really happy about that. Going for it, I was fine with it because that's what they do. And, and then it tip ball, make a mistake, whatever. We don't get it. Fortunately, the defense, again, like I said yesterday, they stood up. And we ended up getting 3 out of that. But then we come back. My chump is the situation where
Hold on. I'm confused. Who's your chump?
No, that was the chump play. It was like a situational play where they should have ran the ball on 4th down. And we ended up getting the tip pass, and we didn't get that score that when we were moving the chains.
And only won by 22.
My champ, right, but this is my champ. When we came out of the locker room, the defense holding up, standing up in the second half, Amir Robinson. He knew Justin Jefferson since high school. He shut him down. And then Terry Arnold on the other side. Addison, 1 catch for 0 yards. When does that happen? So that's my champ. That secondary, Anceloni coming back, solidifying that center of the field, making sure Hutchinson can't get in those pockets and get those plays off. It allowed the defensive line to get at Sam Darnold so that he was under pressure all day. So that's my champ, and that's my chump.
I struggle with people that call in to criticize one play call.
Well,
and it's especially when you have the leading offense in the NFL, you put up 31 points. I feel like you're holding them to an unrealistic standard. I don't expect Ben Johnson to get every play call perfect. And a lot of times you go to line of scrimmage and you have 2 plays and it's based on a defense's look.
I understand it. I just wouldn't jump it because I accept what it is. This is who they are. They gamble all the time, and they call their shots, and they work. The majority of the time they work. The vast majority of the time they work. That's why they're able to keep doing it.
But he didn't have a problem with them going for it. He had a problem with the play call after they went for it.
Well, right. And I get it on 4th and inches, and I'm watching. The first thing I'm looking for is to see, can Goff just move straight ahead with a sneak and get it easy? And on that play, I believe that there was nobody directly on the nose on Ragnow. And I thought, okay, here's an opportunity. They didn't. They tried to throw it. And you know what? If the ball's not tipped, it's a 25-yard gain. It's a monster gain on 4th and inches. And if you're going to complain about the play call, at this point, how are you not used to it?
Well, at this point, how do you not trust Ben Johnson?
Right.
The play call, you don't know what went wrong. One player might mess up an entire play call. Execution is huge. So just because people think it didn't work, they didn't like the call. You mentioned the ball being tipped, Gator. Maybe if the guard or tackle or center, whoever, didn't get pushed so far back, that's a 25-yard gain. You know, like we don't know if someone misses a block here or there. So all that stuff, I don't think people think about at all when the play is called or it doesn't work.
I guess you can chump whoever you want. I think chumping. I am assuming Ben Johnson. Like he chumped the situation
from Jersey Shore.
Probably. He chumped the situation. There were 60-something offensive play calls in that game. Ben Johnson would tell you, I didn't get them all right. It's about getting the majority right, and that's why they're really good. And expecting him to get them all right is unrealistic. But
yeah, last I checked, they're 15-2. They have the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Their quarterback is a second-rated quarterback in the National Football League. Threw for the second most yards in the National Football League. Was like 4th or 5th in touchdown passes. Their offense was prolific. They've scored more points this season on average per game and total than in Lions history. Their point differential was, I think, plus 222 when all is said and done for this season. That's insane how good they were this year. But go ahead, be upset about the 4th and inches call.
Well, it was that play after the 4th inch, yeah. But 97-1 the ticket. Great to be with you on a Victory Monday. The Detroit Lions, they're your division champs. They're getting the bye. They're the number 1 seed in the NFC, and the road to the Super Bowl goes through Detroit. This thing is becoming very, very realistic, and it's tough to come in Detroit to win. Now, they did lose 2 games at home this year. One of the teams is in the NFC playoff field, Tampa Bay. Lions will face the lowest seed left, which will either be the Rams, Minnesota, Green Bay, Washington, or who am I forgetting? Rams, Minnesota, Green Bay, or Washington. Yeah, it's one of those 4. And it's setting up very nicely. The injuries, well, getting a week off. It does make you wonder, like, the realistic chances of getting Carlton Davis back, the very, very enigmatic Derek Barnes injury that nobody seems to know what the hell's going on there. Arnold and Kevin Zeitler, they will get a chance to heal from their injuries. Does David Montgomery come back for the playoffs? That could be helpful, even though Jahmyr Gibbs carrying the load is nice. It'd basically be David Montgomery probably just replacing Craig Reynolds in terms of number of touches, because Gibbs has been great, and there's no point in pushing Monty if Gibbs can come through. But it's a whole nother discussion for a different day, and I'm sure that's one that they would have well thought out. In the meantime, that might be the biggest thing. We said it last week, more so than the home field is getting guys back, getting them healthy. Hey, I want to thank everybody listening through our app, the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. We get calls from all over the country, feedback from all over the country, and it's awesome. Lions fans, Detroiters everywhere chiming in and tuning in from around the country. You also go through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birchie Kid always is writing great stuff. Evan handling a lot of the content as well. Stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Big numbers on Twitch and YouTube today. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket, participate in the chat there. There's a streaming chat on Twitch as well. Good community of people. Log on, and both those sites, search bar at the top, 971 The Ticket, and bang, there we are.
Saw somebody lost a shoot the boot bet, was more than willing to honor it.
Yeah, tweeted us. And I got
it's a Nayrock?
Was it Nayrock?
I believe so.
It was one of the guys that's on Twitch all the time. So he drank beer out of a shoe. Wish I could remember what a shoot the boot was. Do you remember what it was?
I do not. I remember that you lost to shoot the boot.
Yeah, but that got nullified by the playoffs.
No.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to drink beer out of a shoe. Although I haven't gone back and watched the game. I still got it on DVR. I'm going to watch that whole game and make sure we didn't miss a sign with Bears fans recruiting Ben Johnson.
How long do we give him, Gator, to look for this evidence, to clear himself?
Well, I said that you would be the final arbiter on this because you watched the game.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I did not see it.
Well, I don't know if there's a timetable on this. If I'll tell you what the timetable should be. The timetable should be when I'm likely to do this, which will probably be during our draft show.
Well, I would say you have until the end of today's show.
All right, I'm out. Gotta go watch the game.
Just put it on and do your best. I tell you what, once you put one of your kids on it, they like doing some work.
I'll watch the game again and make sure. Just make sure. I don't want to shoot the boot if I don't have to.
By beginning a show tomorrow.
No, I got other stuff to do. Do you want me wasting show prep time doing that? Given you do?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
You want to carry the load?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying, you can breeze through the 4-hour game.
Nayrock did this in a bar.
I know.
He did it in a bar.
It's impressive.
It's one thing to do
Very
it at
limited
home.
spillage, too, by the way.
Did he put the shoe back on? That'd be squishy. All right. Anyway, let's get back to your open line calls. 248-539-9797. Jordan in Huntington Woods, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jordan.
Hey, afternoon, gentlemen. Love all the Lions talk. Greatly appreciate it, obviously. Just want to hit you guys with a different champ and chump. My champ is the U.S. World Junior Championship team going back-to-back with their win over Finland in overtime. And then the chump being Team Canada for not hitting the podium for the first time since, I believe it's 2014.
Yeah, USA was down in that game, right?
They were, I think, as much as 3-1.
Yeah, stormed back to tie it at 3 and win it.
And then, one of the goals was a bit of puck luck, but that's what you need. And then another one was a bit of a gritty in the crease tap in, just fighting for the puck. So,
yeah, and goaltender Trey Augustine from Michigan State, and also a Detroit Red Wings draft choice. He showed up well, and so did Kiskinen, the player for Finland, who's a Red Wings prospect.
Exactly. Yeah. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Gus is in Pontiac and next. Hi, Gus.
Oh, hey, guys. How are you? Happy New Year.
You too.
Hey, not to be a negative Nelly, wanted to talk about this. The two plays, one being the pass interference, another one on the safety. What's your take on it? I have my own thoughts on it.
Well, what are your thoughts?
Missed calls.
What was the pass interference?
Shoot, I can't remember the guy's name or number, but definitely when I saw the replays on the video, he was wrapping around his arm way before the ball got there.
So a Viking was wrapping his arm around a Lion before the ball got there?
No, the other way around. Detroit Lion was wrapping his arm around a Viking.
I think he's talking about the Anzalone against Hawkinson.
That got flagged.
There you go.
No, there was another one.
That's it.
Okay, he got flagged on it once. Yeah, it seemed like they let him play yesterday. They were pretty consistent.
What about the safety? What was your thought on the safety? Or that wasn't called. I assume you mean the Jared Goff in the end zone with the they called that it was guy in the area. So you didn't think that was accurate?
No.
So it was interesting because on TV they were referencing Brock Wright. And the truth is the closer player to the ball was Jahmyr Gibbs.
Who was literally right next to him.
And Gibbs actually made a motion. He was trying to catch it.
Yeah.
So you think it's a missed call or a fair play?
I think this. I don't think there's any question he was just trying to throw it away. But because the letter of the rules states as long as you have somebody that's in the area, they get away with it.
And Gibbs was.
And the
pass interference call was kind of consistent for the day in terms of they let a lot of contact go most of the day, and they're going to miss calls here and there.
Agreed. They're going to let them play in the playoffs on the pass interference.
Neither of us said that. But
definitely,
I don't know about that.
Questionable.
Neither of us said that.
Yeah, it's dependent on each crew.
But we just that crew. Which, by the way, what's the most interesting about it, Gus, is that crew had thrown more pass interference flags than any other crew in the NFL, and then yesterday they let them play.
They did for the most part, unless it was in the first quarter where I know one of the refs called a very chintzy call. That could have been like, what?
What call was that?
In the first quarter when he called it on our guy. And I saw Dan Campbell's face redden up even more than what he is.
Well, I would advise. Look, if you're gonna, I'm not gonna tell you how to watch the games, but dude, after that game, if this is your reason for calling in, I'm a little surprised that that's your number one takeaway.
Yeah, it sounds like
Can't wait to get on the air with the guys and talk about how much I didn't like the officiating.
Yeah, because if you go on Vikings message boards and look at their fans are upset with the refs, and I get that, But the calls, they go both ways. They'll miss them, they'll make them. I mean, how about all the delay of games that didn't get called, in my opinion?
There were several.
I hate that rule because it's time. It's absolute. It's definitive. It's when it says 0, there's no time left.
So this came up, of course, when Lamar Jackson led the drive that resulted in the record-breaking field goal off the crossbar that beat the Lions a couple years ago. Justin Tucker. And right before that, the clock had hit 0, and then Lamar snapped it. And that's where we went over heard the explanation from an official that, well, we're looking at the clock, and then when the clock hits 0, we look down at the ball. There's a little bit of grace period.
It's so easy to correct.
It's so bizarre. And Kang, you made the point that we don't do that in basketball with the shot clock. You don't go, well, it was in the grace period. It's a measurable, definitive thing. Is the ball in motion being snapped before the clock hits 0?
It's simple enough. Like, you treat it like it's a shot clock in the NBA. You have a red circle or a red square around the clock, and as soon as it hits 0, it lights up. And if it lights up and the ball hasn't been snapped yet, penalty.
It feels as though the NFL is creating a unnecessary headache for themselves with the delay of game interpretations.
Like they decided to go with balls and strikes with an umpire. been bringing it to the NFL. Like
this is not
this is concrete.
This is not holding. Is that holding or not? This
should not be.
This
subjective.
is one of the few things that you can measure.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. And all three of us understand the rule where you're allowed to. The refs look down, and there is this crazy grace period, so it's up to them to whether they call it or not. But I just disagree with that because it doesn't make any sense. It's time.
You can do video assist. They do that a lot now. How about adding this to the mix? It's simple.
So what if the play clock and the game clock synced up exactly? And what if, right? And do you give the quarterback and the center a grace period if the time for the game clock went to 0?
No.
So what?
Could you imagine scoring a touchdown after a game ended? Because that's the same.
Yes, that's what they're allowing.
It's really weird.
I think they should put a shock collar on the referee. when it hits 0, the referee gets shocked and he's got to throw the flag up in the air. Do that.
Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket.
Well, maybe not really. I don't believe in hurting people. But anyway, cold weather. It can really wreak havoc with lots of things when you got moving parts that are made out of steel, and it can really make them brittle. How about your garage door? Think about this. Springs, rollers, any of those moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops. And as we're seeing right now, it's cold outside. This is why I recommend Precision Garage Door Service. They're awesome. A local company. They do same-day service. So your garage is back to new in no time. Now, I've worked with Daryl's crew a couple of times. They were absolutely amazing. Plus, they have new garage doors that are in stock at the warehouse, and they can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. So if you need new garage doors like I did, do the right thing and call Precision. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Detroit Lions with a huge win and what was billed as maybe the best regular season matchup in the history of the NFL, best closer in the history of the NFL, season closing game. It was great to have Mike Tirico on the call, who really gets this area, and everybody's from somewhere. And so they'll have more knowledge of what a fan base is thinking and what they're going through. And Mike, it's like having our personal national play-by-play guy on the call, and he does such a good job. Fun night, really, really fun night. And now we get to sit back and they get to health up. We get to just enjoy the playoffs and anxiously await who the Detroit Lions will play next. One of those 4 teams that we mentioned. And, you know, I don't know that there's anybody that quote unquote scares me anymore. Probably the scariest thing that they could have faced was a road trip to Philly or Minnesota. And now those things are off the table. If they have to face one of those teams, it will be here. 248-539-9797. Of course, they might have to face them both. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Brian in Clinton. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What's
I just want to say my champ and chump. The champ is Chris Spielman. I don't think he gets enough recognition for his front office contributions. You know, he was the guy that kind of found Brad Holmes, and then the team put together Dan Campbell. And then my chump would be the Vikings ownership for trying to do the little buying up the tickets that they did to try to get their fan base into Ford Field.
Well, they tried.
I hardly saw any Vikings fans there.
God, it was an awesome attempted gesture, but the reality is it completely backfired because people just took the tickets and resold them.
They forgot to factor in the Minnesotans' greed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I could see why you would try and do what the Lions get to do, which is take over stadiums. Hey, we'll try and make it easy for our fans to take over the stadiums, or make it easy for your fans to make a small profit on the side.
Exactly. Yeah, there wasn't hardly anybody walking around downtown. We went to Buffalo Wild Wings before the game, and we didn't see hardly any Vikings fans at all downtown.
I saw a few when I was walking in about an hour and 20 minutes before game time. When I was walking right behind Comerica Park towards Ford Field, there were several Viking fans. They were actually very nice, which was good to see. But I didn't see a ton of them, that's for sure. And sure as hell, not 1,900 behind the bench, which was how many tickets they bought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have guessed 500.
Well, it didn't work. Didn't work.
Nope.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Rob in Grand Ledge. What's up, Rob?
Hey, how y'all doing this afternoon?
We're doing great. How are things in Grand Ledge?
Not too bad. It's a nice small town, just very nice.
Gotcha.
Grand.
I thought you were going to say grand.
So I got a Grand Ledge. Yep. I have a champ and chump. So my champs are the whole entire Lions organization, all the players, front office, all the way down to the coaching staff and ownership. But unfortunately, I'm going to call this guy out. Don't know his name, but he's a chump. It's that fan when there was a moment of silence, and he decided to, I don't know if I can say the word, but I'll modify it, Vikings stink. So with a moment of silence, he's the chump.
Yeah. Were you at the game?
No, my brother was, and he was telling me all about it, and I was like, say what? And they all looked at him like, are you serious?
Yeah, I don't love that. And I didn't know, because I heard somebody yell something on the TV, but I couldn't tell what it was. It was a moment of silence for what just happened in New Orleans. And yeah, you could hear over TV somebody yell something. I didn't know what it was, but it doesn't even really matter what it was. It's just inappropriate.
Right, and I got one more thing to add, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So I tried to call Friday, so I'm just going to say this. For all the gentlemen out there that are married and their wives do not like football, my wife loves football. You know why? Because she knows she gets flowers, and I get to sit there and watch one of her TV shows for my football. What a great return.
Yeah, well, I always talk about the part of marriage is the bank of goodwill, that you need to make big deposits and you never want to overdraw the account.
No,
if you're going to have a big
do that.
withdrawal, and say, don't bug me for this period of time. I mean, we've got, starting Thursday, we go college football playoff, 2 NFL playoff games, 2 more NFL playoff games, actually 3 more NFL playoff games, and then 1 more NFL playoff games over a 5-day span. It is a excellent schedule of 8 playoff games, all with the highest of importance. So my advice to the married people out there, whose partner may not be into watching as much football as you are. Whatever that's on that honey-do list, get it done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So you can be useless on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
But what we've learned through this show over the years, Doug, is there are plenty of women out there that do enjoy football.
That is great, and we love hearing from.
The stereotype is dwindling.
Stereotypes dwindling, and everybody's getting on board with the Lions. The Lions won't be playing. But if you can sell to the spouse, well, I have to watch Houston and the Chargers because the Lions may play one of these teams in the Super Bowl. If you can sell that, that's a great thing to have. Right. But otherwise, make a huge deposit into the Bank of Goodwill over the next few days so you don't overdraw the account. Michael in West Bloomfield, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Michael.
Hey, Scott. Hey, Doug. Good afternoon.
Hi, Michael.
I called in Friday, and I don't know if you recall, but one of the points I made was that Aaron Glenn would come up with something the Vikings had not seen and would knock them off their game. I had no idea it was going to be to this convincing.
Well, hold on, Michael. Let me just recap what I have written down for your call. Aaron Glenn has not shown all his cards. He hasn't put them all on the table yet. They will be the best prepared team, and Gibbs will serve notice to the league. Lions win 38-28. Now, your score was you gave Minnesota too many points,
but your assessment
was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but because I didn't think Aaron Glenn was going to be that big of a difference maker. But oh my! So apparently, what he saw in his film study was that when you knock Darnold off his spot out of the pocket, he is not good throwing the ball on the move. And you know what? I love Justin Jefferson. I think he's a fantastic receiver. Jordan Addison, great. Hawkinson, well, they can have him. I like our Iowa tight end better. However, they can't catch if they can't reach the ball. The balls were too far awry. They weren't close enough for them to get their hands on the ball.
No, he was horribly inaccurate.
Horribly inaccurate. If they can't catch him, hey, he decided, let's not defend. I mean, obviously they defended the receivers, but the objective was to defend the quarterback and get him all messed up. And in fact, I don't know if Mike Tirico said it, who I also do love, or Chris Collinsworth that said his mind clock was sped up.
I think it was Collinsworth.
Yeah, one of them said it. I don't know who it was because I was just so engaged in the game. But they said his mind has sped up, and he's rushing throws, he's overthrowing, and most of the throws were overthrown. There weren't too many balls in the dirt. But God bless Aaron Glenn. I hope he gets whatever he deserves and whatever he wants. I hope he wants to stay here. I hope Ben Johnson wants to stay here because, everybody rises to their highest level of incompetency. These guys are very competent coordinators, and I hope they stay. Don't become a Matt Patricia. Why trade in a Ferrari for a Chevrolet? Stay here. Be good. Let's get this. Let's be the Kansas City Chiefs and get 2 or 3 in a row. And it's just so great being a Lions fan right now. Go Lions!
I appreciate the phone call. Thank you, Michael. I'm not sure it's realistic to keep them, but
the two ambitious young men.
We've already seen
deserve chances to be head coaches in the league.
We've already seen this offensive coordinator pass on head coaching position, so it's not impossible. And he does want to finish the job. I think they win the Super Bowl, he's probably taking a job. And Aaron Glenn's been passed over before. But if they win a Super Bowl, I think they probably will strike while the iron's hot. It's a tough sell when you say, even if you fail, like you said, don't be a Matt Patricia. If you go be a head coach and you fail, you'll get another job back at your old position. But you will also make more money in those 2 years than you'd make 10 years staying as a coordinator, typically.
Yeah, and it's been reported that Ben Johnson has interviews lined up this week with the Bears and the Patriots.
And what is it, Jets and Saints for?
Saints, I think, for Aaron Glenn at this point.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump, last half hour to get your votes in here on 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell flying the Lions 31-9 domination of the Minnesota Vikings, a game that was close right before half. It felt like the Lions got their mojo back with the 2-play drive that got a field goal right before the horn at halftime. Then they come out in the second half, force a Minnesota turnover on downs. Wasn't that their first position? No, yeah, turnover on downs. They drove down to the Lions. They had a 4th and goal. The red zone defense, we talked about the importance of field goal attempts. They forced 4 field goal attempts. They had 2 turnovers on downs in the red zone. Sam Darnold, and again, red zone defense. In the red zone, 2 of 11 for 6 yards. That is an amazing job in the red zone. And I think that's when this defense is the best version of itself. When you have a full complement of players, it's a different deal. When you don't have a full complement of players, you just got to find a way. And it was the old Dan Campbell. When the game was 7-6, and I was having that weird 2009 Stanley Cup Finals Game 7 feeling, like this is completely incongruent with the rest of the season. I was reminded of what Dan Campbell said after all of the injuries when he came out and said, I don't care if we give up 700 yards offense and win 45-44. I don't care if we win 7-6 with 5 first downs. Just find a way. I'll be smiling from ear to blank and ear. Remember he said that on our morning show, and that went viral. At one point, it looked like it might have to be 7-6. But as Dan Campbell says, he does not care. Find a way with what you got, what you can put on the field to win a football game. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Caleb in Livonia. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Caleb.
Hey there. Thanks for having me. Want to say, first of all, how grateful I am to be a Detroit sports fan right now. Good time. And then also wanted to respond to a few callers ago that was complaining about the missed call on the intentional grounding. I have never seen an intentional grounding penalty called on a pass that landed within a few yards of not just one eligible receiver, but 2. And so I was curious if you guys have ever seen anything like that, and just wanted to say I just don't understand why there's so much complaint about that missed call.
I can understand the complaining from the opposing fan base's standpoint, because when you see that neither player, there's no way in hell they can make that catch, and I think it's pretty clear that Goff is just trying to throw it away. That you're like, well, there it is, but the rule is if you get guys in the area, they're not going to call it. So it's one of these things that it's almost like a loophole in the rule, right? As long as you're in the parameters, right, you can't. Nothing to complain about.
And you see quarterbacks trying to throw it in the dirt towards the receiver all the time to throw it away like that. So I just didn't understand. I never understood. Just didn't understand Terry McCauley coming on the broadcast saying that should have been a penalty.
Well, they were talking. What's weird is they were referencing Brock Wright, who was the second closest. Like, why are we referencing Brock Wright when Jahmyr Gibbs was right there and actually tried to catch the ball?
I think actually the officials even said 89 was in the area. They said his
they
number.
mentioned it. It said Brock Wright's number. Yeah.
Yeah, but why not Jahmyr Gibbs?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Both of them were in the area. I don't understand that why there's any controversy about this.
Yep. Well, whatever. I mean, it's water under the bridge. But yeah, I didn't think you could talk about pass interference. The thing about pass interference is it's what you have to remember is the officials are that can call that are around the field, and they don't all have the view we do from up high. And it's unfortunate because we might see things that they don't in a given moment of time. As far as being a Detroit sports fan right now, it wasn't that long ago where none of our teams were providing hope. Back in 2019, the Tigers won 47 games. The Pistons won 20. The Lions won 3. And the Red Wings finished 22 points out of the playoffs. That was 5 years ago. Now, the Tigers are a playoff team that, regardless of your sense of satisfaction with the offseason, certainly become an interesting team. And they were a playoff team. The Lions might have the best team in the NFL. The Red Wings have suddenly won 4 in a row and have become interesting again. And the Pistons also, arrow is pointed up.
Pistons are a game below 500 right now. They've won 17 when they won 14 all last year. And yeah, as you mentioned with the Red Wings, they've won 4 in a row after firing the head coach and changing things up. Like the direction.
Yeah,
and there's still plenty of players in free agency that the Tigers can go out and get.
And in the midst of all that, we were doing sports talk and taking calls. Yeah. People were calling. That's why it's such a great sports town. It's a passionate fan base that really, really cares. And we talked about lights at the end of the tunnel and trying to get there wherever there would be. And now it looks like there's a lot of achievable goals out there for a lot of our teams. 248-539-9797. Keith is next. Hi, Keith.
Hey, how's everything going?
It's good, right, Keith.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you about that, the time clock and how it go. I watch that time clock all the time, and it goes down to 0, and they still let them snap the ball when it should have been delay a game. So the point is, in hockey and in basketball, they have that 1/10 of a second. And that's how the clock should be in the NFL, because they don't have that 1/10 of a second. Where you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't even. But they don't even need it. All they have to do is, hey, when it hits 0, it lights up. How about that?
I said the same thing. I say so that all the time, man.
But for whatever reason, they want to keep it subjective. I don't know why they want to keep it subjective like that. It's dumb.
Yeah, they let it go all the time. Constantly.
It's asking for trouble. It's asking for a Super Bowl to be decided when a football hasn't been snapped and the play clock's at 0 and they let a play carry through. It is a measurable, finite, definable violation of the rules, and they leave it subject to interpretation, which makes 0 sense.
Thank you. And that's what happened on that play. It should have been blown dead, delay a game. And he ran down the field into the red zone.
It should have been, but it's been going on for years, and the Lions have violated it as well. It just makes no sense.
For years. And like I say, I'm 65.
There it is.
I've been watching the Lions for years. And ever since Rick Dempsey made that 61-yard field goal, the Lions have never been the same. That's been the downfall.
It's Tom Dempsey. 63. Rick Dempsey was a catcher with the Baltimore Orioles. Was famous for the hijinks during rain delays, for sliding on the
Ever since
wet turf.
Rick Dempsey slid on the tarp in that game before with the Blue Jays back in '83.
I've been watching since Patrick Dempsey was on the Grey's Anatomy show, and
I've watched Patrick Dempsey since Can't Buy Me Love.
Not since Jack Dempsey lost the heavyweight title back in the 40s or whenever the hell it was.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm all out of Dempseys over here.
Me too.
Didn't we have a soccer goalie?
Maybe.
You would know, Doug.
Yeah, I probably would.
You're the soccer guy and the goalie guy.
Yeah.
Soccer goalie guy.
Google search it.
Be quite a poll for you if you got this one.
Dempsey goalie. Clint Dempsey.
Yeah,
widely regarded as one of the
remember.
world's greatest players. Maybe he wasn't a goalie.
Close enough. We'll give it to you.
Yeah, I remember the name.
He was not a goalie,
but kudos for you.
Partial credit to Karsh. All right, enough. 248-539-9797. Monty in Belleville. Hi, Monty.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're great.
Hey, who would have thought getting Anzalone back yesterday was going to be a key in the defense of waking back up and Aaron Glenn being able to go back into his bag and just having him out there just run that defense.
I mean, Anzalone made a huge difference. There is very little doubt about it. And, what he was juggling was, if I re-injure this, I could be out for a Super Bowl run, or if I can get through this game, help us win, we can be the number 1 seed. And if I don't get hurt, I get an extra week's rest. And those dice were rolled, and they roll a 7 for us.
Right, and just to the fans, this is the cost of success, where teams are going to come after your offensive and defensive coordinators, and those guys do deserve a shot. They're young guys, so it's not like these are some old guys that looking to stay with a team long term, and they deserve a shot for building this team to where it is with Campbell, and like you said, they can at least make some money and always come back or go to another team.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's the reality of when you get to be this good, people covet your players. There's always things about being really good that are kind of annoying, but given the alternatives, I think we'll all take it.
Amen.
Yep. Hey, thank you for the phone call. Champ and Chump, last chance to get your votes in. It is Carson Anderson on a Victory Monday for the number 1 seed Detroit Lions. 97 won the ticket. Oh, Dan Miller on the call as the Lions close out the Minnesota Vikings in definitive fashion, 31-9, and now they get to protect home field and are just 2 wins away from going to their first ever Super Bowl. There are rumblings that we might know some people who've been to a Super Bowl before who may go to another one. And if we can get an RV. If we can get an RV. Hey, This time, if we don't make that wrong turn in Montgomery or wherever the hell it was, we might actually make it all the way there.
Huntsville, heading to Huntsville.
Whatever it was.
Yeah. No, we would not have been able to get there on time.
It would have been, well, the snowstorm in Cincinnati really
That's what, yeah.
But we could go to Breakaway RV Sales and do the show from there again. We could set it up ahead of time. And who was the dude? Cleat that came by?
I don't know if it was Cleat, but there was somebody. Friendliest people ever.
They really were. And we did one of the most improvised Carson Anderson shows of all time. Feedback. Champ, Amik Robertson, masterclass, Chump entire Vikings entity thinking they had any business coming into our barn last night. From Nicole in Clinton Township. Champ, Aaron Glenn, Chump, Jimmy Butler complaining himself into a suspension and requesting a trade. Tom and Hal, Champ, Aaron Glenn. He had that defense ready to play. Chump, the state of Minnesota. Pistons and Lions 2-0 over Minnesota this weekend. From Scott and Carlton, Champ, the synergy of a ragtag defense unified by Alex Anzalone. Chump, the Packers, losing to the eliminated Bears, plus I hate them.
Fair enough.
Champ, Alex Anzalone, Chump, Vikings fans that sold their discounted tickets to Lions fans. I kind of champ those people. But yeah, the Vikings attempted takeover. Strong candidate for Chump of the weekend.
Whoops.
Aaron Glenn, strong candidate for Champ of the weekend. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jeff. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing great.
All right. I'm down here in sunny Orlando, Florida.
Nice.
All right. I know you guys have already talked about it, but the chump has got to be the missing the play clock. When they miss that, they are taking the 12th man out of it. And when you're at Ford Field, that is what's helping us in Ford Field right now is that 12th man. Light up those goalposts. Make it fun. You know, when those goalposts light up, that crowd will freak out, you know.
I have no issue with that.
I no issue either.
Yeah. And then the champ, I hadn't heard this if someone had brought it up, but Kirby going down and saving that tackle, saving that touchdown, and then us preventing the touchdown from happening afterwards. That was a game changer. That changed the momentum for the rest of the game.
Really did. And Jeff, it was, you look at, there's a whole bunch of plays that kept them out of the end zone. And it was their lowest point total of the year. It was Darnold's worst passer rating of the year. It was all kinds of stuff that going into the game, our most optimistic caller had Minnesota held to 16 points, and they only scored 9. And I'm not saying we would have laughed them off the air because we don't do a lot of that, but nobody called with a single digit. Everybody else had them with 20 plus. It was an incredible defensive performance. Incredible.
Yeah. It was awesome. Unbelievable. Our Detroit Lions are number 1 seed.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I just did some quick looking at season-ending stats here. The Lions this year, they averaged 33 points a game. Last year, they averaged 27 points a game. It's a full touchdown difference.
Yeah.
Last year's defense gave up 23 points a game. This year's defense gave up 20 points a game. So they make up a touchdown, and they give up a field goal less per game. That's how you go from 12 to 15 wins. That's how you get a number 1 seed.
Yep. By the way, we did something earlier in the show that we all know better. Kang, you were the first to bring this to my attention years ago. When we mentioned the Lions' opponents next year, we did something that we know better. We looked at that, we were like, oh, this is going to be tough. And you go, how can it not be? Look who they're playing. But you never know. It's the weirdest thing about the NFL. The Lions will have to play road games against Cincinnati, Kansas City, Baltimore, I think it was Philly, and there's one more from the AFC.
You mentioned the Chiefs?
No, I think I mentioned the Chiefs, yeah. But it's like 7 road games against playoff teams next year. And we're like, oh, man, this looks tough. We know better than to do this. And every year we say we know better than to do this, and then it's proven that we should have known better.
We do, but this does look pretty daunting.
I know, but that's what we say
and I'm the guy who says that. I'm the guy who says, listen, Don't play the schedule game. Look, the Bengals didn't make the playoffs this year. The Niners sucked this year. And we would have thought, earlier in the year, hey, those are tough games for anybody. But so that's why I always say, don't play the schedule game. You don't know who's going to be good, who's going to be bad. But this looks rough. It just does. I mean, at Ravens, at Eagles,
the 27 Yankees.
Exactly.
The SEC West.
The Monstars in Mars.
Right.
Looks difficult. Good God, it really does. But hey, they've navigated this schedule quite nicely. Let's go to Rich and Ipsy. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Rich.
Hey, guys, how are you today?
What's up?
Go Lions.
Go Lions.
I just want to do my champ and chump, and I wanted to just say my champ, again, is Tirico and Collingsworth for being relatively unbiased and incredible commentators. Collingsworth gave a lot of real interesting little tidbits as it was going through, and my chump is the other broadcasting team that I've learned to despise, and that's Hall of Famer Troy Aikman. I like Joe Buck, but I swear to God, I turn that TV sound off, and I still don't even like the subtitles when I'm watching a game that they're doing.
Don't like the subtitles.
Wow.
Okay.
I always encourage people, maybe it's because I got one of those jobs, is don't let the broadcasters ruin the time you have. There's very few of them.
You better stay on top of your game then.
There's very few of them that are actually on the major networks rooting for one team or the other, but they will all say it when the game is over. They can find feedback where people are complaining. And you're not saying this, Rich. You just say you don't like him, but
that's each their.
Yep. Exactly. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, sir.
What's happening, man? I felt like I've seen you, but I was listening to you for the Michigan game. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it was.
I was doing some stuff, and I was listening to you and John. Didn't see. I know you were talking Lions, but
yep.
I didn't see. I don't think I've ever seen the beginning of a game like that. Ever.
I in terms of
just the amount of turnovers, and snap turnover, and
rain,
fumble, and interception.
Here comes the rain, and Alabama was like the Wicked Witch.
It doesn't rain now.
Couldn't. I don't know, man. It was really, really crazy.
Are you kidding me?
Found a way to get it done. Lions found a way too. That defense found a way, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I said they would have to get at least 3 defensive stops. They got more than that.
Somebody quoted you today on the show, said they heard you guys say 3 defensive stops, and he said he was counting. And he said early in the game they got their 3 defensive stops.
I mean, when you look, if the defense did not play well, it would have been 28-7. Like they got down to the 5-yard line 4 times.
Yep.
2 field goals, 2 turnover on downs. It felt like you were watching that Titans game earlier in the year where it's like, guys, you do know you can run them. Okay, you know what? Never mind.
Yep.
I'm not going to tell you. What's going on, Gator?
Hey, man, I'm just happy about last night. That was it was a great atmosphere to be there. And, I mean, it's one thing to say they need 3 defensive stops. They got those on 4th down, let alone all the 3 and the 3rd down stops they got. It was an inspired effort by the defense, and it was inspired by Alex Anzalone coming on the field. Amik Robertson was great, and Aaron Glenn, the ringmaster of it all, with the defense and scheming it up and,
At this point, when Aaron Glenn goes for those job interviews, it's like, so what can you tell us about, you know what, why don't you just watch this Vikings? Puts his feet up on the desk and just hits the clicker.
And just
I'm going to go to the whiteboard. Let's just watch that.
And he's just got a smile.
Justin who?
What a great job.
Jordan what?
There was a cutaway shot of him sitting on the bench with his arms, sitting on the bench and his legs folded late in the game. Where he just looked like the man. My work is done here.
Probably the second best pitcher. Only the Green Bay game with the rainy
glasses.
Or Jake Bates last week.
Nope.
All right. I assume you have plenty of Lions talk next.
Man, we breaking down the UD Titans and
nice.
Yeah, Lions.
Hey, have a great show. Enjoy this time, people. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Yes, Sam Darnold is. Hi, everybody. The band is together. Kenny's turquoise T-shirt matches our mood. It's just perfection. Kenny, it's very light. It's very vacation-like. Rico's back. David, what a journey. Listen, Rico, more about what you were telling me in the break later. I'm not done. I'm not done hearing that. Oh, my. Rico is filling me in on some news of the day. So, Rico, let me do this. So Friday, you're on vacation, and David and I, and then TJ joined us.
Yes, I saw the show sheet.
Well, I told you, get the F out of here and go enjoy your day. I saw the little Rico Beard tab in there. I'm like, MF, get out of here. So listen, we talked about a couple of things. We opened up, and we talked about the Anzalone comments. And I'm like, well, look, here's the deal. If you're going to give up 33 a week, it's not dumb and it's not BS. Like, no, that won't get it done. The defense has to get better. And we talked about, okay, well, what's the way forward? So David and I said it, and I go, we're going to have TJ validate these things. I said, I think the only way out is for Aaron Glenn to look at the fourth quarter against San Francisco, and at great personal risk. And what I mean by that is, if this doesn't work, people are going to want to launch him out of a cannon, and it might hurt him getting jobs, which is wrong, because I've defended Aaron Glenn to the point of being a slappy, apparently. My point is, you drop your nuts. You're going to blitz, and we're going to blitz again. It's going to be a college student, 7 beers deep, playing Madden. Engage 8, blitz, blitz. Now, why? Well, you can't win a game of this magnitude with a ginger. Sam Darnold holds on to the football. You can't. I said that. I told you.
There's no scientific data on that. But you know what? After that performance, I got nothing to say. But I cannot defend it.
No, but it's also, Rico, it's about the people of this city. This is the other thing we talked about Friday. I said, you guys are going to play a major role in this game. You're going to cause at least 3 penalties. Check. Including ending their first drive. From like 2nd and 3 to 2nd and 8. It ended them. But the moment was way too big for Darnold. But what I loved is this, and I want your take on this. Look, the offense didn't have a great night. The defense rose up, and I think this was the perfect huckleberry for them to get right, meaning, okay, we're going to just overwhelm Sam Darnold. And Darnold is going to hold the football. Rio, they blitzed at like a 70% clip, and they pressured at like a 55 or 60% clip. Aaron Glenn doing that. Do you know the amount of assistants that would play it safe, that wouldn't do what Aaron Glenn was doing, or would have a head coach who wouldn't empower them to do it? Mm-hmm. And it was almost like Aaron Glenn lovingly whispered in Kevin O'Connell's ear, I'm going to effing kill you. Mm-hmm. Okay? Have a great game out there, coach. And then he slapped him on the back like Harbaugh and Schwartz and wrecked him. And look, it's not Lions fans' problem that Sam Darnold couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, or that O'Connell apparently doesn't care about screen passes. The point is, there was going to come a moment the defense had to do something. They did something. Do I think this is going to be the result moving forward? No, because holding teams to 9 points? No, the best defense in football won't do that. But man, at least we know, all right, Aaron Glenn not only has that Sharpie in his pocket, but he was willing to do it in the biggest game of the millennium. I couldn't be happier because, Rico, the offense wasn't that good.
It wasn't.
Goff was a space cadet in the first half.
Right. He wasn't quite Texans, and maybe Sunday night games are just not for him.
Who, Goff?
Yeah. Because they were like, yeah, he's still on 7 picks, at least on Sunday night games. I'm like, you know what? You're right. But, yeah, it reminded me a lot of the Titans game where they won, and they won big. Offense wasn't great, but it was the defense, and there was the special teams in that game. But the fact that they kept bringing blitz after blitz after blitz and just the pressure, and you saw Sam Darnold was hearing footsteps. He was seeing things that weren't there. He was rushing throws. He was overthrowing wide receivers. One of the times they were down in the end zone, and I think they ended up going for it and not getting it.
He missed Jefferson wide open.
It was Jefferson wide open, Mike. There was another time in another series.
Addison on the pick play.
It was a pick play, didn't get called, perfectly executed. He's standing there. He looked at him and said, no.
But I think that's Aaron Glenn heating him up a little bit. Look, you and I both know he holds the football. We talked about it all last week.
And you know what? It solidified. Like, Sam Darnold lived up to a stereotype yesterday. And it was like, dude.
Soulless ginger.
No, not that. He was born that way. He has a soul. But.
Does he?
The fact that he held onto the ball and it's just like, guys, if you throw a screen, you're going to eat this team alive because they're bringing so much pressure. And even when you stepped aside from it, it was because Sam Darnold's game is escape the pocket, chuck it deep. He almost plays playground football. There is no quick throws because I'm thinking, wait, this is the same defense that Purdy carved up? How is this happening? And then I realized what you had often said. He's holding on to the ball way too long. You can't get down to the 5-yard line 4 times and come away with 6 points. That's why you lost. It's the field goals get you beat early in the game. The defense stepped up because I had kept saying, this defense, I said, if they can get 3 stops, whether it's turnover on downs, a turnover, or even if you force them to kick a field goal instead of scoring a touchdown, it's a win.
Did you find it interesting? It was almost like Dan Campbell was inside Kevin O'Connell's head with some of these decisions. Like, hey, I know the Lions are going to go for it.
And he went for it early? Yeah. It was like, dude, that's not you. That's not your game.
It was wild.
That's what you need an assistant to be. Well, what are we doing? No, let's not play their game. Let's just take the 3 points. We're going to go for it. No, we're not.
So, no, look, obviously, this has nothing to do with entertainment value, okay? Game of the millennium, not so much. But the result, this now, to me, puts them back on the track. Like, I told you, if they had lost this game, they were not making a Super Bowl. Winning it now, this bye week, especially, you see towards the end, Zeitler grabbing his hamstring. Mm-hmm. He did not look happy.
No.
And I understand Bobby Mahogany and, Coyote Abodi or whatever his name is, fine.
Al-Quadine.
Bob Muhammad. I texted TJ that during the game. Also, TJ, what are you doing on your phone during the game? TJ just firing text back and forth.
I thought he was texting you.
He was.
Oh.
Because I was like.
The cameras caught it.
I'm like, Bob Muhammad. MF.
Al-Quadine.
But look. Here's my question, right, as we sit here today.
But hold on. They looked like they earned the number 1 seed, but they looked like the number 1 seed.
Yes, they looked like a team that was much, much better than the team they were fighting against for the 1 seed.
Because before that game, had they won, they were going to get it, but they really hadn't earned it as of late. Yesterday, they took it, and it was just like, yep, you are. And on top of that,
can you take Aaron Glenn's play sheet and just frame it?
No.
Could that be one of the banners next to like the old participation trophy banners they had? Aaron Glenn game plan, and we no. You know what I'm saying, David?
You need the photo of him with the arms folded and the legs spread out on the bench.
Yeah,
just like yup.
But I
couldn't stop me.
I think what I like is, again, a lot of times in sports, you think you know what a team has to do to win, but the team itself isn't willing because it's dangerous. Like if Aaron Glenn ran that game plan and they got 40 put on him, these phone lines would be full with people wanting to slander the guy. But you can't live that way. You can't coach that way. And I think Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn both know if we're going to survive this because we're out of bodies, this is how we have to play. Mm-hmm. And Amik Robertson played the best game I think he's capable of playing. Does it look better because Darnold couldn't hit the broadside of a barn? Of course it does. Right. If right away, if Darnold uncorks it to Addison, that's a touchdown. The point is your pressure plays a role. If you're going to play this way, do I think it will be foolproof? No. Do I think it will look this way every game? Absolutely not. But for this particular game, it was one of the most impressive game plans and executions against the soulless ginger that I think you'll ever see in the history of football. But I told you, Sam Darnold's Rudy Poo ass was not walking in here and beating you. Now, I admit it, I didn't pick him to blow them out, but I picked him to win the game, and I thought it'd be lower scoring. But hell, I didn't realize Sam Darnold was going to play blindfolded. He was like Sandra Bullock in that movie.
Well, it wasn't just that, man. It was like
Bird Box.
Wow.
That was Sam Darnold last night. Don't take off your blindfold, son. Whee!
And then it was just cascading because even when you got it to 7-6 and okay, just kick the ball off, the Lions will take a knee, you'll go into half, you're only down 1.
You kick it out of bounds, boom, 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 and Jake Bates, another 3. Now you're down 10-6.
But you know what that reminded me of? Is that was like a Patriots thing. Like when the Patriots are winning all their Super Bowls, or the Chiefs, if you want to say it. Like, that's what winning teams do. You're going to make a little mistake. All right, watch this. We'll grab 24 yards and we're going to take care of business. And we're just going to do the business. Yeah. And it's like, that gives me faith that if the defense is not going to be helpless like they were the last 5 weeks, yeah, why can't this thing be back on track? And I feel like the bye week's going to help them. We got to get a report on Terry and Arnold beyond x-rays negative, and it's in God's hands. I'm going to need it in a doctor's hands, respectfully. And then we've got to see what the deal. Obviously, Zeitler, a lesser concern in that we've seen the backup guards play well, but they need a bye week, and they need some rest, and they get to kick back. And yes, do I believe there's a chance you play Minnesota again? Maybe. I think the Rams are going to beat them. I told you, the team who loses this game, I'm picking against them. Mm-hmm. I think the Rams are going to beat the Vikings.
If you're a Lions, I think
you don't want to see them a third time.
I think you actually want the Vikings to win. Because
play them again.
Because normally I would say you can't beat a team 3 times in a year. I think you can. Because it's mental.
How would Darnold come back to this building after last night?
2 weeks later?
No way.
No, he couldn't. They are mentally fried.
He dyed his hair, maybe.
They are no, but it's not just him. It's O'Connell. It's everybody. When it's the receivers, like, well, they're too rough with us, and they do this. Like, the Lions are so far in the Vikings' head that they stopped playing football. That's not the same Viking team that I saw win 14 games.
No, it's funny you say it too, Rico. You brought up the before halftime thing, and then the Lions drive out of the half, the 13 plays or whatever it was. Like it almost like we always, I don't know. We sit here, you do 20 hours of radio a week or 25 hours a week, and they broke them or they did that. I'm pretty sure whether you were at the game or watching the game at home, like you felt the air come out of the Vikings balloon before half. They had the one shot of O'Connell where he's like, "What are we doing here?"
Right, because it's that person that goes from, gambling to betting or betting to gambling, where all of a sudden they just stop being responsible and they just start, just double it down, and you're just trying to chase your winnings. That's where Minnesota was, and by the time the Gibbs, I think, scored the second touchdown. That was ball game, and I think they knew that it was ball game. And then it was like, okay, now we got to start going forward. Now, you took them out of their element. Oh, by the way, they forgot, we probably can run the ball with some success. Nah, let's not do that.
Listen, I mean, obviously I'm thrilled the Lions won the game, and I think it gives me the confidence I need to move forward going, okay, we got about a coin flip shot of doing this. That's what the 1 seed gets you. I still believe there's going to be a game. You'll play a real quarterback, and you will get shredded. Euro is going to have to carry you. Welcome to trying to win a Super Bowl. But Rico, you nailed it. I mean, the Vikings averaged almost 7 yards a carry. If you want to swap out the 50-yard run, they averaged 4.5 yards a carry. Yeah, no, there's some holes to be had here. But at least I know Aaron Glenn is willing to go to the mattresses, and he is willing to do what most defensive coordinators won't do. So I loved it.
I think
not because I said it Friday. I don't care about being right. I just love that they were willing. I love that they were willing, and most people aren't.
What warmed my heart the most, Mike, was the text message. You said that Purdy was better than
that's Donald. How little I think of soulless gingers. 248-539-9797.
And I was like,
Purdy over Darnold. Yes.
At that point, I was Aaron Glenn. I sat back on the couch like, yep, I'm good.
Done. 248-539-9797. We'll talk to the venerable Kenny Cott, David Hall, and get to you guys next as the Lions get the 1 seed. So mission accomplished. 1 down, 3 to go. 97.1.
Hey, where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity. Now through January 16th, get gig internet at home for just $25 a month for 1 year when you add the unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast and save over $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you could also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile from home to hotspots this new year. It's all about gig speed and big savings. Don't wait. Get gig speed internet, spend less green, and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Require internet taxes and fees are extra. Internet discount applies to mobile bill. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited line and Xfinity Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited starter line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabytes of usage per line. Threshold data and actual savings vary.
If your furnace is not running right in the cold, man, you got a problem. You need to fix it like now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They have got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. So it's your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to knock $50 off that next day service call. So call Mastercraft or just go to mastercraftheating.com. Do you have the one where Dapper called him a soulless ginger? That was my moment of the year. Good job by both teams. Bad job by the ginger. Should have picked a real hair color. All right, so listen.
Genetic, he had no choice.
I hate him. And I told you he turned into a damn pumpkin. And Aaron Glenn in this defense, that was an unbelievable commitment to aggression and knowing your opponent.
See, it was. And look,
what a job.
Give me 15 seconds. Because
hey, look, there's a missed touchdown by the Ginger. I'm sorry, guys. It's on the TV, and they're showing all the bloopers of like Kenny standing in the corner going, throw it to me. And Darnold throws it to the 8th row.
Because they're sitting there like, okay, is this O'Connell? Is this the OC? Or is this Darnold? Like, who came up with this game plan, and why are you sticking to it? Because it doesn't work. Like, I wanted an exciting game, and that was not it.
I know. You know what? Listen.
I mean, as a Lions fan, you'll love it.
Last 5 weeks, with the way that defense has played, I'll pass on the excitement. I'll take the result. It's Aaron Glenn and Sam Darnold. And look, offensively, Goff got it going in the second half. First half, I tell you, I mean, that was intentional grounding. But the Lions are owed about 50 calls from the league, so I don't care. That was intentional grounding for safety.
Yeah.
The one pick, it is what it is. The shot to J-Mo, I felt like J-Mo lost the ball.
It was a punt. It was weird. It looked like a third down play where it's just like, okay, if it picked, it's a punt, but you gave him the ball back.
Do you believe Aaron Glenn's a head coach now?
Absolutely.
That game plan to me gets you hired.
Aaron, seriously.
Amazing.
Aaron, why should we hire you? You know what? Let's just go to the whiteboard. Let me just click on the game.
Hey, want to see me kill a Ginger?
Pick the
Here's the highlights.
Pick the series, and let's go down to the red zone. And we kept Justin Jefferson scoreless, Addison scoreless, all of them, Hockenson scoreless. They didn't get any touchdowns. That's why I deserve this job. He'll be the head coach of the New Orleans Saints.
Ooh, where he played. Isn't he from? He's not from Louisiana. He's from Texas, isn't he?
Yeah, he's from Texas.
Okay.
Cowboys' job's not open.
No. I knew
you wouldn't want.
No. David, Kenny,
and your other team in New York. I have no idea what they were thinking. Not the Giants, the Jets.
I don't know who you're speaking of.
The Jets.
Oh, I'll talk about them. I'm not doing the other thing. Kenny, please. Welcome back, and your thoughts.
My thoughts are as simple as you mentioned it with Aaron Glenn. I like the idea that, I mean, the biggest criticism that we hear every time somebody wants to blame Aaron Glenn is that, he doesn't adjust. He doesn't make these, crazy reactions in the second half. And I think this is exactly him doing that in a full game capacity is, all right, who do we want to try to let beat us? Sam Darnold.
Yes.
Let Sam, if Sam Darnold beats us, so be it. But we're going to make it as hard as him as possible. And I like that was the strategy going in. And I think, to answer your question that you asked earlier, I think he definitely has shown that he's a head coach now. If you had any doubts before, I mean, he's put together that was a great ballsy strategy that a lot of other coordinators would have been like, that seems like I'm a liability.
No, they coach scared.
Like
and I guess my point is that's why I love this coaching staff is there's no fear. And that's where you operate in the NFL. Everybody's worried about losing their jobs. What do we got to do to win this game?
If they make a mistake, we shrug it off. I mean, you look at that fourth down call, the Dan Campbell, it's like, really? That was it? But you know what? We didn't get it. We're not going to dwell on it. We're going to move forward.
I loved going for it. But on fourth and a pickle, can I just get the QB sneak? I'm not. Hey, they won the game. But if that's a playoff situation, I understand. J-Mo is probably open.
But that's what I'm saying. When they make a mistake, it's, okay, we gambled, we lost. You know what they are not? They are not the guy that sits there and tells you how much money they lost and, oh, my goodness, and whine and complain. They shrug it off and say, you know what? They're gambling responsibly. How about that? That when they lose, they can afford it, and they move on. And that's what you see. And that defense, they're probably – because Campbell realized – we have to go for it all the time. So you might as well risk something too, Aaron. Just bring the heat, man. And if we get burnt, we get burnt. Okay, what's the worst thing that happened? Justin Jefferson. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a future Hall of Famer. He beat us. I can live with that.
Yeah. David, talk to me.
Let's just say I was shocked by last night. Not by the Lions winning the game, but how it went. Because after Monday, I was a little concerned about that. Well, a lot concerned about that defense. And Aaron Glenn showed, yes, he needs to be a head coach because according to reports and according to Amik Robinson, he went to him on Tuesday and said, I'm going to put you on the outside against Justin Jefferson. And basically, Aaron Glenn says, my head coach got my back. If it don't work, well, then he got my back. But he made the right decision there. Aaron Glenn deserves to be a head coach. And it reminded me a lot of that Titans game where the offense wasn't doing much, but somehow, some way, the score kept going up. It was like, what? What's happening here? But the Lions did their job, man. They got the number 1 seed, and they needed that bye week.
Yeah, and now they kick
needed
back. Relax. Let everybody else go to war. You get 2 weeks to plan. You'll split your game plan a little bit. And yeah, look, this is the entrance to the big dance now. If you really wanted to make the Super Bowl with the level of injuries you got, this is had to have this, and they got it done. So we'll get to the callers next. We got a couple open lines if you want them. My hat goes off to Aaron Glenn. I mean, it's one thing for idiots like us to talk about, hey, I think this is what they need to do. But it's another when it's your ass in the jackpot or you're the one who could cost you. Like, look, if people are going to have the conversation about Sam Darnold costing himself millions of dollars, guess what? The conversation would be had if Aaron Glenn did this game plan and it didn't work for any reason and they gave up 50, people be talking about, he ain't ready for prime time.
He'll be back next year.
But that's the Lions' weapon. They don't coach scared. So what started in the fourth quarter at San Francisco, now we got to see it here against Soulless Ginger. All right, do I think the defense can do this to great quarterbacks? No, absolutely not. But can they just get a couple stops? Maybe. Maybe this is the pathway. And again, offensively, I think there's 3 games left in their season. Divisional, NFC title game, and God willing, the Super Bowl. In any of those 3 games, there's going to be one. I just feel it in my bones. There's going to be a game they're going to have to outscore somebody. It's going to have to be a 34-31 shootout. But they got that opportunity now.
And it'll be here.
Yes.
Or in a dome. It won't be outside. Let's put it like that.
Also factual. 248-539-9797. We will get with you, the people, next. 97.1. Rico, be curious.
Nope, Mike, but look, I know it's freezing outside, but eventually, folks, trust me on this, it's going to get warmer, and you're going to want to be outside sitting on your new Trex deck, and you can get that from Koi Construction. They'll design and they'll build one for you. I got one done, and I love it. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit, and they focus on quality and craftsmanship. But you know what? Here's what you need to know. They're going to come out there. They're going to design it for you. They're going to build it, and you're going to have your deck ready in about a week. So, yes, Koi Construction is definitely where you want to go. You want to call them today because they will work during the winter months, but they only got a few spots available, so you need to call them right now to secure your spot. So whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space for your backyard or a cozy retreat, Koi's experienced team will bring your vision to life. Call Koi Construction today. Get your project started. You won't regret it.
All right, let's get to the people. Victory Monday. Job well done. And you got to love it when a soulless ginger comes into your house. 1 down, 3 to go. That's it. I mean, this is the big stage now. And now you get the break. You get the bye week. The fans were tremendous. Aaron Glenn's game plan should be framed and raised to the rafters because it takes balls, man. Everybody makes jokes about Dan Campbell and the wheelbarrow balls. We've all seen the cartoon. Well, you best get one with Aaron Glenn. Because to operate a game plan like that, you're risking it for the biscuit. But now he's got, God willing, 3 game plans to come up with. And they won't look like that. They can't look like that. If you do that against an elite quarterback, you'll get murdered. But knowing it's in the bag, knowing when the moment comes, they might just say YOLO.
See, but
I'm willing to live with it.
I think that's why if you're a Lions fan, you're hoping that, you know what, maybe the Vikings will beat the Rams and they'll be back in 2 weeks.
Oh, God. Listen.
And just because I think that the Vikings are too stupid.
It would be a dream.
They wouldn't change anything.
No, it'd be a dream. A dream. Sam Darnold, Bird Box edition jerseys. Bring him back here to us.
You would get BOGO bye weeks. That's how I see it. Because I don't think they would change anything.
Can you imagine if he came back and he, dyed his hair like Wayne Newton? He came back with jet black hair.
I was about to say, what if he went full Ryan Day?
Yes.
Would he then have a soul and you would root for him?
He would have a better chance at winning. Let's go to the people. Dan is in Dearborn. He's batting leadoff today. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
I got to tell you guys, obviously happy Victory Monday. And the anxiety started for me as a fan after the Green Bay and Minnesota game when Minnesota won that game. Just the wheels started turning and all kinds of anxiety about the game playing the Lions. But then last week, as I was listening to this show, Valente, I kept hearing you me being an algorithm kind of guy, I do this stuff for a living here and stats and everything. But every time I heard you talk about Darnold, I had this feeling, and it just made me feel comfortable. And by the time we got to the game yesterday and I turned it on and they showed his face, I kept hearing your voice.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way this ginger's going to pull it off. Da, 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 da. And I just looked at him and I said, there's no way this guy's going to pull it off. And every time the cameras kept panning to Darnold, I just kept cracking up. I don't know what the heck it was about it, but throughout the week, you just gave me this sense of relief. The anxiety kind of diminished. But then we got to the game and they showed his face for the first time, and I heard your voice in the back of my mind say, "There's no way this guy's going to do it." I just lost it.
Well, and Dan, here's the thing, and
crazy.
you know the opinion is also rooted in actual football, which is Sam Darnold holds the football. The great quarterbacks, they throw their receivers open, right? They anticipate and they're throwing to a spot. With Darnold, his weakness has always been he has to see it to believe it, meaning, okay, my guy's open. Now I will throw ball. That's why he holds on to it so much. So the idea was, hey, even your Rudy Poo pass rush might be able to get this going. And then once Aaron Glenn decided we will not sit and wait, and they're not altering their routes. Yeah, no, Dan, and you know what, Dan, truthfully, there was something in the back of my mind where all of us, I'm certainly am I not the only one, Danny, we all thought this moment might be a little big for him. And they were a fake team, right? I kept calling them the Steelers of the NFC, and it showed itself a little bit, right? So I'm glad I could provide some level of comfort.
I mean, you had his number. I mean, you were so spot on with him. And I'm telling you, every time the cameras would turn on his face, I just kept hearing your voice. And by the way, I'm a ginger too, but I still love it.
Well, listen, Dan, there's a difference. You can be a quality ginger, but you're not going to walk into Ford Field and win a game of that magnitude. It's not happening.
You know what, David? This is probably how Mike feels whenever he has to acquiesce and say I was right about something. The whole time I'm like, God, Mike predicted this. Mike said
you have a soft spot for Darnold.
I do.
That's because he's like Purdy. So, I mean,
listen.
Well, he came from there. So he auditioned and I thought, but no, here's the thing.
The way my sports life.
He went 14 games. It's like, all right, maybe this guy's pretty good.
I know. But when you look, this is Minnesota 2022. They won all those close games with Kirk Cousins. What happened? They got aced out by Daniel Jones at home It's the same thing here.
I miss Danny Dunn.
I'm glad you do. I don't know what team he plays for. I'm not addressing that
Minnesota.
today. Oh, you're right. I can talk about it. But no, look. Ultimately, that was such a relief. Like, okay, the last 5 weeks, we can go, all right, those were terrible defensively. Now we have this outer space performance where the game plan plus who you were facing, it all gelled. If I can find the middle ground between the last 5 weeks and what I saw last night, they can win a Super Bowl. That's all I was saying Friday.
Yeah.
People got all upset at me. You weren't here. They had all been out of shape because I go, look, Anzalone has to believe what he's saying. That's how players have to think. But what I don't want is you guys taking it as gospel, because if you think giving up 33 a game is acceptable or you're going to win a Super Bowl, you're crazy. So here's the best part. TJ comes in. They don't want to listen to me. They listen to TJ, and TJ comes in and goes, no, you're right. They know they have to be better. No, they can't give up 33 again. I go, oh. Now, I almost called him a ginger. There was a time where TJ had little redheaded tendencies there. But he's just like blonde Irish guy. He's not a ginger.
You sure?
I've asked. I've talked to his wife about it.
Check the birth certificate.
I'm just telling you, he's not a ginger. He might be an ogre, but he's not a ginger. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Royalty. I'm sure this man was at the 50-yard line last night. DJ in Detroit joining us.
Michael Valenti, how are you guys doing today?
I'm relieved, DJ. Relieved.
Well, here's the thing. Soon to be a 46-year-old man, I'm real big on accountability, so I have to be accountable for my actions.
What did you do?
I got on this radio station Friday, and I told Michael Valenti that I actually had some faith. Not faith, but I actually thought that Sam Darnold can play football. I had watched all season and said, you know what? I think he can play. Michael asked me a direct question. I gave him direct answer. I said, yeah, man, I think he can come in forward field and win. But then I forgot all my rules of sports, which is pressure busts pipes.
That's right.
And guys who are average or below, when they're put under pressure, they shrink. Guys who are good or great, when you put pressure in front of them good quarterbacks that you're speaking of, they step up and bring it. So I owe you an apology.
No, you don't. No.
Yeah.
DJ, I would like to say something to you. And I know Kenny agrees. David agrees. Rico L. Beard agrees from fake Southwest Detroit Lutheran.
Hey.
Listen.
Detroit Lutheran West.
The one thing we do not do on this show is apologize for opinions. And you were emotional. You were nervous. That's how you're supposed to be as a fan. There's no apology. I hate that stuff. Oh, you going to apologize to Babe Ruth? No, he's dead. Just, DJ, you're fine. You had every right to think the guy would play better than he played. I didn't sit here telling you he was going to go 15 for 41. I also didn't know that Aaron Glenn was going to bring 900 blitzes. I said it'd be a good idea. But DJ, please, look.
Because the whole time, DJ, I'm sitting there thinking, man, if they hit the Lions with a screen, this is going to just blow up in their face. And it was almost like their OC was, screen? What is that?
Deej, were you there last night?
No. So here's the thing, Mike. Listen to me. Hear me out, my dog. So my season tickets suck. Like I got in off a humbug, because they were hard to get. They suck. I'm like in 121 on the corner of the end zone or something like that. Okay. So when it goes to the other field, I can't see. So when I go to the road game, I buy some pretty decent seats or whatever. So I sold my tickets. I just figured I would watch it better and enjoy it better at home in my recliner.
Oh, you're starting to sound like me. A man of my own heart. That's right, DJ. The palatial DJ Estates.
All right. So, you know what I'm saying? So the home games, hopefully next year, now that I have my foot in the door, I'll have a better chance to get better seats, hopefully.
Just call the damn ticket office and tell them, if it isn't for me, your roads ain't clean.
DJ sitting with all the pores, I guess.
Right, you know what, DJ, just push all the snow around Ford Field. Oh, wait, was I not supposed to do that?
You tell them you built the spirit of Detroit. I want an upgrade.
Hey, man, y'all funny. Check this out before I go, man. In all honesty, back to this game, like, there was a time, man, I was texting the dog right there. There was a time that I was looking at this game like what you just said. I was thinking we are one big screen or one big play of Sam Darnold throwing to the open dang-on man in the end zone from losing that game. Only because we just didn't have a rhythm, man. Like, it seemed weird. It seemed like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I was kind of nervous. Like, we're not putting them away. We're getting.
Did he hang? Oh, no.
Put it out, man.
Oh, there it is. No, and look, but DJ, how many times have I said this? I think this is the best coaching staff in the league, comprehensively. between Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, and yes, to my own, I guess, weakness is I have strong convictions, and I don't feel I need to back down if I feel like I'm right. I don't blame Aaron Glenn for the way the defense has played the last 5 weeks. I blame the football gods. Like, I just don't believe you can expect greatness. The fact is, Aaron Glenn's a really good defensive coordinator, and he's going to be a head coach. And I think it'll be this year. So you have the best coaching staff in the league. So you remember when the Patriots used to do this to people? The Chiefs always do it, Rico. And look, the Niners and I know, they won a Super Bowl. They've been there twice and have had the lead in the fourth quarter twice. I digress. The point is, when you have great coaching staffs, you wear people down off the field. Mm-hmm. You wear down the decisions. And I truly believe last night where you knew Campbell and Ben Johnson were going to be all gas, no brakes, the fourth downs. Aaron Glenn matching that and being empowered to match it. That's hard to beat. Mm-hmm. It's really hard to beat.
Yeah, that's why I think there's probably only 2 head coaches that I think would give Campbell a challenge. And good news, you only have to face one, and it'll be in the Super Bowl.
Who are the 2?
John Harbaugh and Andy Reid.
From an aggression standpoint?
That, you know what? When you go into that game, they are just as qualified as you, or maybe even better. That maybe they get you to do something that you don't want to do.
Comprehensively between the OC and DC, yes. Offensively, I'd put Sean McVay right there.
Yes.
Because McVay and you guys have had some wars.
Yes.
But I hear you totally. 248-539-9797.
Yeah,
Lions,
Sirianni, I just think he would do something stupid.
He's a douche. Listen, I'm pulling for the Lions to get this done. Look, not because I care about what I said in August. I'm saying I can't bear the Philadelphia Eagles in a Super Bowl. So I need you guys to do this for me. It's been a rough year for Mike, football-wise.
You don't want to see Saquon hoisting a trophy.
I don't. I hope Saquon gets diarrhea forever. 248-539-9797. We will get your phone calls. Got to do a little football today. How about Tyreek Hill saying, peace, I'm out. One problem. It was the 2-minute warning. We got a lot to do today. Football, we have got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. Why? Because Rico and the networks are greedy. But FanDuel has got you covered. No sweat, same game parlay every day, all 5 days. The No Sweat SGP. Combine all your bets game to game. Yeah, you're taking a flyer on some stuff. But maybe you're like me. You think Ohio State's going to dust Texas. Maybe you're like me. You like the under in the Penn State Notre Dame game. Maybe you're like me. You love the Eagles this weekend. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, it's FanDuel.com/ticket. Be a part of it. Have a good time. Don't be a ding-a-ling. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issue non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Very exciting. It is back. It is Rico's baby. It is time for Can We Say That? Can we finally come to consensus? You cannot win a game of that magnitude with a ginger.
Hey, it's my segment.
Damn it. All right, what's up?
Start off college. Gentlemen, can we say that the Big Ten was underrated this year?
No. I think what you're seeing is, first of all, Ohio State was number 1, 2, whatever all year. The scheduling of this Penn State nonsense where they got Boise and they got numbnuts, Notre Dame, SMU. Come on, will you please? Indiana got bombed. Oregon got exposed. Penn State's no good. My answer is no.
No, it's top heavy. There's nothing else in the Big Ten other than what we talked about all year. Ohio State, and Oregon. Okay. But no, it's top heavy.
Oregon did what they always do. They just changed geographies.
Normally, yes. When it comes to the big games,
Let's run this back. Can we say that the SEC was overrated?
No. Georgia lost their starting quarterback in the SEC title game. You know, Texas is still here. The
fact that all your SEC teams lost in their bowl games.
Okay, but my point I'm making is what David said. If we look at the top, all right, if you want to say that the top isn't quite as good, fine. But middle class on down, go ahead and take Maryland, put them on the same field as Ole Miss. I mean, it's still two different worlds to me. And I'm not, where's Feinbaum? Where's Kenny Cott? SEC hunk. Why am I shilling for his conference?
You got Michigan ending the year beating Alabama a second time?
No, you had Jalen Milroe put pirate eye patches on and walk around aimlessly on the field. How much money did Milroe cost himself?
I don't know, but he still thought it was a good idea to come out and go pro.
I'll bet you he makes less money next year than he would have made in NIL.
Probably.
He'll make less in the NFL than he would have made transferring.
I wonder how long will it. Is there a cutoff time where you can say, you know what, I want to go back to college?
I'm kidding. Let me back in the lifeboat.
Really quick, can we say in the quarterfinal games, Arizona State got robbed at the end of the game?
The targeting
should have been the targeting. Should have been
it was targeting. Yes,
it should. Listen, it should have been. I mean, I still consider that a football play. I think it's really hard. But if you're
when
saying
your guy is out cold on the ground,
yeah, but okay, by the rules, it was targeting. But again, your networks are never putting Sparky over Bevo. It's not happening. This is WWE. But the only thing that's missing is a ladder match.
While yes, Texas won, it worked out in the end because they missed the field goal. ASU still had a chance to win the game and they didn't. So,
okay, but David, they did get screwed.
Of course.
I mean, that was right in the middle of the field.
But I can't say they got screwed out of the game because they still had a chance in overtime.
No, right. But I'm saying at that point, it would have been a first down. They could
in
have
field goal range, game's over.
And even though the field goal kicker is shaky, he still would have had an opportunity. All right. Can we say that Ryan Day's job is safe?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if they go lose 60-0 this week, no. But I mean, I truly believe they're going to beat Texas by double digits. I think they're going to be playing for a national title. So now you can't say he can't win playoff games. The Michigan thing is just going to haunt him until he stops being stubborn. If they would have just played the way they're playing here, they would have bombed Michigan. But they try to get in the mud with Michigan, and that feeds into how Michigan wants to play.
Yeah. It's that mental game.
Yeah, he will keep his job. They'll probably win the national title, and Ohio State fans still won't be happy.
They'll be begrudgingly happy.
Correct.
What a sick
congratulations.
Bunch. But see, like David, think about it. Like if I said to you, you got to lose to Michigan State the next 10 years, but you'd win the Natty.
Thank you. I'll take it.
I'd do the same thing. I'd lose to Michigan until the aliens blow us all up if I could win a Natty. I wouldn't care.
Yeah, but you couldn't beat us, Mike.
It doesn't matter. I got the trophy.
I'm raising it. I don't care.
Can we say that the Lions will be without both offensive and defensive coordinator this time next year?
I'm going to say yes just because I'm not doing hopium. Like I think Aaron Glenn absolutely will be offered and take a job. The Ben Johnson thing, look, You've seen everything, Rico, from him allegedly. These are all alleged. Calling Washington to tell him, I ain't taking your job. They're in the air. They're basketball people. Now you're reading reports that Ben Johnson's camp wants Ryan Poles out if they want him. I don't know. But I'm just going to go yes, because ultimately someone, like if, I don't know why Jacksonville would bring Trent Baalke back. But if Jacksonville calls you up, offers you $15 million a year, and you choose the GM, that's going to be hard to turn down. So I'll just operate under a yes.
Yeah, that's weird that Chad kind of wants to keep Baalke, but that's a different part of the situation.
It's also weird he wants to keep that mustache. Who told him that's a good idea?
I have no idea, but yes, I think they're both gone. Good luck.
Can we say that it's time for a change in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Go ahead, David. This is your bully pulpit.
I do think there needs to be a change. It was his idea to bring in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. No one else's, not the GM. He wanted to resurrect these quarterbacks, see what he can get. That's on you. You need to be fired. It's too stale there in Pittsburgh. It's the same thing over and over again where the offense doesn't do enough. The defense is always great. It's on you, Mike Tomlin. You got to be better.
Can we say that the Patriots out-stupid the New York Giants?
Yes. Yes. There's just no reason to win that game. I mean, I'm happy
and then
they
you fired your coach after.
I think that has more to do with Vrabel trying to rub Robert Kraft's face in it, where he went and interviewed with the Jets, and there's no way Kraft was going to allow that redcoat legend to be coaching in the division with the Jets. And I think he goes, I got to put a bullet in Mayo. And it didn't help they won the game and screwed themselves out of the number one pick.
They out-giant the Giants.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, can we say that if the Lions-Vikings game from last night were a college football playoff game, people would be screaming saying, oh my God, this is horrible.
Yes, guilty. And it wasn't good. Look, it was good for our purposes, and the Lions got the bye week, and it was awesome. But step back from that. Entertainment? No, it was dreadful. It was dreadful.
I found it funny that at halftime and at one point in the fourth quarter, NBC, the guys at halftime were like, well, this wasn't what I expected. Defensive affair, and they were trying to still, put lipstick on a pig.
Can I ask you guys a question? Can we say, am I a bad fan because I refuse to watch pregame or halftime shows?
No, not at all. No.
I can't do it.
Not at all.
The collective IQ of the NBC pregame outside of Tirico is like 17. I mean, Jason Garrett? Oh, yeah, I can't do it. Then I got Collinsworth's kid up there.
Because he's a ginger, right?
Also, hey, did he ever win a big game? No. Science. Carry on. No, I turned it. There was a fascinating documentary on Las Vegas, and they were talking about how Frank Sinatra put his foot down, refused to perform because they weren't letting Sammy Davis Jr. stay on the strip and stay at the hotel. It was fascinating stuff. I watched about 9 minutes of that. I got back just in time for the aerial shot. We're back. Football.
Waiting all day for Sunday night. All right. Can we say that Tampa did the right thing in making sure that Mike Evans got to 1,000 yards? They could have took a knee. Instead, they called a pass play. He catches it, gets the 5 yards he needs, and then they go off the field celebrating.
I mean, if it went back the other way for 7, it would be Joe Pisarcik level tragedy. But what Mike Evans means to that franchise, what Mike Evans means to his teammates, I just feel like look, first of all, if I own the team, I would have wired down from the owner's box. I'm going to pay him regardless. Kneel. But
see,
I'm good with it.
If I was a defensive back, I'd be like, hey, Mike, send me on a vacation. You're going to catch this pass.
Here's the watch I want. Yeah. You catch ball, I get watch.
I got a nice $3,000 vacation. Send me on that, and I'll make sure nobody touches you, and you're going to get that catch.
Yeah, what are you getting again? $2 million? I take 10%. Catch the ball.
That's it. A nice little vacay. That's it.
Yeah, Mike, we are brothers from another mother because the way they reacted, that tells you they love him in that locker room, and that's all it was about. So, yeah, I think they did the right thing for them. They only know in that locker room what it means.
You're right. Oh, my goodness.
What?
David, I got so many other good ones.
So let's do it again later.
Okay, I'll save them.
All right. Oh, yeah. Well, this is where we upset Mike.
Oh, wait, I better not do that. That's a penalty in the NFL.
Yeah, why did they do that to McMillan where he went like this? He didn't.
Because he
That's not a gun.
He raised his thumb.
Yeah, but that's not where, like, didn't you see the dude in college? He cocked the shotgun
Right.
over the
That was
guy.
an actual gun.
That's a little
when
different.
He went like that was a long-range gun.
I just thought it meant first down.
No.
All right. I'm hip. I'm cool.
97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Ian Rappaport said earlier that Bears have requested to interview Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson and defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn. Glenn is also on the Jets list per Adam Schefter. The Pistons host the Trailblazers tonight at Little Caesars Arena. They'll celebrate Chauncey Billups' Hall of Fame induction as well with some video montages. As for the current Blazers team, That's radio voice Travis Demers. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tip at 7. Jonathan Smith has hired a pair of new assistants for Michigan State football. James Adams has been hired away from Wake Forest to coach the safeties. John Boyer heading from Oregon to East Lansing to help with the quarterbacks. In other NFL news outside of Detroit, Ian Rappaport is also reporting that Packers wide receiver Christian Watson has likely torn his ACL, ending his season, while also potentially impacting the beginning of next year. Doug Peterson out after 3 years of coaching the Jaguars. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. We're going to get right with the people here. Just give you kind of a soft reset. All jokes about you're not going to win a game of that magnitude with a ginger and Darnold holds the ball forever. Those are all true. But Aaron Glenn's game plan to me was the biggest singular thing last night because we know the defense's deficiencies. And if you're being honest with yourself, there were people open last night all over the place. But Darnold couldn't get it there. Part of it is you heated him up. But that's the separator between a good QB and a very good QB, right? Darnold to Goff. Goff is great against pressure, great against the blitz. And then the great quarterbacks, that's the last thing you want to do. You blitz them, you're signing your death warrant. So I salute Aaron Glenn because when I was sitting here Friday, Rico was on vacation, TJ and I talked about it. Like the only way out is you got to cut it loose. You just got to blitz. And if Sam Darnold beats you, you just tip your cap. Mm-hmm. Do I think this is somehow an elixir? No. Like I don't believe you're going to all of a sudden be the defense you could have been had you stayed healthy. But this is now, there was a 4-game season. 1 down, 3 to go. Can Aaron Glenn come up with a couple of game plans to just find the middle ground between 33 points a game the last 5-6 weeks and then last night? Middle ground, and you can win the Super Bowl. So now we got to just, be happy for a day, get the rest. You know when you're really going to value it, Rico? Like it'll hit fans when you're not playing this weekend. Mm-hmm. And there's no sadness in your heart. You
no
get to
anxiety.
sit back while and who are we kidding? We're all going to hope people turn their ankles, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
So my point is, everybody else can go kill themselves on the battlefield. You've got Dan Campbell with a Mai Tai.
Huh.
That's what last night yielded you.
Oh, Jaden Daniels got hurt. Oh, you
hate to see it. Hope he gets better soon. By the way, the Christian Watts, that guy came out of the womb hurt.
Yeah.
You hate to see it. 248-539-9797. So your takeaways from last night. The Aaron Glenn game plan again, very few coaches are willing to go where he went because it's risky and you can make yourself look bad. And it's a league of a lot of guys coaching scared. Your staff does not do that.
Yeah.
So,
and you know what else about last night? It wasn't just Aaron Glenn. It was the fact that in a game where Goff just kind of looked okay.
Yeah.
Jahmyr Gibbs really looked like he could be an every down back. I was worried about the durability. I was worried he's more of the sizzle type of guy.
They can't stop showing Darnold missing open players. Look at his stupid face. I can't stand
Then
Sam
again,
Darnold.
if you wear $1 million chain on the field, Justin, I can't help you either. That's not very smart.
Hey, look, another open guy. All right, so look,
But no, I look at Jahmyr Gibbs and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I was wrong about him because I didn't think that he could be that type of an every down type of back and get the tough yards that David Montgomery could get.
Yeah.
He's just as good. Like
short term, yes.
Yeah.
Long term, no.
Okay.
I'm saying the secret is they're able to keep each other fresh. They complement each other. Their best self is exactly in this timeshare. Short term, 3, 4, 6 weeks. Yes, Rico, 100%. But long term, no. I mean, that goes back into the whole discussions about I do not pay running back because you're always going to need a couple of them.
You were wrong. Just admit it.
About what? It's philosophical. Like, was it right to draft Bijan? No. What's it done for Atlanta? Did it work for the Giants?
But have you seen him run?
I have, and I've seen him run to Cabo the day after the season ends 2 years in a row. The whole point I'm making is the reason this works is he's in a timeshare. But in the short term, yes. But I'll tell you this, that bye week, lightning for your skill players. Mm-hmm. I mean, yes, the linemen.
Because I know they're talking about maybe Montgomery could come back. I was like, wow. Campbell's like, hey, he did a full practice, and we'll see. But
Just show me the Terry and Arnold update. Beyond that, the X-rays were negative last night. I don't want to hear about none. Respectfully, God's hands. God ain't your MD. So I want to just kind of see what was going on there. That looked really bad. I don't want to bring up injuries, but we can't lose Terry and Arnold.
No.
Or else it's the return of the Vildor.
And I think Amik, and I think, you know what? He played a big game because that was his rival. He was dialed in and focused. That is a fight that has been going on for the last 12, 14 years.
You see the shot they put up when LSU played La Tech?
Yeah.
It also shows you how tiny Amik is.
Yeah.
Because he's standing next to Jefferson. You're like,
no, but I could just see them in backyards and the playgrounds. These two have fought battles all their life. So you saw Amik getting the best of Justin Jefferson. Jefferson probably wouldn't play that way against anybody else, but it's him. He's familiar with it. He knows the buttons to push.
I was about to say, he knows how to push those buttons.
Right. He's like that little brother or somebody who knows just how to get under your skin enough that just ticks you off. You're like, why are you taking that from him?
But here's what helps. Beyond the jokes about Darnold, look, Jefferson could have had 2 touchdowns if Darnold had a brain. The point is, when you're pressuring, you're heating up I think Darnold's a mediocre quarterback. And that allows you to play your game. We've talked the last 5 weeks where people are bitching about Aaron Glenn. And it's like, no, it all has to work together. Nothing's working together. So, you have one choice as a defensive coordinator is how do I get this to fit again? Well, the only way I can survive on the back end is if I'm bringing the pressure here. And they're going to get hurt by it. It just didn't get hurt last night.
Right.
And that's all it took, right? You wanted to win the game. He gave you your best chance to win. Now, what do? It depends on the opponent you play. No, I don't think blitzing Matthew Stafford that way is going to be a bright idea. But you figure, as TJ texted me this last night, it was like midnight. He's just like, I don't know, I'll just figure it the F out. I'm like, all right, good stuff. Thanks, Teach. Get home safe. Weed got me engaged. I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, that's how you get that sideline reporter gig.
The nuanced commentary.
I hope he figured it out.
We're just going to figure it out. He's sleeping weak. I need a slice of pizza. All right. TJ gets grumpy. 248-539-9797. Let's check with Ticket Text. First time all day. David, what do you have? Then we go to the people rest of the hour.
The difference in the defense this week was the linebacker play. As far as the defense, they looked much better this week than last week.
Well, 2 things. A, Chris Collinsworth told you that, so you can just miss me with that. The difference was pressure. Second of all, the linebackers were aligned differently. It looked better because they essentially backed away
They moved them back.
and were willing to allow Minnesota to get 4 yards a carry. Or we can just go with idiot Chris Collinsworth, who in the same, by the way, did you like the one line he had last night? I don't know what difference he's making, but boy, it's good to see Anzalone back. I'm like, you know what, Chris, you could have thought about that comment before saying it.
Maybe it's the end part of what you just said.
I don't even know if it's making a difference. I'm like, oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. God, please.
Told my friend before the game started, Vikings can win this game with a ginger. He looks at me like I'm crazy. Had to explain Mike's theory, which turns out to be true.
It's really about, no matter the hair color, a quarterback that holds the ball this long and plays this tightrope act. The bigger the game, the bigger the moment, the less likely that's going to work. And that's just, and again, Aaron Glenn, and yes, every player on that defense, it has to work together. But when you're just, Rico, they weren't even disguising stuff. It was him whispering in Kevin O'Connell's ear, I'm going to kill you.
That's pretty much the D lineman saying, we're about to blitz again. I like to call it Nebraska back in the heyday. You know what the play is going to be. We'll even tell you when we're going to do the snap count. You can't stop it. And it was, hey, guys, we're about to blitz. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. Double A gap. Okay, let's see if you can stop it on 3.
And cutscene. No.
A big takeaway I got from yesterday's game was no trick plays. It was a nice change of pace. That is Paul from Garden City.
Yeah. You just went out there. But see, I've often said, David, that's what good teams do. And people get angry at me like, that's a part of our DNA. When you're a good team, you don't need the trickeration. You don't need, because you can't be stopped. And you saw like the defense, it couldn't be stopped. They didn't have anything to do. You didn't have to do any tricks. You just go out there and you play your game. When I look at
like, the Patriots back in the day, or they just go out there and you know exactly what we're going to do. You just can't stop us.
Yes, they're going to find a white lacrosse player and convert him to wide receiver.
Yeah.
Seemingly every year. But in truth, look, what the Lions did last night was right from the Belichick playbook.
Wes Amendola.
Chris Hogan. Julian Edelman. I mean, can we find other lacrosse players, please?
And yes, I know it's Danny. I'm just combining.
It doesn't matter. Yes.
No, before people are like, that's not his name. I'm having
Proud
fun.
Texas Tech alum. Go ahead.
Jefferson looked lost. He and the soulless ginger played scared. Forward down the field, Andy from Blissfield.
Okay, you know what, Andy? You know what? I'm not going to do it. He didn't look lost. His quarterback couldn't find him.
I think that's what he means, is he looked like, I'm pissed.
I love the narratives now. You're right. Justin Jefferson sucks. They should cut him. 248. Let's do that. Can we do
That's
Minnesota?
not what the text said.
Wait, maybe if he's good enough, he can be the Lions' fourth receiver.
Yeah, right behind Khalif Raymond.
Right, competing with Patrick.
I liked him.
Tim Patrick beats out Justin Jefferson.
I would take Patrick over Justin Jefferson every day.
Oh, no question.
And twice on Sunday.
No doubt. 248-539-97. I'm sorry, David. I'm busting your balls because of the way you read it. It's fine.
There you go, Mike. Oh, I thought this was them throwing more.
No, you need to stop. All that is on loop. You could put circus music behind it. They're just showing. Look, here's my one thing. And I'll say this for people in the back. Your defense impacted Darnold to a point. The pressure. And then it got in his head. Then it was Darnold with the Jets. I see dead people. He started speeding things up. Mm-hmm. He bleeped down his leg. He didn't have any toilet paper. And then it was just YOLO ball. I mean, he missed Hawkinson wide open twice. And I mean, how do you miss Hawkinson's 8 feet tall? He started.
That's good defense.
No, it all works together. But a real non-ginger elite QB, no, they're not.
That's that lockdown defense.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with that. 85 Bears or 24 Lions, 248. I'll go with it.
It's the David Carr effect. If you do it more times, you put more pressure on them. Now they start thinking about it.
David
before
or
it's
Derek?
there.
Derek. Because they both suck.
David.
Wait, no, yeah, David
Carr was getting sacked so many times in Houston.
You know what? He loves that Spider-Man meme reference. Derek Carr is Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is Derek Carr.
I was just happy that you said that Purdy was better.
He is. Elevate your tailgating this season. Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified service a breeze. Guys, it's simple. Moran's going to make sure you're ready to hit the road. New Sierras, great pricing. The Elevation Edition 4-wheel drive crew cab, $246 a month. The 25 Encore GXs, $249 a month, 36 months. Both $999 down. New stock arriving daily, and you know the deal. Service, certified, plus you get the loaner. It's all there, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Hey, guys, the action is heating up with the playoffs and at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Here's where you could go on there and you could do a same-game parlay, or you could do a parlay throughout the playoffs coming up this upcoming weekend. You could take the Ravens on the money line, Lamar Jackson. Plus, you could also take Russell Wilson touchdowns as well. The new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines are subject to change. You got to be 21 years or older. You've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for detail.
All right, straight to the people as promised. Lions, Aaron Glenn, MVP. That game plan was fabulous, aggressive, beyond any. Me sitting here saying I would just blitz a lot Friday. No, that wasn't that. I mean, he went ham, both barrels. And that's what happens when a soulless ginger's on the other side. So, mission accomplished. You get 2 weeks, and now we wait and see. What?
You know what? I'm going to give you that today because he looked like a stereotype yesterday. Like everything that you kept. I'm like, no, Mike, he's different. He wasn't.
Not different.
He wasn't.
I'm telling you. I don't. You know what it is?
Like, I'm going to say, you do realize that your players were wearing white. You could throw them the ball. They were open.
He was seeing ghosts, and I credit Aaron Glenn and the guys.
But
on
even
that
if he was
defense.
seeing ghosts, Mike, those were his players. Throw the ball to the ghost.
Okay, you win. I'm done. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Shane, 97.1. Shane, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? I want to talk about that defense, but real quick, I'd like to add Andy Dalton, Cooper Rush, Carson Wentz, and honorable mention of Carson Palmer to the
that's right.
Whatever that ginger list is.
Cannot win a game of any magnitude with these red-headed demon spawns. You can't do it.
And and you guys mentioned Jason Garrett a few minutes ago. I had him written down too, but since you talked about him, we'll toss him on there as well. There.
Good to know.
Yeah. Hey, obviously that defense last night was unbelievable. They played their hearts out. That pass rush was awesome, but I think what really helped with that pass rush, which we haven't seen in a lot of games, was not only the rush, but the other part of it, the contain. They did not let him get outside to make throws or run. Maybe once or twice he took off and scrambled a little bit, but there was always some guy, once those interior guys got in there, the guys on the outside were right there to pressure him. You see overthrows, misses, and that. That's what we haven't seen for a while. So that I thought that was absolutely paramount because we have gotten pressure this year, haven't gotten home a lot, but we've lost contain. You'd see tight ends ripping us off. You see these crossing routes ripping us off, running backs. That didn't happen last night. So
no, and Shane, listen, I'm not trying to serve the poo-poo platter. That was all still available to him, but he wasn't capable of doing it. So it was beautiful that they didn't play scared in a big game and they went after it.
I agree with you 100%, and I think that Glenn called an awesome game. I don't know if it's what's his name, O'Connell calling the plays or their OC. I can't remember what his name is.
No, O'Connell calls plays.
Okay, and then he dropped the ball because any good guy that knows offense, there was times when that stuff was open and they just flat out didn't adjust. And it was fantastic.
And Shane, part of it is on the quarterback too. But when you're trying to run deep in breaking routes and you can't protect your QB and the other guy is just going to keep blitzing, you're playing right into their hands. And then they got behind the sticks and then they started pressing and then it felt like the Lions had 15 guys on the field. It was perfect.
You know what? Someone a little while ago mentioned, or on the text there about Jefferson looking lost. I thought Darnold looked just kind of scared. He looked lost and scared, because he hasn't felt that all year. He's always had clean pockets, and that's why they've had some big plays, and it just wasn't there. And that was the element for winning. I think that if we get a goal against them again, that's going to be the same effect. Stafford, maybe if they win, a little bit different story. It's these mobile quarterbacks that really do scare me still about this defense. So hats off to Glenn and the defense. Anzo coming back was huge, big motivational for those those guys.
Yeah, and he
another unsung hero.
he played more than what anyone thought. I mean, TJ and I sat here Friday. I think there was a pretty good understanding. They even said it early in the broadcast he would be limited, but he got pretty comfortable out there. He made a couple of nice plays on Hawkinson. There were a couple missed assignments. There were a couple of bad run fits, but like, look, it's his first game in how long? It's good to have a little bit of depth.
2 months, yeah.
But I think they
One more guy,
definitely
too.
made a switch as far as their alignments, and that's how they were a little better prepared on some of the play action. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Shane.
No, all good, Mike. One more guy too that I think a lot of players, or fans, and people have forgotten about, who has come back, and he was always one of my favorites last year. Who is an impact player? That's Melifanu. That guy makes plays in coverage, but they also can use him as a blitzer there. They didn't last night, and maybe they did. I don't recall it, but that guy's going to be big down the stretch here. So watch out for him.
Look, the more athletic bodies you can get on that field, and it's going to be all hands on deck. I just don't think it's going to get to a place, Rico, you said this when we were just chatting before the show. I don't think it's going to get to a place where Aaron Glenn will have the luxury of, quote, playing it normal. You're just missing too many of those important players. But if you can go into your bag of tricks and you're going to just tighten the vice on people, yeah, I think that's your best way forward. I said it Friday. Do I think it's going to be as easy? No, not when you're facing a good quarterback. Sam Darnold's not good.
No. The next time Aaron Glenn will get to play it normal, he'll be a head coach of a team.
Let me ask you a question. What are the odds with the way my football life has been going that Sam Darnold ends up the Giants quarterback and I'm stuck with this bastard? Just level with me.
I think
you've got a window to God.
You're probably looking at less than 1%.
Okay, good.
No, because
thank you.
I think to me, Sam Darnold is kind of like Ryan Day, where you had your chance to solidify yourself, and you went out there and you lost this game.
If Darnold bombs in the playoffs in LA,
and it's kind of like Ryan Day, if you bomb out in the playoffs, we may be saying bye-bye. You have a chance to win your credibility back.
All right.
I think at this point, you're probably looking at a franchise tag.
Okay.
They'll buy themselves one more year with him.
I just don't want him at 1925 Giants Drive. That's all I want.
Brother, good news. David, I think Mike actually went to church right before the years because the Giants moved from the 4 spot to the 3 spot, which means they get one of the quarterbacks.
No, it doesn't.
Does it?
No. Browns and Titans are both taking QBs.
But they got Deshaun Watson.
No, they don't.
They got Jameis.
They have a pile of flesh
they got
that used to
Jameis.
be to Deshaun Watson.
But God delivered Jameis from throwing pick sixes.
Well, it didn't deliver any positive news. You see Watson today? He suffered a setback in his Achilles recovery.
I think that was just code for Deshaun, you're not coming back.
Exactamundo. All right, listen.
Because we got Jameis.
I'm not going to comment on my franchise because they've done something that upsets me. So, and no one cares. It's a Victory Monday. So let's get more of the people in the mix, and we're going to do that next. We've got part 2 of Can We Say This? In the 4 o'clock, if I may. I want to take one segment now that you and Kenny are both back. I have a comprehensive CFP. It's a blitz I'm going to do like live and in person, rapid fire. I got stuff for each of you two. And David, you will keep your opinion out of this. I will keep mine out. These are provocative questions. But I wanted you, since it's the sport you've ruined.
Yes.
And for Kenny.
The SEC is overrated. Yes.
I don't think it is. Okay, you know what? To the people next about the Lions, 97.1. Hi, I'm Rico Beard, and I went to a fake high school. Do you want to be curious?
Hi, I'm Rico Beard. I went to a real high school, but it is a new year. It's time to work on that new you, and that means joining Planet Fitness. If you already have not, head into your local Planet Fitness right now, and you're going to feel the strongest, and you're going to find out the best self. And the beauty of Planet Fitness, a lot of them have brand new strength training and cardio equipment, and there is free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers to focus on you. You heard me. The magical cost of free. All you need to do is head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $15 a month. Find your nearest club and join today. You could do it online, or you could just go, like I said, there's one of Planet Fitness over 50 in the Metro Detroit area. Head into a Planet Fitness right now. Judgment-free zone, $1 down, $15 a month.
Straight to the people. Lions get it done. 1 down, 3 to go. The bye week, invaluable. The number 1 seed. Look, I know I spent weeks fighting with you guys on it. Well, now it doesn't matter because they did it. So we're never going to get the answer. But I truly believe they lost last night. No, they were toast. This now puts you in the catbird seat because historically speaking, you've got a 50% shot to get it done. I think your odds could be a little better than that because David just brought something up. And I don't want to do what Costa does. Jim's already had their 3rd Super Bowl parade before we've made our first Super Bowl. However, I'm not trying. He does.
No. I'm laughing because we had this conversation yesterday in the pregame show. He's talking about the Super Bowl. Like,
I know.
Cookies, we got to get through the playoffs.
Dude, he was also wearing a sequin disco double-digit shirt thing today.
You know what? That's his brand now. It's part of his brand.
What?
He's got a brand.
Feckless shill?
He's got a brand.
Come on. I told him.
Sunglasses, chain.
I told him.
He's got a brand.
I said, I love you. I don't love this. I go, this needs to stop.
He's now Cook Costa.
Said if he's not careful.
No longer Cookies, he's Cook Costa.
Yeah, well, if he's not careful, pretty soon he'll be doing Tiger games on TV the way he's behaving. Now listen. I'm sorry. That was, hey, first one of the new year. Personal foul on me. So listen, David just brought something up that I want to at least put out there because I'm sorry, this has officially become weird, and it's with a team I think we all respect that you might play between now and getting to a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts is still in concussion protocol.
That's strange because
it's scary if that's really what's going on here.
Look, I don't know the severity of the hit, but it didn't look that bad.
Rico,
so I thought maybe it was just, okay, we're holding him out because we really don't need to play
last
him.
week I understood, but I thought he'd be full system go. Rico, he wouldn't have been cleared to play last week. Now you come back after that game. You start playoff preparations. He still is in protocol?
This is the Lions' year, man.
Could this be Kenny Pickett in the NFC title game?
I don't even think they get that far.
They're going to beat the Pack.
I think it's Jordan Love back at Ford Field in 2 weeks.
I hope you get Kenny Pickett in the NFC title
Then
game.
the Lions will walk to a Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's what the Pack have done against any team that's got functioning limbs. Lost to the Eagles, lost twice to you, lost twice to the Vikings, just lost to the Bears. That's a 1-5 record in division and 1-6 overall with teams with functioning nuts.
That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, you may be – this may truly be the Lions' year because now Green Bay walks into Philly, beats them, and then flies to Detroit for the next week.
I would love it.
Because they're the 7th seed, so that's it.
And we can look at LaFleur's annoying goatee.
And knowing that your next win, if you win that game, is somewhere between Tampa, Washington,
okay, see,
Rams.
He's doing the Costa. Now you're doing the whole Matrix layout. I just wanted to pass along.
I'm saying, but if
Jalen Hurts is still effed up.
Yeah, see, that's
scary.
Yeah.
Multiple weeks, that's scary stuff. We'll see. Long week to go. Let's go to people. Cora, 97.1. What's up, Cora?
Hi, how you guys doing?
Hey. Excellent. How are you?
I am so stoked. Man, that Lions defense, Aaron Glenn is the man. Can I get an amen? I don't know. I'm just so excited. I'm sorry.
I have that button. Hold on. There you go.
No, guys, I'm serious. Like it was something I wasn't expecting to see. I know all of us were like really worried about that defense. Aaron Glenn, thank you so much. I hope he doesn't leave. I know he's probably going to, but I really hope he doesn't. And then let's just, I did see Goff stumbling, like we're always slow to get moving the first quarter. I mean, if you look at them, they always are a little slower starting their first quarter. Second quarter is when we kind of bring it. Third quarter, last year and the year before, we never were really good. Now it's like second and third quarter. That's when we bring our A game. You know what I'm saying? So I was a little worried that first quarter, second quarter came around. I'm like, all right, here we go. We're starting to move. But that defense, man, and I hope Arnold's okay. I am a little nervous about Arnold.
Well,
I'm sorry.
You're good, Corey. You're fine. And look, we all are. The reality is, this is why that game was so important. Is look, X-rays are negative. His head's in the right place. He says he wants to play. Let's see. But without that bye week, no, I'd be pretty confident in telling you, even though I'm not a doctor, nor do I stay at a Holiday Inn Express, no, he wouldn't play this week. Well, now you don't have to worry about that. Now, look, you're the big boys up front, they need a break. And it's not just because Zeitler pulled a hammy late, grabbed it, couldn't really walk. You've got some guard depth, but you've got an older line. You know, we talk about Taylor Decker like he's not young. Zeitler, not young. Ragnow, not young. Like this is a veteran line. Now, Sewell, I'm just convinced, was built in a lab. Mm-hmm. But outside of that, a week off for those guys, massive.
Yeah.
So you just
Sewell and Ragnow just aren't real people.
No, when they ran that screenplay, it was funny because they highlighted it, and they're like, man, you know, I can't stand Collinsworth. Man, can you imagine what it's like having Sewell run it? You know, I'm like, yes, we're seeing it on the TV. And he hit no one. That's probably not the highlight you want to play. And I'm not making fun of the big man.
He's like, yeah, you know, he's just going to dive because he doesn't want to take that hit from Sewell. It's like, okay. Or it just, play didn't really go for much.
It's like he realized in real time, oh, crap, he didn't actually hit anybody. What am I going to say?
That's your guy. Hey, let's
Kenny's
go.
Guy.
Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Want to talk about, obviously, the biggest differentiator, I think, between us and Minnesota. But before that, I want to confirm that Gingers are soulless. My wife, Ginger, love of my life.
Nick, don't get yourself in trouble.
Lions fan. She booked a trip, an international trip in Rwanda, of all places, that we just realized overlaps with the Super Bowl. So they are for sure soulless.
Okay, Nick, real quick, not to get...
Yeah.
Rwanda, of all places? Really?
We're doing like an Africa safari thing, and it'll be awesome, but I'm like, over the Super Bowl? Really?
Oh,
okay.
no.
Is what it is.
I mean, look, the way the world works now,
yeah.
though, Rico streaming services, you could be. There's got to be a way to watch the Super Bowl, right?
Oh, I found ways to stream it already, so we are good to go there.
Okay, he's taking a safari, so okay, I get it now because I'm like,
yeah, but to hell with the zebras. I got to watch Super Bowl.
Yeah, but you know.
All right, carry on, Nick. Go ahead.
Nick's actually living out a dream of mine, so go ahead, Nick.
Awesome. But I think the biggest thing for me, takeaway last night, was one team is ready for the big game moments the other team wasn't. I think that's something that's evident in the Lions over the last 4 years. You've been building, and not just getting talent, but playing in big games, building that belief that we can beat all these good teams in the biggest moments. Doesn't matter who's on the field for us. And we didn't flinch. I mean, you saw Minnesota last week when they beat Green Bay acting like they won the Super Bowl. And I'm like, do these guys not understand? They got another huge, even bigger game to play next week. And I just think our determination, mentality, and focus is just second to none.
You know, I think you're right. I think obviously being at home helped. But look, the reality is we all knew you were better than the Vikings. It was no one who was being rational thought you'd blow them out. But you are better than them. And then you're right. Their quarterback was not ready for the moment. Their quarterback bleeped down his leg. Did you assist him in the bleeping down his leg? Yes, you did. But Nick, no, it was apparent. They weren't ready. And I'll be honest, I think O'Connell got outcoached. Rico nailed it. I mean, nothing quick. No three-step drop. No screen game. What?
Long, slow developing plays.
Not our problem, but that's reality. Go ahead, Nick.
Seeing them try to go for these four, and I get the aggressiveness, but they shifted who they were to try to beat us in this game. And I'm like, they got to take these points. What are they doing? And it just was beautiful to see.
Yes. Well, and again, it's the ultimate compliment and validation that you truly are a really good team when nobody's trying to emulate the New York Giants. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what? Actually, the Patriots did.
Okay. But no. And Nick, hopefully we talk to you before Safari, but you better get your streaming stuff in order. You come on.
It's Mike. It's in order. It's ready to go.
All right.
I'll be watching the Super Bowl in Africa.
Let's get there
time
first.
Will it be? Will it be early morning?
It'll be
late?
Rico like 1:30 in the morning.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully they got Red Bull in Rwanda. I don't know. I don't know what you got to do. That's the other side of the world, man.
That's why I was like, okay, are they
how is there no
further back?
communication between husband and wife during a Lions Super Bowl drive? I mean,
Because
she may
you
as
know
well
what?
book them on a trip to the moon.
No, because Mike, maybe she's thinking like back in the day, the Super Bowl was at the end of January, so February was a safe month.
Well, he says she's a ginger, so.
Soulless, uncaring, not ready for the big moment. She's not ready for a Super Bowl drive. That's what this means. What?
I got nothing.
She's the Sam Darnold of trip planners. I got a great price. Yeah, because it's during the Super Bowl.
Well, we got him an African safari, and I can't sit here and hate on Nick's wife. So no.
I don't know her. I'm just making a point. All right, listen, winter driving season, reckless drivers are everywhere. If you are injured in a car accident, you need an injury attorney, and I've got the right one for you. It's David Femininio. Pick up the phone right now. Talk to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, Get David, getpaid.com. That's Get David, getpaid.com. All right, I tell you what. I want to do, can we say that top of the hour, part 2. Okay. I want to get to the call. The callers have been very patient.
Okay, let's do it.
Big day. Let's do that. And look, I'm admitting this to you. I am fine if you are celebrating. You're high as a kite. You are drunk. You're running around with no pants on. I'm relieved. It's relief. The 1 seed is relief. It's a bye week. We get to chill. You get to watch everybody go into the Coliseum and annihilate each other this weekend and just take a breath. That's relief to me, especially when your team is in the position they're in and they're playing people you've never heard of on defense, such as Bob Muhammad.
Yeah, Al-Quadin. And it's also relieving to know that your season didn't go for a waste. And not to say that the 5 seed would have been a waste, but 14 wins and you had to play all your games on the road would be a little debilitating.
Doesn't it feel appropriate, though, that the Vikings, who have metrics that feel more like a 5 seed than a 1 seed, or the team that's stuck there? That feels justified.
You know what? It does, because if they would have somehow won that game, they would have stolen the 1 seed. The Lions went out and took the 1 seed. And as a matter of fact, they're the Vegas odds of winning the Super Bowl now. They got the best odds because
the 1 seed.
Everybody saw that and said, you know what? There's the Lions. We were a little wonder after the Bills game. They kind of went away, but now they've come back.
I still don't expect the Super, like I expected the Super Bowl 6-7 weeks ago. I'm still hoping, but this gives it a foundation. Okay, they got the 1 seed. They get the bye week. This is what they had to do to be in the mix. And now you got to, maybe somebody can help you out. And this Jalen Hurts thing is something to monitor. I'm sorry, a multi-week concussion protocol, that's very scary stuff. Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, Mike? Yes,
Doug.
it is a relieving Monday, that's for sure. I still can't believe we're not playing next week, but that was just a clinic by that head coaching staff, and the trust to let Aaron Glenn just have a free reign of that plan of just going after Darnold. And like you said, not disguising it, but just saying, this is what we're going to do, try and stop us. And we put him back to the old ginger in headlights that we've seen from him. And it was a complete clinic. And I also will say, we talked about this, like changing the 4th down mentality. I can't get over that. You know, the Vikings were going for it on 4th down when normally they would take the points. And so we were in their heads all night long. It was just an incredible environment. But I'm relieved that we get the rest. But I also say I trust Aaron Glenn to dial up any type of scheme for a 1 week only with all the the blitzes of using different players like Spags does with Kansas City. It's possible, and it totally relieved me of knowing that we don't have to play this week.
100%.
What a win, what a performance.
You can't put a price on playing one less playoff game. You just can't. Each of those games takes a piece of you. Each of those games, it's a high wire act. And again, it doesn't. The 1 seed doesn't guarantee anything. Go look at Aaron Rodgers' last couple of years in Green Bay. I mean, they were the 1 seed at home off a bye, got aced out both times, including Rico's
Blew
team.
their diaper both times.
Didn't you beat him 3-2 or whatever the hell it was? It was like 7-3 or whatever. It was terrible.
Yeah, I think it was 12-7 or something.
Real barn
The
burner.
Niners beat them, and didn't your G-men beat them too one time as well?
You hate to see it. Yeah, that's back when I had a franchise. Yeah,
you still do.
That's okay.
I've been looking for that rant about your Giants. It was so sad. I'm sorry, buddy, about that.
Hey,
but-
Doug, he's happy now. They're now the number 3 overall pick. So they're not 4.
But do they get a quarterback?
Guys. Listen, respectfully,
Dylan Gabriel will be available.
I love you both. Nobody
Okay.
cares. Just I'm a Lions
we care
fan now.
for you, Mike. That's
I know.
what we care about, buddy.
We do.
We love you. We want you to.
I know,
we want
but
you
it's
to
a
do
lot.
well, like your dad.
I know. Listen, be mad for my dad. I'm soulless. I'm done. Like if it's up to me, I've unplugged. I've unplugged life support.
So you're a ginger.
I am. When it comes to the Giants, I'm soulless. I have nothing. I don't feel anything.
Number 3 pick overall.
And you know what? You're number 1.
Shador Sanders.
It's not. It doesn't matter. Don't you get it? Just please. This is a Lions.
You get a quarterback, you'll be fine.
It is.
Sign the Washington Commanders. Sign the Denver Broncos. Bet you wish you took Bo Nix.
I don't understand what's happening right now. I'll just read you this because
Thank
he
you.
did call
Thank
back
you.
on Friday,
Yeah.
and someone wants to know. We need an update on Parlay Kid. Friday, you and Kenny were gone. He did call up and say that he was thinking about taking the payout.
No, he said he was going to let it ride.
Yeah.
I told him if you win, it's your only shot. They'll boost it. I think you wait. You let this weekend's games go. Then you're going to get an idea of who the Lions are playing and what the spread will be. They will assuredly be favored at home, and you got to just wait now. So he better not have taken that.
I hope he didn't.
That's Mark in Ann Arbor, right?
Yes.
He's our local celebrity.
Yeah.
He basically got a free bet for the people who are just new. I think it was a free bet for $50 or $100, and he did
It was $100, yeah.
cross sport championship parlay of like the NBA champion and the college basketball champ and the baseball World Series and the line. Bottom line is, if the thing actually happened, he'd make like $100,000. Well, now the only team left that he needs is the Lions. So the $100, they offered him like $15,000. That's tough to accept when your team could be the 1 seed. So now that the Lions are the betting favorite, my guess is, and I'm sure we'll hear from him this week, my guess is they will be offering him more. And let this week go by. Let the playoffs go by. I think he's got to wait. I just don't. I said to him Friday, I go, it's a private matter between you and your family. If the money means a lot to you, or it's going to change your situation, or it's going to be something you will never look back and regret, that is up to you. I go, you are asking me, should you take 15 cents on the dollar when you might have the Super Bowl favorite? I probably don't do that.
If you didn't, you probably got a 2-week window, in my opinion, to cash out. After that, you just got to let this thing ride and deal with the circumstances. Because,
or the Lions just win. They change the kid's life because he's a college
and that's what I'm
kid.
saying. At this,
and everyone's happy.
You let it go, and you just
then we
you know
have
what?
Mark at the parade on your float. FakeHighSchool.com. Detroit Southwest Lutheran. They won't have a float.
And now you see why we talk about the Giants draft picks. Right?
I know. You see, I owed you one. Okay. Did you hold on?
We'll
quick.
We'll build you the float. It'll be a little short though.
We're gonna do. Can you
thank
say
you.
that next? But did you read John Mara's statement today?
I did not.
Yeah, you should.
Okay.
And then let's see if it's a laughing matter.
Okay.
Oh, man alive. I'm not going to say what's on my mind. We will do Can We Say That Part 2 next. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Michigan is back in the AP College Basketball Top 25 as they come in at number 24 today. MSU climbs the ladder 2 spots to 16. The Wolverines are back in action tomorrow against fellow-ranked team UCLA. According to multiple national reports, the Bears have requested interviews with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. The Jets, Saints, Patriots, and Jaguars also have coaching vacancies. The Pistons host the Trailblazers tonight as they look for a 4th straight win. Portland coach Chauncey Billups will be honored for his Basketball Hall of Fame nod. Some of his former teammates will be in attendance, including Lindsey Hunter, who weighs in on his favorite Mr. Big Shot attempt. Pre-game at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Red Hot Red Wings have the night off before kicking off a 4-game homestand tomorrow with Ottawa. Jeff Peachier will not be available in that game. Justin Hull didn't skate today for personal reasons, but he will give it a go tomorrow. The Senators have lost 4 of their last 5. Per Adam Schefter, Eagles QB Jalen Hurts is still in concussion protocol. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, we did part 1 earlier in the day. This is something we always like to do on Mondays. It's an encapsulation. Part of it is they're leading questions by Rico. But after the happenings of the weekend, can we say that? Music, please. Thanks, Gov. All right, Rico.
Part 2. I read the Giants owner's statement. We'll get to that in a second.
I'm leaving.
Can we say
what?
That there may be still hope for Bryce Young after watching how he finished out this season?
God help me in today's gotcha society, but yes. I just think Dave Canales is doing the same thing with him that he did for Baker last year in Tampa Bay. Remember, it's amazing what a difference like 18 months can make. Now Baker's a franchise QB. He's a superstar. He's likable. Remember, this is the same guy that went to Carolina to die. They got jettisoned to the Rams. Like, Dave Canales is a QB whisperer. He was Baker's coach in Tampa. Now he goes here. And look, this kid went from being benched to playing good football on a team that's very limited talent-wise. I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, I'm also going to say yes. And it's amazing what sitting does. You know, he gets pushed in there. He starts right away. You know, there's a lot of things coming at him as a young player. Didn't have anything around him. But to be able to sit back, kind of take a breath, look at things again, get the football side of it back right in his head. Yeah, he's looked great since he sat, but I'm happy for him.
Can we say that Tyreek Hill has played his last game for the Dolphins?
Yes. Look, that guy's life is a disaster. There's this very public, very ugly, looming divorce thing coming up. He's also 30, and speed is his only game. And he didn't look nearly as fast this year. And that's not just like eyeball test, the metrics. He not run fast. So I don't know, man. And when you basically, at the 2-minute warning of a game, are already on social media and you're like, I'm out. How do you come back from that? I'm going to say he's done there.
Yeah, especially when Miami brought back the coach and everybody like, okay, well, I think he gambled and lost. Go ahead, David.
Mike, I think he may be done, not because of anything Dolphins related, but I think you're right. I think he may need a change of scenery for his life. I think he may need to just get out of the Miami area. Just go somewhere else, restart things.
So where do you think would be a good fit?
All right, I got one. You just muttered it. Maybe it's the Chiefs. It's got to be a place with structure, a place where he'd have to fall in line. Would he accept not being the number one receiver, though? There's your problem. Rashee Rice will be back. Xavier Worthy is there. You know Kelsey's retiring. But that would be the only one. Because why? It's the Chiefs.
Do you think that
I was thinking Houston.
Oh,
they won't have Diggs.
You're right.
Yeah.
Dell is dead.
Yep.
Diggs is gone. Yeah, maybe Houston.
Or if he wants to be the guy, what we just talked about it, what if he went to Carolina?
They don't have the structure to tolerate him. He'd just be Deontay Johnson 2.0.
You know what? You win.
No, it's not winning. It's we're talking.
If he wanted to just make noise and just go to Vegas, if he wanted to just have that life.
You know what? Yes. Because I like laughing at them because it makes me feel better about my own misery with my Giants. Next.
Can we say that maybe, just maybe, that maybe somebody should give Zach Wilson another kick of the tires? Reason being.
You been doing crack again?
Hold on. Now, I know what happened last night, but you look at all the former Jets quarterbacks, when they go to new teams, they actually look pretty decent. And maybe the Jets gave up Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. Maybe, just maybe, there's another go-round for Zach Wilson.
In Canada.
Okay.
I don't know that I've watched a quarterback more ill-prepared to play than Zach Wilson.
No, but look how badly those two looked. And now, each has made the playoffs on a different team.
Okay, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
It's an A for effort, but I'm going to say no to this.
Zach Wilson playing for or against the Michigan Panthers coming up this spring.
Actually, he'll be selling bricks like Jake Bates.
Okay. Can we say that the 49ers should lock up Brock Purdy for a long-term deal?
Oh, God. David, go first.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I know what it is when you don't have a quarterback. And when you have one, you get, oh, my gosh, we got to pay him. I would franchise him right now.
Okay, here's my issue. All right, leave all bias out of it, I promise. How they structure this deal affects my answer. If they structure it in a manner where they can keep the core together for a year or two, I'll do it. Because what's their alternative? And remember.
So like a $40+ million range.
But franchising them, David, you got to remember, that's a death nail to your immediate cap.
I know.
So I'll say yes, but it's got to be structured where they can pay people because, no slander, Purdy needs a lot of help.
He does.
That's all.
Can we say that the Tennessee Titans will draft a quarterback with the number 1 overall selection? We're giving up on Levis.
Yeah, no. Once he did the mayonnaise commercial, it was over for me. So, yes, I think they have to. And I know what's coming now. Oh, none of these quarterbacks are any good. Okay, well, what's your alternative? I'll tell you what. Here's your alternative. 4 at 160 for Darnold. If you're in Tennessee and you watched last night, you bringing that to your ball club for $40 million a year? Without Justin Jefferson? You know what I mean? So I'm just going to say yes on basis.
David?
Yeah, no, he's trash. He's good on that.
All right.
Jeez. Thanks, David. Very nuanced. Excellent.
Now that our season is over, we felt it necessary to make this statement. Joe Shane and Brian Daboll will continue in their respective roles with the organization. As disappointing as the results of this season have been, Steve, Tesh, and I remain confident in the process that Joe and Brian have implemented and their vision to our team. We look forward to the future and achieving the results we all desire. Mike, can we say that your owner made a very poor decision in bringing back Daboll and Joe Shane?
I think a lot of it just depends on, all right, look, this has Bears vibes. Like, why did they bring back a coach on the hot seat and draft a rookie quarterback when you knew it wouldn't go very well unless you were, Hans Gruber, a.k.a. Nick Wright, and thought the Bears were going to the Super Bowl? My point is, you're bringing these two back. You're not going to be good next year. The Giants' schedule is brutally difficult, playing the NFC North and the AFC West as their crossovers. Oh, and we get the Niners just for fun. The point is, it only makes sense if you're giving them 2 years. Well, the problem is, since the day they won the playoff game in Minnesota, they're 11-30. 11-30. So I'm keeping them. They're not going to be good next year. What's the point?
So he's the anti-Dan Campbell.
Yes. You know what this feels like when the Lions didn't ace out Bob Quinn? And then you let Bob Quinn use a cover-his-ass top 3 draft pick instead of taking the quarterback they should have taken. And it all worked out years later. But, look, man, we're a laughing stock. He even said it. Well, I don't think the roster's any better than 3 years ago. Then here's an idea. You know your here. Ready? Can we say, you know your GM blows when he's been on the job for 3 years and the best 2 players on the roster are the guys his predecessor drafted. Andrew Thomas at left tackle, Dexter Lawrence, both Gettleman.
Neighbors.
Oh, will you please? Wide receivers do not affect victory.
He set the rookie
They're
record.
fun to have. They're awesome, but they're not. You win with big people. You know this. Come on, man. Jeez.
Can we say that Steve Sarkisian may be leaving Texas to go and coach in the NFL?
I think it'd be stupid. If he can't handle the pressure of a 4th down against Oklahoma in the Cotton Bowl, the hell are you going to do on an NFL Sunday? Sark still bleeps down his leg in big spots, and that's tough when you're wearing white pants. So that's a no for me, dog. You can just give me the Randy Jackson gif. Absolutely not.
For football reasons, no. But if he's trying to set his family up for a long time and get that payday from an NFL team, fine.
Oh, no, I must have missed it. Is being a head coach of the Texas Longhorns, you working at a soup kitchen?
No.
Well, I mean, what kind of money do you think he's making in Austin?
Nick Saban left, so I'm just saying, if you have that desire and you're going to get paid from an NFL team, that's what you want, do it. But football reasons, he shouldn't do it.
All right, let me. No, I won't.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead.
No. Just the reports about Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah.
Can we say those are totally bull crap and those were leaked out from O'Connell's circle?
He's trying to get paid. Yes.
Yeah, he's trying to get paid. But hold on.
Right.
Multiple teams are going to try to trade for Kevin O'Connell. What?
Came out of nowhere.
Right. So that to me was shameless by his camp.
Yeah, I think, but I heard the same about Shanahan, that the Bears should make a trade for Kyle Shanahan. I was like, what? Where'd this come from? Yeah, I do think that's the agent speak.
That was, again, hours before the biggest game of the year.
Yeah, because you know what? You can get him probably for a box of plain M&Ms. Right
no,
now.
Come on.
Okay,
Jesus.
peanut M&Ms. Okay, fine. That is, can we say that? 97.1. Guys, you hear us having fun on the radio all the time, and maybe you want to go into a career in radio, or maybe it's television, or you're a graphic design artist. Hey, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. You just got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who actually work in the business. And with a hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do it today.
Sorry, not a mind reader. David didn't say anything to me, but here I am to tell you about Northville Lumber. Trex decking, they got more of it than anybody. That's because Northville has the best prices. They stock all the best Trex all the time. Right now, Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. Buy your decking, railing, lighting, where the pros go. Do-it-yourselfers, homeowners, doesn't matter. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Talk to an expert today, see all Trex products on display, and take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber now or visit them online at northvillelumber.com. All right, straight to the people, and then I've got a special treat for the guys since Kenny and Rico were gone and we can fully wrap. I've got some provocative CFP Blitz questions for our SEC and Big Ten pundit. It'll be the one segment today that has nothing to do with the Lions, but it's something fun. Right now, back to the people. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Happy New Year's, guys. Oh, sorry. My calendar was set to 2000. I thought this was the Stonian Mojo show.
Weather!
Yeah, I'm going to be the guy that calls in sounding like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Anyways.
No. So what's up?
No, I know, Mike. I know. But let's get down to business, all right? Immediately, you got a lot of callers. This coach has completely changed the culture since he's been here. I mean, look at the way Joe Valeno has been playing the last week. Oh, sorry, we're talking Lions, right? Not Corsi?
Oh, God, yes, but McLennan has been a breath of fresh air. New coach bump.
Oh, God, right? Well, we'll talk about that next week. But, hey, one more thing, Mike. Shout out to my girlfriend. Valeni Claus did not show up on the 25th with my Sandine Pelican jersey, but I did find a Panay Sewell jersey under the tree.
Beautiful.
So shout her out. But, Mike, I might want an Amik Robinson jersey after that game.
Oh, you're switching it now, huh?
No. You know I'm going to – once he touches land, you know I'm going to call. I'm going to grab those receipts. I'm going to get my Pelican jersey from you, brother. I'm never going to forget that one.
I know. And, believe me, I hear about it every time.
Anyways, hey, Nick, call me. I'll hook you up with some Starlink for your safari. I watched the Houston game in Akibara, Tokyo, and the Packers game at the Chuziki Fish Market at 6 a.m. getting sushi. Oh, brother, you don't want your internet to go out during that, especially when you're going for the game-winning kick. But have fun in that safari. But now actually down to business, guys. Never any doubt, because I believe we have the talent to win. We have the play callers who are wizards. And the thing that, Mike, you might roll your eyes at this. This is some, like, network garbage take. But
what?
We got one thing that I think is better than everyone else, culture.
Oh, no, I'm not rolling my eyes at that. That's true. It's Patriot culture. It's Chiefs culture. It's been the Niners calling card. No, you're in that discussion.
Ravens culture.
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm in.
Amik said it best last night. Can't bury what came from dirt. Some of these guys, they have known what it's like to live in the gutter. And I truly believe, after seeing this team last night, they will outwill anyone. Will they do it all? I don't know. But I truly believe they will never be outwilled by anyone. I mean, look at Goff last night in the postgame. Did you see him crying basically at the mention of Dan Campbell? I mean, Dan Campbell has approached this job in a way that is so unique and that I've not seen from any coach in Detroit history, maybe even the NFL.
I think the only thing I could tell you is in my time here, and I've been here now for, I came out to Michigan in 98, down here in 04. So call it 25 years, right?
Yep.
Look, the only team that has embodied this city like this team is that 04 era Pistons team.
Pistons, yes, I remember that. And people loved them. And as much as you know I love the Wings, those European teams, they never really represented who we were. But, I mean, God, those guys are legends.
And if you were around a little bit older, I would say the bad boy teams as well.
Right, and that's my point is just, like what they've done. I mean, we talked about it, and we're going to get back into it in about 20 minutes, is Steve.
One thing, though, guys.
Go ahead.
One thing I want to say before you cut me to the next guy.
No, you're good.
The way Campbell has approached with love. He has approached this job with love and compassion that I've never seen from any of our coaches. I mean, he loves these guys, and they love him back. And look at the way that he coaches the team. He gives them enough rope to hang themselves. and they don't because they love coming to bat for this guy. They hate disappointing this guy. Look at J-Mo. J-Mo has matured not only as a player, but look at the way he speaks in post-game conferences or in post-game. I've seen him deflect and put all of it on the team, I never saw J-Mo doing that before. And, I mean, by the way, Ben Johnson has got to be dancing on coordinators' heads right now. He's sitting out there like Happy Gilmore saying, uh-oh, somebody learned how to J-Mo. I mean, golly. And Anzalone, you're the truth, brother. Most underrated player, I think, in the league. So, guys, the last thing I'll leave you with is I don't know if I'm reading news straight from the CCP because I'm starting to see links of Ben Johnson may not want to leave. I know Aaron Glenn is gone.
I know.
Gone, but Ben Johnson may not want to leave. And guys, am I reading news from the CCP?
I'm not going to value any of it until he interviews. I mean, Steve, that's just reality. Look, I don't really care about reports. I read a report today that Ben Johnson's Michael Corleone and demanding the Bears blow out Ryan Poles if he's going to go there. I choose to believe none of it. Yeah. I'm just going to wait until interviews happen or don't. Is Ben Johnson on airplane? Yes or no? Like, I'm not going to worry about it. I always approach it if I have a great coordinator and there's a gaggle of jobs open, I'm going to lose them.
Yep. But that's a good thing.
Right. It's just, I'm not worried about it because right now, the only thing I care about, if you told me the Lions would win the Super Bowl and then never play a game ever again, they'd fold. Yeah. They'd move to Edmonton. I would win the Super. I don't care.
And here's what
another thing. Did you see the Golden Globes last night?
I've got one other thing. How about Nikki Glaser's monologue? I mean, who are these people? I mean, Steve was on one.
While we're at it, let's talk FS1. All right.
Absolutely not. Oh, boy. Guys, and another thing. I want to talk about the securities exchange.
Here's the thing. If Ben Johnson leaves, I know Lions fans want to keep him around
forever. What about the credit card bubble? Guys! I'm sorry.
No, if you stick around too long, you become Matt Campbell, a guy who he could have taken any job in the world and kept showing that loyalty until finally people said, we don't want you anymore.
Truth. They're just not going to keep calling. I don't worry about it. So like the reports of him being Michael Corleone, I put in the same pile as the stuff that says he's just totally happy here. I don't care. He can't even interview yet. The divisional round is when that would be allowed.
No, he can't. He can interview via Zoom.
Right, I'm talking get your buns on an airplane. Right. That's the stuff that. So I'll worry about it later. I don't care. Let's go to Benjamin 97.1. Ben, I'm sorry about that. I apologize. No, Steve wanted to break down his astronomy report next too. So Ben, go ahead, buddy.
I've got just one thing here. No, first of all, hey, I mean Nick's wife is like the Everflus of setting up vacations here, and he's like Ryan Day. Like, what just happened? What did I miss?
Yeah, what happened out here? We're going to Africa during the Super Bowl. What?
So I personally think that I very much undervalued who Anzalone was. Nothing against Jack Campbell. He's been phenomenal while Anzalone was gone. He's a great athlete. Anzalone brings a calm to that defense, and he is so good directing it back there. And I was really happy with what I saw last night. Obviously, it wasn't all him. Aaron Glenn, a wizard back there. But I really think that I personally undervalued what Anzalone brings to that interior.
Look, he's a good player, and we talked about it Friday, and me and TJ, and I said, guys, look, this is the issue I take with fans, Benjamin, and it's not just Anzalone. It could be anybody. I mean, everybody wants to act like Michael Jordan's coming back when an individual player comes back, and that's just generally not football. Now, if you sell me that Aleem McNeil or Aiden were coming back, yes, but I'm with you. Did Anzalone help? Of course he did. But the bigger thing, the overriding thing, was Aaron Glenn's game plan and the aggression.
Right.
I mean, that was, he whispered in O'Connell's ear, you're dead, you just don't know it yet.
Exactly. Have a good one, guys.
You got it, Ben. But, guys, can we talk about the European? I want to talk Bitcoin. I mean, Steve was all over the place.
The U.S. won the Junior Cup in
right. And guys, one more thing.
Another thing.
Guys, one more thing. I've been investigating Benghazi. I mean, it's just like, Steve, what are we doing,
Hey,
Steve?
kid, did you see the goal with 1 second left in the game?
Guys, I have a thought on that. Holy hell.
And
I
hold
looked
on,
at-
let's talk about the winter storm that's coming by.
That was, listen, Steve's a regular. He was excited. He was all over the place. Guys, by the way, I got an unbelievable recipe for chicken cacciatore if anybody would like to hear about it. Okay. All right. 248-539-9797. Moran Chevrolet, officially the #1 Chevy dealer in the entire state of Michigan for 2024. GM employees, immediate family members. Lease a 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EV, $199 a month. A 24 Equinox EV, $119 a month. Both are 24 months. Both $999 down. You are ready to roll. And again, certified service. Come on. You know the drill. They're giving you the loaner vehicle. Just get aboard MoranExpress.com. And it's very, very simple. You stop in on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Okay, so I want to just make a deal with you guys. Obviously, today has been all Lions, as it should be, and we will continue. If I may, I wanted to take 7 minutes. Just one segment. Rico was on a deserved vacation last week. Kenny was on vacation. Look, I wanted to do one quick run-through of what I want to call a CFP blitz, because A, Kenny's favorite sport and favorite thing, he may say it's hockey. It's defending the SEC. And for Rico, this is the sport he destroyed. So I don't even care if there's music. You can do music. I'm just going to rifle through these, and then we're right back to business with football and Lions. Is that fair? Kenny and Rico, though. Yeah. Which means, David, no opinions. No matter how big it is. Nobody wants to hear it. Now,
wow.
Are you prepared?
Let's go.
I want to start with Kenneth Cott, followed by Rico. Kenny, popular opinion right now. What do you say to people who say Georgia's run is over?
This may be copium, and you can tell me if it is. I just think there's too much money in the SEC. There's too much money in Georgia's football program. There's too much talent that they can acquire to say, blanket statement, it's over, right? Is this a real bad shot in the chest towards this run? Yes. But do I think you can definitively declare it deceased? No, I don't.
I'd love a run to be over at 55-5 the last 3 years. I digress. Rico, the SEC. Mm-hmm. You know the popular, this is the Jim Costa right here. Oh, the SEC's overrated. Oh, gobbledygoo. Categorize the status of the SEC in the portal NIL era. Are they still the kings?
You know what it is? The SEC has come back to the pack. They are no longer in a category all by themselves, and you saw that in the bowl games where whether it was the top teams, whether it was the middle of the pack teams, they're no longer the end-all, be-all, and they just wanted more. Yeah, so they've come back to the pack where the Big Ten is challenging them. And yes, I mean, I spent time defending the SEC over the break when I was gone because it was like, oh, what's up with your beautiful SEC? And, tell Mike his SECs. I'm like, guys.
Where is this tell Mike thing? Here, tell yourself. Watch the effing games.
Might as well
no, but I'm saying watch the effing games. This is not about me. I don't want the SEC. I'm not a shill. I don't have SEC Network on a paycheck.
I'm just going to go ahead and tap Mort on the shoulder and say, I got it. I'm Mike's agent
There
now.
you go.
Because
done.
everybody just keeps asking me about
you.
them.
No, but you get my point. Like, I don't make money by defending the SEC.
No. The SEC has come back to the pack in the portal era that, a lot of SEC players leave and they go to Big Ten schools and they go all over the place. So they're still at the top, but they're not lapping everybody.
The counter would be the greatest coach in the history of college football walked away, not easily replaced with Saban. Georgia lost their starting quarterback. I'm just saying.
But even with their starting quarterback, they didn't quite look like Georgia every week.
Fair.
Kenny.
Very fair. Question to the both of you. Is the narrative shifting around big game James Franklin? Or is this simply just him falling up in life with the easiest draw you've ever seen?
Kenny, can I take this one first? This is no. He'll be small game James, Thursday, Friday, whenever they play. Mike, he benefited from what the schedule was supposed to be for Ohio State. Ohio State was supposed to be that 5th seed and have that cakewalk or whatever it was. And it was Penn State. You played Boise and you played
SMU.
SMU. Exactly. So, no. Once they go up against Notre Dame, you can forget about it.
If he beats Notre Dame, change your mind?
No.
Okay. Kenny.
And another thing. No, I think Rico said it all. And also, it's kind of with him. Doesn't it feel like you got to believe it to see it in these big game situations?
I need to see him hoisting the trophy and beating Ohio State or beating Texas.
Now, if they beat Notre Dame, to answer Mike's other question, yes, I think the narrative starts to change.
Okay, next
but
question.
You know what? He's the coaching equivalent of Sam Darnold.
A soulless ginger. Okay, let's ask a question about another coach. All the resources, all the advantages, new conference money, sugar daddy booster, young, energetic. Everybody kisses his ass. One problem. They can't win a big game. New conference, same Oregon. Can we start to question Dan Lanning?
I think you can. I think what you saw with Dan Lanning was, this is going to sound bad, I don't think he took Ohio State seriously, and he thought he was going to get the Ohio State that played Michigan. And, well, we beat them already. We already had a game plan, and we tricked them and made them waste their time at the end of the game. I saw a coach that didn't prepare his team. And from the very beginning was like, dude, what did you do for the last month?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I do think that is all on him.
Kenny Cott.
You simply have to win these big games. You have a ton of money going into your program. You have mega dollars going into your program. Yes, it's okay to start to question Dan
By the way,
Lanning
Georgia just scored again. Remember 48-3?
I sure do.
So, again, Dan Lanning in these big spots. I got to see it to believe it.
I mean, but seriously, you had an entire month. And, you couldn't even sit down on the couch. It's like, wait, the score is what? Okay, they're not going to come back. Wow. Okay, nope, it's over. It's over.
All right. Some, absolutely or none, NFL potential for this show's favorite player, good old Scattabooby. Scatabo. Some NFL potential, absolutely you would take him or see you in Canada.
No, absolutely I would take him.
Really?
I would. Because he's got that it factor, Mike, that, you know what? He will find a place on a team, whether it's at backup running back, starting running back, special teams. He's the type of player that you just win with. He's got that gritty edge. Like, he would fit in perfectly in Detroit. Absolutely, I would take him.
Oh, Scatabo in this town with the chance? Sign me up. Go ahead, Kenny.
David was just giving me his unwanted opinions on it. I will say some. I'm not as bullish as Rico is.
Okay.
And I think if you're talking about a player that can find their way into a team in a backup role or a special teams role, like you said, Rico, those players are often very easy to drop out into a practice squad type of role. So
no, but I'm saying, like, hypothetically speaking, you put him behind Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey goes down. He goes into the lineup.
Oh, look at Rico stacking white running backs.
There you go.
What's going on over here?
yes, I will say some.
Okay. Question. I want you to explain the unexplainable, much like the drones in New Jersey, much like Rico's obsession with aliens. Looking back at this, how the hell did Ohio State lose to Michigan?
Very easy. Kenny, you want to take this one first? Because I have an answer, but you go ahead.
I just think Michigan's their kryptonite, especially Ryan Day.
Kind of what Kenny said. I think that Sharon Moore got into the head of Ryan Day, and Ryan Day had to prove, I can outrush you, instead of just saying, I can out-talent you. Oh, you don't have your all-world cornerback in Will Johnson? No. Still going to run the ball. Hey, but Ryan, we got NFL receivers. Don't care. We're going to run the ball. He took him out of his game. He took him out of his mind. Sharon Moore punked him, and actually Alabama, Kalen DeBoer as well. Like, they played Michigan's game, and they lost. They didn't play their own.
Okay. With the news that there will be no changes to the college football playoff for next year, per Heather Dinich.
Not even a reseeding?
Nothing. Zero. Here's the question, though. Will a non-power school, the Pitt invite, the Boise State invite, will a school like that ever win a game in this current format? NIL portal era, remember it.
No, because unfortunately Notre Dame can't. I was about to say Notre Dame could if they got that, but Notre Dame's not allowed to have that.
No, they're rich.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Rico says down with the pores.
I just think, we saw a school like TCU do it. I'm not saying that every school can model that.
They're in the Big 12, Kenny.
Right, so I'm looking at teams like that, like, okay, Boise is probably the king of the group of 5 schools, and they got embarrassed.
I'd like to lean where Rico said, but at the same time, I just feel like somebody will catch a coach. What have we been talking about this whole segment? Head coaches with their pants down. Somebody will catch a head coach with their pants down. That's my opinion.
I don't.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
No. And this is the final question. And it's early in the week, and we will circle back to it. Your most confident call for the upcoming semifinals. Notre Dame -1.5 against Penn State. Ohio State laying 6 to Texas. Your most confident initial call of the weekend.
Notre Dame.
Oh, we're going to be against each other. Go ahead, Kenny.
Absolutely
You're
Notre
going
Dame.
small game, James?
Listen, I don't know. No, my most confident call is Ohio State. Sark better not wear white pants. He's gonna look like James Houston.
I'm not confident that Ryan Day can handle the pat on the back. And okay, you're good. Oh, I'm gonna outthink myself now.
More hair dye.
But I think
touchdown.
I think Marcus Freeman just, you know what? We're gonna treat that Northern Illinois loss like it never happened. We're gonna keep marching forward. Touchdown, Jesus.
I've got reasons why I disagree, but it's not for now. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm glad we wrapped up those issues. We can now look forward to the semifinal of this endless death march Rico's created. Thank you for playing.
I thought it was going to be reseeding. Okay.
It's not happening. They won't do it.
Well, you blame Ward Manuel for that.
I'm not blaming anybody.
Don't blame me.
All right. Thank you. Paulson's. Hi. Yeah, I was going to say, David, what the hell? You sideswiped me. Right, David just checked me into the boards right there. Paulson's Audio Video, the toy store for grown-ups. Now, they're your technology partner. They're grown up. They got a higher class name now. Bottom line, they deliver incredible home theaters, huge TVs, amazing stereo systems, and more. All with the most comprehensive selection of products in the most beautiful showroom in the state of Michigan. And they have real audio-video experts who they employ. No one on a side hustle for money here. So stop by their showroom in Farmington Hills. They've been going strong since 1991. And get your Super Bowl in order. Do it with Paulson's, your technology partner.
The Bears have already asked for permission to interview Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, and according to Adam Schefter, they're now after Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy. According to The Athletic, the most recent team to acquire about Glenn is New Orleans. Hit again, why not? Packers wide receiver Christian Watson will miss the rest of the season as well with a torn ACL. Asar Thompson will sit out tonight's Pistons game versus the Blazers for Portland. DeAndre Ayton is probable after resting. Former Piston Jeremy Grant is out with a face contusion. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:35. The team will celebrate Chauncey Billups' Hall of Fame nod tonight as well. The first 5,000 will receive a Billups bobblehead. Artist Evan Struck will speed paint a photo of Chauncey at halftime along with video montages throughout the game honoring him. Tigers beat writer Chris McCoskey had the following to say about Alex Bregman today, quote, "I don't think the Tigers are the major players here. I think the stare down is between the Red Sox and Bregman. I think both sides know Boston is the perfect fit for him," end quote. According to Ballpark Digest, the Tampa Bay Rays have formally informed the city of St. Petersburg of their approval of a $55.7 million blueprint to fix Tropicana Field. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. I'm sorry I lost control during Jeremy's update, but the Bears interviewing Mike McCarthy would be peak Bears. Like, if you design in a lab, how can we effing ruin a rookie quarterback? You go from Eberflus to McCarthy. I digress. Lions. Look.
It's not why I thought you were laughing.
Oh, no. So the Lions game last night, I think our overall tenor, it's relief. Incredible performance. And in a lot of ways, like, Amon-Ra did that celebration last week. They did. They kind of took the belt out. They were like, we got your hand in the cookie jar, Kevin. We're going to take the belt to you. And in Aaron Glenn's game plan, just because I say something on a Friday or TJ agrees with it doesn't mean it's right. But we said it Friday when Rico was on vacation, like, my only out is do what you did in the fourth quarter and do it all the time. Just blitz. I will live with the results. Just go down swinging, blitz, because Darnold holds the ball forever. Look what happened. Aaron Glenn, and I give credit to Dan Campbell too, because the boss man. Remember how you always used to joke with me when I'd hate Dave Warner, and you'd be like, he works for somebody, Michael. And I'm like, Aaron Glenn works for Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell still has to greenlight. And when look, what I credit Dan Campbell and this staff for is they never coach scared. So Aaron Glenn decided, all right, here's the deal. We may shut this team out or we may give up 50, and I'm going to live with the results. That game plan, they had Sam Darnold seeing ghosts. And then Darnold did himself no favors by missing wide open people. The bottom line is, I'm relieved. The last 5 weeks of their defense versus what you got here. Last night is not real. Maybe the last 5 weeks isn't either. Find the middle ground, and we can get a parade. So I'm relieved. I loved what I saw from the staff. And yeah, there's an element of pride to it because there's something cool when you're a blue-collar town. And, like, let's face it, man, it's snowing outside. There ain't no palm trees. I just love the idea of a soulless ginger coming in here and getting the belt. And Aaron Glenn gave him the belt.
Yeah, what you saw.
That's enjoyable to me because Sam Darnold's a fraud.
Now, what you saw, Mike, before the game was two teams going for the number one seed. One team was trending towards that. The other team was decimated by the defense. But by the end of the game, the Lions looked like it never should have been any doubt who's the best team in the NFC. And Minnesota looked like a team that's going to be hitting the road for a long time, and they deserved it. Like, they looked awful. They played out of their game, out of their element. A lot does go on Sam Darnold, but a lot has to go on their coach because you allowed the play calls to happen. Your fourth down, you let Dan Campbell punk you out of who you are. You don't go for it like that. That's not you. That's not Minnesota. You're safe. You kick field goals. You decided to play the Dan Campbell game, and you got burned. Not once, but twice. Down in the red zone, deep in the red zone, and you couldn't find a way to get it done. The game was over at that point because it easily should have been, 28-7? And we would have been saying, like, wow, it's just like the last time they played and they jumped out to this big lead. Can the Lions come back? No, Because once you missed on that fourth down conversion, the confidence was gone. It was the overthrow. It was the missed receivers. It was everything that could go wrong for Minnesota kept going wrong. It was, okay, you got the game to 1. It was 7-6, and all you got to do is just kick the ball off. The Lions take a knee, and you go into halftime down 1. Oh, wait, I'm going to kick the ball out of bounds. Now the Lions get it at the 40. They line up, Bates kicks the field goal, and now you're down 10-6. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it was demoralizing.
Yeah, it is deflating. You saw it happen to O'Connell on the sidelines. I mean, look, I just, my big thing is this. Like, I've defended Aaron Glenn to the point of maybe you're a slappy for this guy. I'm not. When you lose the amount of players they've lost, I don't think it's appropriate to firebomb your defensive coordinator while you're kissing the ass of your OC who's had no injuries to deal with. Like, I just don't think that's fair. And I don't think you can blame Aaron Glenn. I wasn't mad at Aaron Glenn the last 5 weeks. I was mad at the situation. But Aaron Glenn had dialed up something last night that 99% of coordinators wouldn't dare. So I have infinite respect for that, because you know what would have happened, Rico, if we sat here and look, if Sam Darnold didn't play like ass, and if you didn't blitz quite as much, if you got dotted for 40-something points, these phone lines would be filled with people slandering Aaron Glenn. And you know what would happen? All these stupid talk shows on TV. Oh, Aaron Glenn really hurt his ability to be a head coach. So my whole point is the man risked it for the biscuit. His head coach empowered him to do it. The players had his back. But no, I'm not under any illusion, like Jim Costa wearing a sequin T-shirt this morning. I'm not under any illusion that this is how it's going to roll, because a real quarterback is going to look at these blitzes and is not going to airmail 17 balls. So middle ground, find it. Just be somewhere between last night and the last 5 weeks, and we can win a Super Bowl here. So very, very nice performance. But for me, it's relief. It's not joy, because there's only one joy. You're either winning it all or this was all a waste. And I know people hate that opinion. Well, hey, I'm a New Yorker. This is how it works. This is it. None of it's joy. Survive in advance. I'm relieved. And now this weekend, let everybody go kill each other on the battlefield and the Lions rest. So it's relief for me. Is that a bad emotion?
No.
Should I be dancing around at the disco like cookies?
No. You got the job done. I mean, you know what? Because for some Lions fans, because they've never been there before, so I understand it. I get it. This is why Cookies acted that way, because you've never had the number 1 seed. So you were expecting the way things were going. It looked like Minnesota was going to walk in here, and at the beginning of the game, it kind of looked like that when they got down to the red zone so many times, and then you realize they are choking. They're not going to get.
That's the key, because and this is where. Look, I the hard part.
Yeah, your weakness became a strength last night, which was the defense.
Well, right, and it's also, I get jaded after doing this job for so damn long, is that, like, look, I don't give credit to a defense when a quarterback just flat misses a wide open receiver. But if you talk to the average fan about it, oh, you're being a hater. No, I'm not being a hater. I'm watching the damn game. I mean, it's just, I view it through a different lens. Where I give the Lions credit was the unwavering belief we are going to pressure and we are going to live with those results. And the pressure absolutely impacted Darnold, where you got him roughly, I think you pressured him on 50% of throws. You blitzed him on what seemed like 75% of snaps.
I think the stat was 42%. But yes, here's the thing. As you like to say, both things can be true. Because you blitzed Darnold, because you hit him so hard, because you did so much. Now, we're not going that way. But because he was under duress the entire game, he was seeing ghosts. His game got sped up. He wasn't hitting his receivers. He was overthrowing passes. And a lot of that came from the blitz packages that Aaron Glenn just kept sending relentlessly. Like, no, son, this will not stop. Don't think that all of a sudden I'm going to pull back and be, no. This is going to go on until you finally just say, no more, we're done.
He gave him the belt.
Yeah.
You stole the cookie from the cookie jar. Yeah. Now you keep lying to me, you get the belt. He went old school. But that's this team's deal. I don't know. There's just something. I'm thrilled they got this done, because it feels in a lot of ways the train is back on the tracks with a realistic shot of getting to a Super Bowl. If they had lost, I'm telling you, I would pick against them. If they had lost and they had to fly out to LA, and I don't think there's any way Terry Arnold would play this weekend. No, I would straight up tell you this is a disaster. So the win is just relief, and it's a little bit of a breather, and I think everybody on that in that room needs it.
Well, it's demoralizing because if you would have lost, kind of like where Minnesota is right now, you have to start questioning, were we really 14 games good? Or was this just fugazi? Like,
No,
this
they're
wasn't
better.
real.
They're better than the 14, 15 wins, considering the injuries they've endured. When you really imagine,
No, but with the defense declining, and then you're
Yeah.
looking at like, man, we've been giving up a ton
just
of
imagine
points.
if they didn't lose the players they lost. Imagine what this team would look like right now. I know we don't get to play in that fantasy land, but that's where with those players. Oh no, I expected it.
So you would have expected the Buffalo game they would have won?
Yes, Rico. I'm not joking when I tell you if they had all their players, it would be Costa double-digit disco. I'll tell you now, if they play the Chiefs, they're going to give them the belt.
Really?
Oh yeah, Chiefs are a fraud. They're a fraud. You got to get there first, and the Chiefs got to get there.
Right. And you know what? You're right, because I said that the team that I still would give them fits is Lamar and the Ravens.
Yeah, it's Buffalo or Baltimore. I'm with you.
And you saw what happened when you played Baltimore.
You blitz those teams. I'm sorry. That'll be a different thing.
And they're not going to just stop running Derrick Henry.
There's no negativity. But yeah, 6.5, 7 yards a carry last night. Even if you strip away a 50-yard run by Akers, where, by the way, Kirby Joseph hustled deluxe to keep him out of the end zone and then thereby keep them.
Yeah, it was like the Jefferson. Like, he got the ball down there. Like, you better score, because if you get stopped at the 5, that's it.
248-539-9797. We'll get the people next. Lions review coming up at 5:30 as well. So it's all Lions all day today, rightfully so. 1 down, 3 to go. 3 games left for the parade people have waited several lifetimes for. That's it. So I know it's not Pom-Pom City, but I told you from August when Rico and I were sitting at Circa, it's Super Bowl or bust.
And I don't know if you saw after the game on Channel 4, the woman who had her father's ashes she had brought to the game. Like, yeah, you're going to see a lot of that. A lot of people.
I don't think I've ever been happier that I turned the TV off than hearing what you just told me. Yeah. Are you,
David? Did you see that?
I did not see that. No, I started watching the actual Lion stuff on YouTube.
Ashes.
Yeah.
Oh no! I took the.
And you're going to see a lot at the parade. Oh my goodness! It's going to be a lot of people emptying urns in the middle of Woodward.
Okay, save that
wear
for
your
the
mask,
parade.
please, because it'll be a lot of that in the area.
You know what? I'm not going to. You know what? Let's just stop there. I was about to say something, and it's too early in the week to get in trouble. All right, listen. Football season is really heating up, and with it, the deals. Hungry Howie's Mix and Match. This weekend, you get a stress-free weekend. I'm nervous. I can't eat. This weekend for the playoffs, you're in the catbird seat. Or do the mix and match with Hungry Howie's. Watch everybody else kill each other on the football field. Hell, you watch a game with no pants on. Do whatever you like. Mix and match, $6.99. Well, hell, the way Costa's talking, I thought he did the show with no pants on. $6.99 mix and match. The whole menu's available. Craft your own football deal with the best in the game. It's Hungry Howie's. 8 flavored crusts to choose from. Endless opportunities, $6.99 a piece. Pair them up, match them up, and you are ready to roll for the next big game. Limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's.
So earlier in the show, Rico, you brought up Bryce Young, so I wanted to give him a little bit of spotlight here for the drive of the week. So in total,
this is the throw where he threw his. Oh,
yeah.
okay. I know where you're going with
so
this.
in total, before I get to that actual drive, they had 9 total drives. I'm not counting the end of the half drive. They had 9 drives and scored on 6 of those 9 drives. And then he had the overtime drive where he went 10 plays, 70 yards, just under 7 minutes to beat the Atlanta Falcons yesterday, 44-38. Bryce Young himself was 251 yards and 3 touchdowns, 123.5 rating yesterday.
Drive of the week, Sam Darnold to the airport, the loser that he is. Soulless Ginger, gate B17.
That is your drive of the week. Bryce Young looks good.
Dave Canales is doing it.
Yeah.
He's another one of these QB whispers. Good thing the Giants kept everybody. All right, let's go to the people, shall we? I want to make sure we get everybody involved. Matt has been very patient. He's up next, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A statement and a question. So, Lions looked really good, and Anzalone came back. I think he looked good. This extra, week off, he'll be able to fully heal.
Yes.
He'll get more players back. So I think road to the Super Bowl is more than probable. And then I wanted to ask you specifically, Mike, how you feel about this story. The Bengals requested an investigation because mainly the Chiefs, they threw the game. A lot of teams rested their starters, and the Bengals are complaining because now they missed the playoffs. That's so stupid.
Yeah, Matt, I think here, what's funny, Matt, is you and I look at it alike. I would tell the Bengals, hold please. Advice: don't start your year 4-8. There's an idea. You can't ask other people to do your work for you. So yeah, I'm with you, and that's really soft by the Bengals. I that's a weird deal.
Well, yeah, because the Chiefs just came out and the Chiefs and the Rams both are like, yeah, we don't care, don't, and the Chiefs really mailed it in. They didn't even try.
Right. Why would they want to see Joe Burrow in the playoffs? A guy who has beaten them, a guy who has been a thorn in their side. No.
And
Matt,
especially when, they had a chance to beat them and the refs bailed them out.
And Matt, as far as the Lions go, it's Aaron Glenn to me. Look, getting Anzalone back helps. Don't get it twisted. But that game plan and their conviction to sticking with it, and it just allows your guy. Look, it allows your guys in the secondary to play a different way because the ball's coming out. It allows you to be more aggressive, take more chances, and we're going to live and die by it. And most defensive.
I will say one thing.
Go ahead.
I'm in Tennessee for work, and this is just off topic. Something I did here that I would never be able to do in Detroit because of the price. I was able to sit. I went to the Titans game, and I was able to sit on the 50-yard line, 2 rows back, for $46.
Yeah, Matt, there were 6,000 people there yesterday.
I would never be able to afford that.
No. Matt, what you experienced is the same thing that's going on in a place like New York with Giants and Jet fans. The fan base is out. The product's terrible. There's no hope. And you end up where, out-of-town Matt, who's there on a work conference, is sitting at the 50 like you're the owner.
Probably thought they were counterfeit tickets.
Yeah. Matt actually was coaching yesterday.
You want to play? Going to come down?
Get a play sheet.
Come on.
Let's go to Ian.
We got headphones for you.
97.1. Ian, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, Ian. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Meanwhile, the Lions standing room only tickets for the divisional round are like $680.
Oh, yeah. No, it's Super Bowl pricing here on out.
So I think, talking about the game yesterday, I think it was a combination of, the Lions having the right game plan. But also, I went back and watched the condensed game again today to just watch some of those drives in the red zone for Minnesota. And I don't know what the heck they were doing. Part of it is, Darnold not being, Jared Goff, the reason he's so successful is because, like you say, he throws guys open. It's the timing of the routes. If Darnold had just had some conviction pre-snap of, okay, this is what I'm seeing, this is how it factors into the offensive play that we're running, I'm just going to throw it as soon as this guy cuts or, as soon as the pick, like that rub route in the end zone, Addison was
wide open. He was wide open.
Yep. like as soon as the ball is snapped, you turn, you throw the ball, it's a touchdown. And there were like 4 of those plays on these red zone drives where if he had just had a plan and executed the plan, they'd have kicked our butts.
And again, Ian, that's why I'm not getting high on our own supply here. I loved the Lions' game plan, but you won't be facing Sam Darnold in some of these games moving forward, which means it won't look like that. If we can just, by way of being aggressive, if this is going to be the new normal, and I think it's their only way out, Ian, if you can find a middle ground between the last 5 weeks of disaster and then last night's masterpiece, you can win a Super Bowl. It's why when I was talking Friday about the Anzalone thing, like, no, I don't want to hear that it's dumb or it's BS if you're giving up 33 a game. Like, you need to be better. So the defense was better. As long as we're getting a level of better, they can win it. So now, just get some rest.
Exactly. You get some rest. The guys there's not like huge names coming back in the next couple weeks, but if we can get some guys healthy, just get everybody rested up. And then if we can hold teams to like 21, 24 points.
Exactly.
Like, as long as the offense keeps, playing the way they've been playing, and I get the second quarter especially was atrocious from our offense, but they figured it out in the second half. The halftime adjustments that they've been making the last few weeks, especially on offense, have been great.
And Ian, the other thing
yesterday,
the reality
gave me a lot of
is when teams come here, this is like what Seattle used to be with the Legion of Boom. This is what Arrowhead is. This is a legitimate home field advantage where you, the fan, have a huge impact. You ended their first drive with a penalty. How many delay games? How many timeouts? How hard the communication was. Like, Ian, keeping those games here off the bye week, that's why it was so important, because now people got to come to you on your terms in your house. And realistically, look, Minnesota, Rico, you said earlier, Minnesota changed how they wanted to play because they knew who they were playing against. That won't be the last team that's got to come in here and do it. The only team that's not going to do that stuff is Philly. They're self-assured in who they are. You know what? They have their own problems. Their quarterback's still in concussion protocol.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe the Rams, but you just have the Rams number. In the end, you find a way to beat them. But I think McVay will come in with his own strategy.
You blitz Stafford that way, he'll throw for 400 yards. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Because think about it. There was no Puka Nacua Cup. Like, they both left. Like, they had half of their offensive line wasn't there.
And they still ended up in overtime. And last year's playoff game, guys. And again, we're not going to re-adjudicate it, and the league owes you about 500 calls.
You got away with one.
Yeah, that was a flag on the last play. The point I'm making is that's a team. And again, you know what I don't want? I don't want the Stafford storyline again. Oh, and God help us if Kelly has to bring the kids. Oh, God, that's going to be a story. Oh, geez.
See, that would have been
I don't want to deal with it.
That Kelly was going to be hosting parties for players.
Oh, the fans. They said something mean. Okay. You know, can Minnesota just win and we'll welcome the soulless ginger back in 2 weeks and body bag him again?
That's what you want if you're a Lions fan.
I absolutely do.
Yeah, because I would normally say it's hard to beat a team 3 times. Not this time.
Not with a ginger. The rules, you don't get it.
This is the Viking Groupon.
Yes. All right, David, timing-wise, we good? Lions review is next. I'll take care of a little business. I just want to make sure we're not screwing the guys over. All right. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Circa Resort and Casino right in the heart of Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.